starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601, The Invasion of the Fourth Disaster. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. There was only 1 hour left before the game was shut down. All the members of the Ainzulgan Guild gathered together. Everyone put on their most precious equipment. Their backpacks were already filled with krypton gold items and potions. They were going to launch the last guild event here. Tachimi glanced at Momonga, slowly reached out, and stroked the ring on his hand, and began to call for Uehara and Naraku to appear. The next moment, a spiral light pattern teleportation array appeared above Nazarick. Uehara and Naraku's figure suddenly appeared. He lowered his head and looked down at the fully armed figures on the ground. He already knew what these members of the Ainzulgan Guild wanted to do. It's just that, as a qualified NPC, he still had to say standard lines at this time. Player Tachimi. Uehara and Naraku stared at Tachimi and said in a cold voice, "You used destiny to call me here. Do you need my help?" "No." Tachimi slowly took off the Ring of Destiny, used the system's destruction function to destroy the Ring of Destiny in his hand, and slowly continued, "We will launch the final challenge to you here." The next moment, Tachimi suddenly made a strange pose. As Tachimi moved, 4 golden special effect characters suddenly appeared behind him. Justice is coming. It's just that this is a meaningless krypton gold special effect. Generally, no one is willing to spend money on this. It is estimated that only Tachimi, a life winner with a middle school soul and considerable financial resources, will spend money to buy golden special effects. Uehara and Naraku's mouth twitched. No matter how many times he had seen Tachimi's golden krypton gold special effects, he still felt ugly when he saw them again. This guy really doesn't know what embarrassment is. Compared to the embarrassment, Uehara and Naraku was more surprised at the desperate efforts of Tachimi and the Ainzulgan Guild. These players were crazy. To be honest, Uehara and Naraku had originally thought that, if they could still meet in another world after the game world was closed, he would give these players who held the Ring of Destiny some special rewards and care as a thank you for helping him collect world-class items. As a result, tonight, all the players who held the Ring of Destiny gave up this benefit. It's really hard to understand. Even Tachimi, the last one holding the Ring of Destiny, chose to give up. These guys really don't know what this means for them to lose. Uehara and Naraku watched the Ring of Destiny in Tachimi's hand turn into ashes and disappear. His brows slightly frowned. "Player Tachimi, you have lost the favor of fate." A golden lightsaber suddenly appeared in Uehara and Naraku's hand, and his voice suddenly became loud. "If we meet again in the future, you will definitely regret everything you did today." Uehara and Naraku's eyes fell on Tachimi, and his expression gradually became indifferent. "Those who challenge fate, remember the fear of being dominated by fate." No one in the Ainzulgan Guild answered, because they knew that these were all Naraku Uehara's lines. They would never guess the hidden meaning in these lines. The next moment, Naraku Uehara suddenly disappeared from the spot, and he rushed towards Tachimi on the ground with a lightsaber in his hand. It was obvious that he wanted to kill the player who destroyed the Ring of Destiny. Kuro, prepared to attract hatred, Momonga held the guild's golden scepter and began to arrange loudly, "Don't worry, Naraku Uehara doesn't have a world-class item this time." "Okay." The ancient black slime responded, raised his hand, and released his taunting skill towards Naraku Uehara. He was the main tank of this guild event. As for the secondary tank, it was a weird slime of the bubble tea pot. Just when everyone in the Ainzulgan Guild was ready to wait for Kuro to take over the hatred of the boss Naraku Uehara, they saw Naraku Uehara crash into their formation. The entire Ainzulgan Guild was in chaos. Uehara and Naraku wielded the golden lightsaber in his hand and flew through the crowd of the Ainzulgan Guild like a god of war. Every sword he swung cut off the life of a player, and in an instant, he pierced through the guild. 1 minute later, all the members of the Ainzulgan Guild fell to the ground, but they still did not give up and kept using props to revive. But it was still difficult to change their fate. Except for the 2 main tank professions, Kurihiro and Bubble Teapot. No one could withstand Uehara Naraku's sword unless they used invincibility. Susanoo. The second style Flame Thunder of the ninja profession quickly changed its appearance, turning into a giant waving the weapon in his hand and smashing it towards Uehara Naraku. This appearance is exactly the same as Susanoo. No, or the original name of Susanoo was Susanoo. The skeleton of Susanoo suddenly emerged from Uehara Naraku's body. The Susanoo giant, which was over 1,000 meters high, directly chopped Susanoo's Flame Thunder second into pieces. After all, when this game was made, it had referred to the popular anime 200 years ago, but Uehara Naraku knew better how to use Susanoo to fight. No one knew ninjas and Susanoo better than him. Uehara Naraku manipulated Susanoo and wielded the Susanoo sword in his hand. A majestic sword energy slashed through, killing all the members of the Ainzulgan Guild. 10 minutes later, Uehara Naraku had already started to use the lightsaber in his hand to make up for the loss, because almost all members of the entire Ainzulgan Guild had lost experience of more than level 15. They were getting weaker and weaker. As their levels and equipment dropped more and more, it also meant that they had a smaller chance of resisting in Uehara Naraku's hands. These players are no longer fighting. Maybe they just want to squander all the savings they have accumulated in this game in the last time this game is closed. Anyway, these are about to be useless. 11:59. All the members of Ainzulgan Guild never got up again. This time, Ainzulgan Guild's last guild activity failed again as expected. Even every member had lost all their equipment, and all the Krypton Guild props had been used up. This masochistic catharsis activity ended here. The average level of the guild members was originally 100. At this time, their average level was only 10. What the hell? It's really another group of players who want to start life in a different world from scratch. Uehara Naraku took a look and saw that no one was resurrected. It seemed that these people had used up all the Krypton Gold resurrection props. They should choose to resurrect at the resurrection point of the guild headquarters. Uehara Naraku sighed quietly, and his figure disappeared in the air and appeared in the depths of the great tomb of Nazarick, quietly waiting for the result to come. Time was disappearing bit by bit. The clock struck 12 and resounded throughout the game world. This game that has been running for 12 years is finally coming to an end at this moment. However, after the game was completely shut down, every player was surprised to find that they were still in the game without logging off. Is this a big gift package from the game company? In fact, the game company just played a joke, and this game will never end. Deep in the great tomb of Nazarick, Uehara Naraku raised his eyes slightly, and he felt the fluctuation of the power of time and space. As a person who mastered a black hole universe, he was very sensitive to these things. Is it finally starting? A black hole suddenly floated in the palm of Uehara Naraku's palm, and he took the lead in collecting the 9 worlds in the World Tree game into his own black hole universe. Each world can provide him with 2 million world powers. In his black hole universe, a world tree with 9 worlds hanging on it appeared out of thin air, and this world tree provided him with 18 million world powers. To put it bluntly, the biggest treasure of this trip has been taken away. 198 world-class props, the 9 worlds of the world tree, plus a real planet. These provide him with 40 million world powers, which is more than the previous Naruto world and the pirate world combined. Uehara Naraku world power: 60.4 million HP, 100,000 mana, 100,000 HP recovery, 1296/secretary mana recovery, 1024/secretary remaining gold coins. 0 just to destroy him, who once destroyed a pirate world. Uehara Naraku was able to do it with 1 million world powers, 60 million world powers. Uehara Naraku took a look at his numerical panel, then slowly relaxed his mind and chose to sink into the power of time and space. This power of time and space has been constantly selecting players. No one knows what the crossing mechanism is, and Uehara Naraku can only quietly hide in the great tomb of Nazarick, hoping that this place can be selected. Tick tock. Tick tock. After 3 seconds, Uehara Naraku slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, the entire great tomb of Nazarick was moving. Others did not notice this unusual movement. Only Uehara Naraku felt that there was a strange force that moved the guild headquarters to another place. The great tomb of Nazarick. The players of Ainzulgaon were still thinking about how to log off, but they could not find the system panel anyway. Everyone could not help but get a little irritable. What made them even more suspicious was that all the NPCs they created in the guild headquarters became like living people, and each NPC even had the personality they originally set. The most troublesome thing was, the level of these NPCs was higher than theirs. Because of the challenge to Uehara and Naraku, their level and equipment dropped rapidly, which was quite troublesome. If one of the NPCs rebelled, it was possible to kill all the players present. The only thing to be thankful for was, these NPCs respected them very much. Master Jade Record. Albedo looked at her creator with a smile on her face, and the smile on her face was indescribably tempting. Is there anything unhappy? Are we going to do something happy? No. No. Jade Record's expression was a little strange. Why is Albedo so blunt? Wait. If he remembered correctly, Albedo's personality seemed to be a cute contrast. She's a bitch. If that's the case, wouldn't Albedo be this and that? You guys go down first. Momonga suddenly clenched the guild scepter in his hand, which was also the only weapon they didn't drop. He shouted, Albedo, Demiurge, Aura, Mare, Cocytus, Sebastian, go down first. We have something to discuss. Yes. All the NPCs respectfully left the guild hall. Momoga, what should we do? Bubble Teapot's voice was a little nervous, and he asked softly, we can't find the panel to log off. Will we be trapped in the game? If it's too late, my wife will scold me to death. Let's find a way to log off first. Don't worry. Flying Squirrel stretched out his hand to comfort his little friend and said in a deep voice, although there is only level 10 left, the magic power and skills in the body can still be used. It doesn't seem to affect communication. Let's go discuss with other players first. Yeah. Albert nodded and whispered, we must find a way to log off quickly. Today, the Extreme Hero group and I have a battle for a bar. See if we can contact the GM. I always feel that this game has become more real. Indeed. NPCs seem to be alive. Could it be that this is actually a prank by the game company? They announced the closure of the game just to attract many players online and carry out a super large scale update to let players find that the game world has a higher degree of freedom and retain more players to stay. Ha 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 ha. If that's the case, it doesn't seem so unacceptable. It feels like this is another world. If the game is really so realistic, maybe this game will become popular again. It looks like there will be a new announcement soon. I just hope the GM can come online soon and tell us how to play the new game. Just as a group of people in the Ainzulgaon guild were comforting themselves and chatting, Uehara Naraku felt like he was in a little trouble. Well, more than a little. In addition to Nazarick, there are hundreds of thousands of other players in this time travel, and they have even begun to contact the indigenous people. Some people think they have traveled through time. However, when they see a group of players, they feel as if they are still in the game world. After all, traveling through time is either the chosen one or the unlucky one. It can't be that everyone is the chosen one and the unlucky one. Something happened to her and Naraku's face looked a little strange. I thought the time of crossing would be different, but I didn't expect that most players would cross directly here. This isn't Zero starting life in another world. It's clearly the invasion of the fourth calamity. Bone King will end soon. I've been catching up quickly recently, but Rukia is still being beaten. But I'm already writing the beginning of Bleach. For the time being, everyone will just read 4,000 words a day. I'll resume and update at the beginning of Bleach. I still feel more comfortable writing Death, Fire, and Sea. Chapter 602 The Fourth Calamity's Daily Life in Another World, Land Reclamation, Strategy, and Cursing Uehara Naraku. After the panic, all that was left was waiting. For the players, they only needed to wait for the bugs of the game company to be fixed. They didn't worry about their own safety, and even life and death didn't matter. Besides, there were no dangerous monsters in this world. After spending a few days in the other world, hundreds of thousands of players gradually began to regain their composure, and many players began to get in touch with the natives of this world. For the players, the natives here were all NPCs. The levels of these civilians were very low, and even some warriors were only at level 10, and only the top warriors were at level 30, which was not as good as some players who had lost levels before the game was shut down. Just in terms of survival, there was no pressure for the huge number of players. While cursing the game company, hundreds of thousands of players poured into various countries, began to understand the background story of this world, and sought quests and opportunities to upgrade their levels. After all, there were still some players at level 30. Everyone felt the same. That is, the world updated by the game company this time was very real, as if this was really a living world. Every NPC that players meet is like a living person, but for players who are used to the system's guidance, it is too unfriendly. It takes enough time to get used to it. If the players could not clearly feel that their magic value, health value and other attributes and props were still there, they would have suspected that they had traveled through time. But there are still many players who are looking forward to logging off. They originally just wanted to reminisce about their youth, not to continue playing the game, but unfortunately the game system could not be popped up, and there was no way to log off. These players were really helpless. As a player, when encountering a new map, they would naturally passively start to use their adventure expertise and start their own business in this world. Strategy: opening up new land. According to the current exploration and intelligence feedback between their players, there are currently 4 main maps and camps that they can open up in the entire world. First, the Kingdom of Restige. Second, the Bahus Empire. Third, the Scythian Theocracy. Fourth, the Dwarf Country. Compared with the first 3 human countries, only the Dwarf Country has higher restrictions, and only dwarf players can join it. It doesn't matter. The hundreds of thousands of players who traveled through the other world covered all races, including the dwarves, so the players also got information about the dwarves. In addition to the camps and maps currently developed by the players, there are some unknown ones such as the Elf Kingdom and the Dragon Clan, etc. Of course, these are not troublesome for the players. At present, the maps they have come into contact with are still relatively low level. It is said that the strongest magic professional NPC in the Bahus Empire is the head of the Empire's magic ministry, but he can only use 5th level magic, and his strength is extremely low. According to the player's speculation, maybe the game company has just started designing, so it will open low level maps. Maybe the game company is letting the world boss Uehara Naraku secretly find ways to eliminate their levels and equipment again and again, so that they can re-attack the new version of the map. But there is nothing wrong with this map. Instead, the game company's system is full of bugs. After the game company fixes the bugs of the offline system, they must ask the game company to compensate at least a ring of destiny, a corner of the world. Uehara Naraku has been secretly monitoring everything here. He has frozen the time of another real Earth world in his black hole universe. These players think this is a game world. Then they can only find a way to turn this other world into a real game world first. As long as this other world can be included in the black hole universe, Uehara Naraku can try to connect the other world, the game world, the real Earth world. However, as Uehara Naraku traveled to the other world, now a series of tasks on him have finally been refreshed. Strictly speaking, this other world is the real main world. After all, it is the main body of the second dimension. Everything that happened before was just for the sake of gaining benefits. However, every time Uehara Naraku saw the main task, some strange expressions inevitably appeared on his face, and he was a little embarrassed. Main task: spread your fear in this world. The current task progress is 3%. If I remember correctly, when I traveled to the other world on the first day, this number was less than 1%, and it rose to 1% in the first 2 days. Why did it suddenly jump to 3% today? Uehara Naraku couldn't help but grit his teeth. If he remembered correctly, the only people in this world who knew his name should be the group of players who were still exploring the land. Although this group of players seemed to be helping him complete the task. But these guys definitely didn't have anything good to say. This kind of thing must be taken for granted. No matter what troubles these players encountered in this world, the first person they would definitely curse was Uehara Naraku. If it weren't for the crusade against Uehara Naraku, their equipment and levels wouldn't have dropped so much. If it weren't for the bug in the game, updated by Uehara Naraku's company, so many of their players wouldn't be able to log off now, and could only continue to explore the land. If players are dissatisfied with a game, the first person to be scolded must be the president of the game company, because these adventurers who suddenly appeared were cursing a guy named Uehara Naraku. The indigenous civilians in the other world gradually got used to hearing this name. This name seems very unusual. Whenever those powerful adventurers encountered something unhappy, they would repeatedly curse a man named Uehara Naraku. This name seemed to represent an extremely evil person. One of the most popular stories was about a group of people who had just joined the Adventurers Guild, and after they were upgraded to steel level adventurers at an extremely fast speed, the first thing they said was to curse Uehara Naraku. Isn't that bastard Uehara Naraku too evil? Our awards were taken away by him just like that. At least they should give us some experience points for upgrading. What about professions? At least they should give out some profession levels, right? Is it going to end like that? Are these NPCs really kidding us? We worked so hard to become steel level adventurers. Even if we don't have an artifact, we should at least be given a piece of purple or blue equipment at this stage. The gap you raised is a bit too big. Yeah. There's a big level difference between an artifact and blue equipment. Nonsense. The player who cursed so happily had an unhappy look on his face. If it weren't for the defeat of that bastard Uehara Naraku, which resulted in so many artifacts and levels being dropped, do you think I would care about any equipment? In the past, everyone lived a very wealthy life. According to their powerful small team, almost everyone has all kinds of crypt and gold props and artifact equipment, but a lot of equipment dropped when they conquered Uehara Naraku before the server was shut down. Fortunately, the level did not drop too much. Now this small team still has an average strength of more than 30 levels. In addition to the racial level, there are also some professional levels, and they can still use many skills. It is precisely because of this small team became the first adventure group among the players to be promoted to a fine steel level adventurer, but they didn't expect that there was not even a reward. They couldn't even see the reputation increase. These players worked so hard, but they didn't see any rewards, so naturally they had to curse Uehara Naraku. This group of players cursed Uehara Naraku very enthusiastically, causing other players in the Adventurers Guild to respond in unison, which naturally surprised the natives. This group of adventurers didn't seem to be very satisfied with them. The problem is, if these adventurers were not satisfied with them, why did they curse the man named Uehara Naraku? It's really strange. Why do these adventurers curse Uehara Naraku when they encounter anything? First update. Chapter 603. Let me introduce myself. I'm the president of a gaming company. While the players were cursing Uehara Naraku, this name gradually flowed into the entire other world, and more NPCs began to be filled with awe and fear. They didn't know Uehara Naraku, but from the mouths of these adventurers, they knew this Uehara Naraku must be very terrifying. Therefore, just when Uehara Naraku was about to start his first step, he encountered a very big trouble. That is, his reputation had been completely ruined by these players. Bahas Empire. The capital, the Ministry of Magic. This is the highest magic department of the entire Bahas Empire. The highest officer, the great magician Furuda, is a veteran of 3 dynasties and the teacher of the current emperor of the Bahas Empire. He is good at most magic of the 5th level and below. This is already the strongest magician in the empire. Originally, this magic province should be respected. However, since the players poured into the Bahas Empire, after learning about the strength of the magic province, they simply sneered at Furuda's power. Because many players have mastered super level magic, a low level magician is simply not worth mentioning to them. Among the players alone, there are many magicians who can be compared with Furuda, and these players have actually lost levels. This has also caused Furuda's reputation to drop a lot. The Emperor of the Bahas Empire, who has always respected Furuda, is also privately recruiting magicians and strong people among the players to maintain and expand the military power of the Bahas Empire, which makes Furuda dissatisfied. If it weren't for their number and strength, Furuda really wants to expel all these guys. Now Furuda's position is particularly embarrassing. He still has the title of Imperial Teacher, but he no longer has the transcendent status he used to have. And these players look younger than him, and respect the Emperor more. Many players actually like role-playing. Some even accepted official positions in the Bahus Empire, which is equivalent to them obtaining faction status. Players can't wait for this kind of thing. The only trouble, maybe the players are too greedy. In order to maintain the enthusiasm of these players, the Emperor of the Bahus Empire, Joel, could only double the rewards for the players he recruited. Fortunately, the requirements of these players were not too strange. They could be satisfied by giving them enough gold coins and equipment. This led to more and more players joining the Bahus Empire. Although the strength of the Bahus Empire has been continuously strengthened, the Emperor Chill of the Empire saw through the temperament of these players. These players are simply mothers who feed them. Even though these players have always respected him as an emperor, as a wise and talented monarch, Jill still noticed their rebelliousness from the superficial respect of these players. Fortunately, he originally just wanted to use this group of players. It must be said that, although the Emperor of the Bahus Empire is young and not very powerful, he has a very eye-catching personal charm. He was even rated as the most popular NPC by the players. Coupled with the Emperor's iron-blooded tactics when purging the nobles in the country, and his casual attitude towards civilians and adventurers, he has really attracted many players to become his fans. Let's not talk about anything else. A player sitting in the tavern of the Adventurers Guild of the Bahus Empire raised his wine bowl proudly. The Emperor is much more generous than that inhuman guy Uehara Naraku. That's true. Another player nodded slowly in agreement. Uehara Naraku only takes money from people like us to get equipment. The Emperor is a serious NPC. Maybe the employees of the game company are also secretly rejecting him. An NPC created based on the president of a game company is actually a blood-sucking guy. I just want to know when he can go offline. Not sure, the game time of this world should be different from our real time, otherwise the game company would have solved it long ago. I hope the compensation can be more generous. This game is too realistic. It makes people reluctant to quit. Forget it, let's keep waiting for compensation. Just when a group of players were still chattering about something, a figure in a hooded robe slowly raised his head in the tavern, his face so cold that it made people shudder. It was Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku's mood couldn't be worse now. He just wanted to come here to inquire about the news, but he heard endless slander. This group of players really spared no effort to ruin his reputation. Uehara Naraku picked up the juice on the table and drank it all. Thinking of this chaotic world, he felt that this world was a mess and he really felt a little bit at a loss as to where to start. Forget it, let's try the old way. Uehara Naraku put down the cup in his hand, and a ball of lightning flashed at his fingertips, which suddenly pierced through the most arrogant player in the tavern. That was also the strongest player in this tavern. There is no way to upgrade in this world. The only way is to practice constantly. Now the strongest player is the one who lost the least level at the beginning. That is to say, he died the least when the server was shut down. The most arrogant player is the one who lay dead and didn't get up when the game was shut down. Now the players who know a little bit have begun to quickly collect ways to upgrade and become stronger. There is no doubt that practice is the simplest way, which is also very consistent with the setting of this new game, making people feel that this is really like a second world. Because some players have discovered one thing, that is, there are no forbidden things in this world. They can do anything to NPCs. This degree of freedom is really too broad. However, it is precisely because of this that many far-sighted players have noticed this situation. They know that this game will definitely become popular again. In this way, becoming stronger as soon as possible will be one step ahead of others. Those who are still staying in the tavern now are either out to enjoy themselves, or short-sighted, or sent by some big guilds to get information. Just as everyone in the tavern couldn't help but look at the strongest player in the tavern being killed by someone in one move, they slowly turned their heads in the direction of the lightning. Uehara Naraku met their gazes, frowned slightly, and his cold voice slowly fell into their ears. It's unexpected. You who have never been favored by fate, are you still going to talk nonsense here? Uehara Naraku. At this moment, they saw their former nightmares. In this more real world, everyone clearly felt the pressure on Uehara Naraku, which was a force that made people despair. Uehara Naraku is still the same Uehara Naraku. They are no longer the same as they were in the past. Of course, this does not mean that they have become stronger, but that they have become weaker. In the past, they dared to challenge, but now they only feel the body involuntarily fear. No one thought they would meet Uehara Naraku here. The game boss that was originally in the world tree, the demon king who launched 3 catastrophes to destroy the world, was actually updated to this version by the game company. No, this is not surprising. After all, Uehara Naraku was created by the game company, based on the president, and they certainly dare not easily delete this NPC in private. Wait, the current version of the game is different. What kind of personality would this living Uehara Naraku have? According to what he did in the game, he should be a world-destroying demon king. Don't look at me with such eyes. Uehara Naraku looked at them, slowly spread his palms, and slowly showed a smile at the corners of his mouth. Anyway, you are also loyal users of our company. Let me introduce myself. Maybe not at this time, maybe in the more distant future. When he said this, Uehara Naraku's smile gradually became weird, but I can't bear it anymore. Then I will tell you my identity here. My name is Uehara Naraku, the president of the game company. I really want to send Death God. Before the new year, I will end the Bone King world as soon as possible. Because I want to release a Bleach in the new year. The outline is ready, the beginning is written, and I have saved up the manuscripts for a big update. Chapter 604 Uehara Naraku's Conspiracy. A group of players looked at each other in bewilderment. One of the players was the first to react. He looked at Uehara Naraku with his mouth wide open, and for a moment he couldn't believe what he said. Wait, you mean, you are the president of the game company, and not the world boss created by the game programmer? This joke was a bit too big. The president of a game company actually appeared as a world boss. Just when Uehara Naraku thought that these players had finally grown up, the tavern suddenly became lively again, and the sound of the players' continuous discussions fell into his ears. Hey, return the money quickly. Restore the offline system first. Yes, at least restore the system offline first. It's just that the new version of the game is really well made. It seems more realistic than the previous one, but it's not very friendly to newbies. Hey, it's a bit biased to describe it as well made. It's obviously done very well. The breasts here are real to the touch. It's amazing. I have never played such a great game. Yeah, it's worthy of being the game company that developed Yggdrasil. It can actually develop a game with a higher degree of freedom. It's really amazing. Come to think of it, now I can't even find a recharge point. In fact, this game has just started internal testing, right? That's for sure. A player turned his head and looked at Uehara Naraku while discussing, and asked loudly, "Hey, President Uehara, when will it be officially released? I'm ready to quit my job to continue playing this game. It feels like I don't need to get married in real life anymore. Boss Lady Marian has an amazing figure. I want to give everything to her. Hey, think a little more normally." Uehara Naraku's expression gradually stiffened. The group of players who gathered around him did not show any particular panic. They were just surprised for a while, and immediately turned the topic of discussion back to this new and interesting world. These guys seem to be living well here. Moreover, they have not discovered the truth until now, but they seem to be more relieved after meeting Uehara Naraku. After all, the boss of the game company would not risk being locked up in the game world like them. Just when Uehara Naraku was about to say something else, a player suddenly made a suggestion. Hey, President Uehara, if this game inherits all the properties of Yggdrasil, do you still have the power to destroy the world? Uehara Naraku nodded speechlessly. Finally, a player found the right direction. The next moment, the player suddenly said loudly, "Then the president is the only GM of the system. Can we give our opinions? Now our game is too chaotic, there is no penalty for park, and there are resurrection points. Yes, the resurrection penalty is too severe now. You can only resurrect by consuming your own level and experience. For leveling, it seems that the only way is to practice hard. Killing monsters does not drop experience and equipment. This also needs to be changed. In fact, this is more in line with reality. After all, killing monsters will drop equipment and gold coins, which seems to be not in line with the facts at all. Be rational, we are playing a game. But I think it's more realistic to play like this. Then why don't you practice and stay in the tavern all day? Isn't this to take care of the business of the boss lady Marion? The group of players went off track again while chatting. A group of players didn't care about Uehara Naraku's world destroying power at all. They said various opinions about this game one after another. They went off track again. Uehara Naraku's expression froze slightly. If this continues, it feels like he will be led astray. This group of players can't stay any longer. They must find a way to gather them together and expel them all. The fourth calamity's train of thought is really beyond his imagination. Hey, stop. Uehara Naraku stretched out his hand to stop their argument, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, 1 month later, I will announce this game in the imperial capital of the Batus Empire. No, this world. Never mind. I will announce important matters about this game in the imperial capital, and you go and help me notify everyone to come to the imperial capital. Under Uehara Naraku's feet, a series of transmission ripples slowly appeared, and he slowly waved his hand. If you want to know all this, or have any opinions on this game, then gather in the imperial capital of the Batus Empire in a month. At the end, Uehara Naraku's figure completely disappeared, leaving only the last sentence, and only I can help you log off and leave this game. If anyone doesn't come to the imperial capital, they can only wait for the company to fix the bug. Hey, wait. Don't be too anxious to leave. We still have a lot to say. If you can log off, send me away first. A group of players hurriedly tried to stop Uehara Naraku, but they were unable to stop the teleportation from starting, and could only watch Uehara Naraku leave the tavern. After Uehara Naraku left, one player after another immediately began to contact their friends or guildmates, telling everyone the news of Uehara Naraku's appearance. The capital of the Batus Empire became more lively than ever before. In addition to the local players of the Batus Empire, players from the Sicilian theocracy in the kingdom of Restage also flocked to the Batus Empire. Just as the players swarmed in and gathered, Uehara Naraku appeared at the highest point of the Batus Empire's capital, looking at a group of smiling players entering the city one after another, and his mood was a little complicated. Even the people of the Ainzulgan Guild sneaked into the capital. Originally, after knowing that the power of other players had been greatly weakened, the Ainzulgan Guild still wanted to rely on their several full-level NPCs to try to defeat other guilds and seize all the resources of this game first. It was just that Mamanga, who was always cautious, was worried that other guilds might have similar NPCs, so they temporarily suspended this plan. Now the news about Uehara Naraku made them a little restless. Except for Mamanga, who continued to stay in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, all the other members of Ainzulgan Guild rushed to the imperial capital. They were the ones who really wanted to go home. Only Mamanga was not very interested in this. If it weren't for his gentle personality, he really wanted to tell his companions that the days when they couldn't log off and leave the game during this period were the happiest time for him in these years. The real world is too lonely. Only in Nazarick can Mamanga feel a little warmth of friendship. Mamanga's skeleton body sat in the throne room and slowly stroked the guild scepter with his hand bones. If Uehara Naraku hadn't appeared, it would be great if he could stay online all the time. But everyone else has family and life, especially in Nazarick now. In addition to their former guild companions, the NPCs also seemed to be real people, and here really made Mamanga feel like his home. Just as Mamanga was knocking on the guild scepter alone, Takima's call suddenly cut into his ears. Mamanga, this is a real world. Don't contact Uehara Naraku, or this is his conspiracy. Countdown 6 days. Chapter 605. I arranged your lives, just to make you guys quit the game. When Mamanga received the news, he was still a little confused. Why did they say that this was Uehara Naraku's conspiracy? What happened? No, it seems that Tachimi and the others have all gone to the capital of the Batus Empire because they want to log off and leave the game. The next moment, Mamanga immediately regained consciousness and hurriedly began to contact Tachimi, wanting to ask the truth from Tachimi. At least he wanted to know what happened from his friends. The Imperial Square of the Batus Empire. Hundreds of thousands of players were lying on the ground. When they gathered here, they thought they would get a big gift package from the game company, but they didn't expect that what they welcomed was not a compensation reward, but an attack from Uehara Naraku with his overwhelming power. Uehara and Naraku stood at the highest point of the square, looking down at the players on the ground, and calmly told the truth, that the players thought, "You don't really think this is a game world? This has always been a real world. Every NPC you think is actually a living human being." A group of players lay on the ground powerlessly. It was just that every player's eyes were filled with astonishment. Obviously, there were too many people who had traveled through time and space, and they still retained the abilities of the game. Even if they had doubts, they quickly dismissed the idea, because they could be resurrected in this world. And they had seen NPC humans here being able to perform resurrection skills at a huge cost. If it was the real world, how could there be resurrection? Can life and death be reversed? The most important thing was, traveling from a game world to another world sounded too incredible, especially when hundreds of thousands of people traveled here at the same time. The problem was, these things were known from Uehara Naraku, and it seemed that he didn't need to deceive them now, because hundreds of thousands of players had been directly crushed to the ground by his momentum. If this was a real world, then could these players who had traveled to another world go back? I have known about the existence of this world since 12 years ago. Uehara Naraku looked down at all the players on the ground and continued calmly. At that time, I knew that the Yggdrasil game world was actually connected to another dimensional world and could even bring all the props and abilities of the game world here. So starting from 12 years ago, I created a world-class NPC named after myself and raised my game value to a level that no one could defeat, so that I could maintain absolute suppression in this world. Every player's expression changed. 12 years ago, not long after the Yggdrasil game was launched, the game company suddenly carried out a large-scale update. After that update, a world-class boss of Uehara Naraku began to appear in the game world. Even before the game was shut down, this world-class boss had never been defeated by any player, and there was no existence in the game that Uehara Naraku could not defeat. Later, it was learned that Uehara was the president of the game company. The players also joked that the programmers of the game company created the boss to please the president, and never thought that the tyrannical world boss was actually the body prepared by Uehara Naraku for himself. In order to conquer the world, he had already prepared a strong character for himself. I remember, Bubble Teapot was sweating, and her delicate voice had a hint of fear when I went to the game company. Someone seemed to have mentioned the world-class boss Uehara Naraku was almost completely modeled after the president of the game company. "Don't be afraid." Peroran Sinnoh comforted his sister. Albert looked up at Uehara Naraku floating at the highest point of the Imperial Plaza. So at that time, what he asked the game company to update was not a world-class boss, but a body that the president of the game company wanted to conquer. "Have you started preparing since then?" Cuiulu's expression gradually revealed a little confusion, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, "But what's the point of this? Why does he want to live in another world? Power, life, power, status." Takemi responded calmly and whispered, "Because in the real world, no matter how noble his status is, he can't stand at the top of that world. Only in this lawless area can he rely on his own power to get everything." Takemi's mind is very sharp. He whispered and continued to find reasons for Uehara Naraku. If even our race and profession can be brought to this world, it also means that lifespan will be greatly extended, and he can live forever in this world. If someone gives him a chance to conquer a world and gain eternal life, Takemi doesn't know if he can withstand such temptation. A winner in life, like him, will doubt his inner self involuntarily, not to mention other people. Many people who live in hardship in the real world are already full of regrets at this moment. If the truth was known in advance, those players would definitely keep their level equipment and start a new life in this different world, a life of success. It's a pity. Uehara Naraku looked at the players on the ground and continued calmly, "It's not that there is nothing in the Yggdrasil game world that can threaten me. That is the world-class props that a group of people put out to increase the fun. So I have been secretly planning to take back any world-class props in the Yggdrasil game world that can threaten me to conquer this world until I got the two strongest world-class props, the Eternal Snake Ring and the World Will, and then I met you publicly in the game. And after getting these two props, I began to use you to take back other world-class props until all the world-class props are in my pocket to ensure that this world will not pose any threat to me. The players looked a little regretful. They seemed to have the ability to stop Uehara Naraku, but gradually, because Uehara Naraku's ability was easier to use, they thought of using world-class items to get Uehara Naraku to work for them. Unexpectedly, they became Uehara Naraku's accomplices. During the most brutal guild war, Uehara Naraku received 11 world-class items in one day. There were only 200 world-class items in the entire Yggdrasil, and Uehara Naraku collected at least 99% of them. Even if there were one or two more, it would be impossible for Uehara Naraku to have any harm. The people who regretted the most were undoubtedly the people of Ainzulgan's guild. They were the guild that contributed the most world-class items to Uehara Naraku. In addition to those that were dropped and recovered during the cataclysm, there were 5 or 6 items that were given away on their own initiative. Don't regret it. Uehara Naraku said slowly, because all the activities produced by the game company are all prepared to instruct you to provide me with world-class props as much as possible. In order to get more world-class props, I have been promoting battles among various guilds, and even every battle will let you learn how to use me at that time. You must have been thinking that you could use a world-class boss and be complacent. Right? In fact, that was just to eliminate the last threat. One of the players suddenly looked up and couldn't help laughing at Uehara Naraku and mocked loudly. After saying so much, it's actually just for a few props. It sounds really petty, President Uehara. Ha 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 ha, that's right. This is too stingy. If you had begged us with your status as the president, maybe we would have given it to you with just a wave of our hands. We are really let down. We thought that your game company was trying to take back the world-class props for the sake of game balance. We didn't expect it was just because of your selfish desires. Too stingy. A group of players suddenly started to make noise. It seemed that the first player who took the lead gave them the courage to make a mockery of Uehara Naraku in such a state of being at the mercy of others. They have always been game players. They don't care about world-class props. If the president of this game company just keeps tampering in the game world for his own selfish desires, it would be too contemptible. Nohara Hiroshi. Uehara Naraku looked at the first player who spoke up, not ashamed of his mockery at all, but continued calmly. In July this year, you wanted to quit the game because your company had 17 more goods returned due to quality problems, which made your company lack a large amount of funds due to the pressure of goods. The player's expression showed a trace of panic, because Uehara Naraku read out his real name. What he said was actually happening in the real world. The next moment, his expression became slightly ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Are you investigating me? It's not an investigation. Uehara Naraku shook his head calmly and continued, these goods were supposed to be received by a subsidiary company of a certain group. I just asked them to return them. It has caused a little trouble for your life. After saying this, Uehara Naraku took out his notebook again and began to call out the names one by one. Koizumi-san, the rent, electricity, and property fees have increased a lot. Don't think about it. I asked someone to raise them just to make you quit the game. A player's expression suddenly became speechless. Uehara Naraku continued to read slowly. Suzuki Hiro, the schoolwork in college, should have suddenly become tense. Did your instructor assign you a lot of tasks? Don't think about it. I arranged it, and the purpose is to make you leave the game. Another player's expression became stiff. Uehara Naraku turned over a page and continued to read. Kobayashi Hizo, your parents should be urging you to get married and find a partner again, right? Don't think about it. I specially arranged someone to whisper in their ears just to make you leave the game as soon as possible. Hey, this is too much. A player couldn't help but wave his fist. I'm a very serious non-marriageist. Uehara Naraku didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued to read slowly. Kimura-shigo, if I remember correctly, your business should be getting busier and busier. Don't think about it. In order to keep you busy, I specially asked someone to give your boss a big order and named you to be responsible for it, just to make you leave the game. A player's expression became a little strange, and he even bowed to Uehara Naraku. Although I'm very grateful, but it's not really just to make me leave the game, right? The players in the square became noisy again. Everyone began to involuntarily recall their troubles in real life. Could these things be arranged by Uehara Naraku? But, just to make them leave the game, this is too much trouble. No, this is too much. How can you make trouble for players in the real world, just to make them leave the game? One of the female players stood up suddenly and said loudly, "Hey, Uehara Naraku, my ex-boyfriend broke up with me. This matter is not yours. Don't worry." Uehara Naraku flipped through his notebook and said slowly, "I remember that there are many couples who broke up because the other party had many girlfriends or boyfriends." The expressions of many young men and women in the square could not help but change. Obviously, these people have broken up recently, and many of them are still immersed in the pain of broken love. Thank you, no need to look for it." The female player lay down again with an embarrassed face. The players in the square cast questioning eyes on the female player. Obviously, they didn't need too much explanation. They knew the truth inside. Okay, I don't know how long I'm going to finish reading. Uehara Naraku put away his little notebook, looked at the many players in the square, and his face became gloomy again. "Because your appearance will make this world full of too many uncontrollable things, so I always want you to leave the game. I worked hard to create a catastrophe in the game world, and even arranged everything for you in reality, just to make you leave the game world, so that I can live in peace in this independent world." Uehara Naraku was still chattering. Many players in the square slowly calmed down. Although Uehara Naraku went to great lengths to arrange their lives in order to make them quit the game, this guy didn't seem to do anything bad. Tachimi stared at Uehara Naraku in the air and slowly fell into deep thought. After thinking for a long time, he finally chose to contact Momonga again. The crisis is over. Although Uehara Naraku's conspiracy is a bit scary, I originally thought he was a scary guy, but now it seems Uehara Naraku seems to be a good person. Chapter 606. I really miss the time when we first met. Uehara Naraku seems to be a good person. After receiving this news, Momonga fell into confusion again. What on earth did Tachimi mean by this? What on earth happened over there? However, after Tachimi passed this news to Momonga, he did not continue to answer because the Imperial Square of the Batus Empire where they were was becoming lively again. All the players were discussing the troubles they encountered in real life. Could these troubles be caused by Uehara Naraku? A player touched his chin, turned around and knocked on his friend's shoulder. "My wife wants to divorce me. Could it be Uehara Naraku's doing?" His friend couldn't help but smile awkwardly when he heard this. It should be. You don't go home much at night recently because you are too busy with work." The player rubbed his brows and said with an unhappy face, "I have been socializing a lot recently. Maybe it's Uehara Naraku's doing." "Hey." Uehara Naraku's expression froze, and a strange look flashed across his face. He raised his hand and a flame burned one of the players to ashes. "This guy, it's obviously you who did it. Don't let me take the blame." However, Uehara Naraku solved this problem, but he couldn't solve everyone. Uehara Naraku's forehead kept throbbing. These players obviously gave him a headache. What was wrong with them? Shouldn't they discuss the fact that he, the mastermind, was controlling their real lives? Why did they blame him for all the mistakes? How come these guys felt that if they got out of his control, their lives would become positive again? All the players in the Imperial City Square seemed to have found the meaning of life again. They blamed Uehara Naraku for the difficulties they had been suffering. Uehara Naraku's words did give them the confidence to face life again. If Uehara Naraku hadn't been playing tricks on them, their lives would have been as happy as before. I really don't know where their confidence comes from. Hey, Uehara Naraku, let's log off quickly. Since you know this world, you must know how to leave it. Yes, let's leave here quickly. Hey, but if we leave, who will stop Uehara Naraku? Boss Marion is still waiting for me. Asshole. Don't you want to go home? Of course I want to go back, but Boss Marion is still waiting for me. She's waiting for many people. I live a lonely life, and only Boss Marion's broad mind can bring me warmth. Your loneliness is caused by Uehara Naraku. If it weren't for Uehara Naraku, you would have many good friends. Well, what you said makes sense. The whole square became noisy again. A group of players wanted to argue with Uehara Naraku, but they also argued with the people around them. Hundreds of thousands of players quarreled. Some players hoped that they could continue to stay in this world because they were lonely and unhappy in real life. Some players wanted to go back to the past because they wanted the warmth of home more. There were also some disputes in the Ainzulgan Guild. However, Takumi had already figured out everything. His voice gradually became gloomy. It seems that everything we have is in the hands of the president of the game company. If we want to go back, we can only see what he can do. As a mature adult, Takumi is often very reliable at critical moments. For example, at this time, he was the first to recognize the situation. Albert was a little unhappy. He glanced at Tachimi, the winner in life, whom he had never liked, and snorted coldly, "But what about this world? Who knows if he will really send us back? In this case, why don't we defeat Uehara Naraku first? Didn't this guy say that world-class items can threaten his existence?" Bubble Tea Pot's voice was a little uneasy. "But all the world-class items in this world have been taken away by him, right?" "No, there are 2 more." Albert slowly raised his head, chuckled and said, "The 2 world-class items are actually in the hands of one person, because one of them is a world-class item that can hide all player information, so Uehara Naraku has never found it." "Albert?" Everyone couldn't help but look a little surprised. It sounds like Albert knows the truth. Because Albert is also quite popular in the Ainzulgan Guild. In a sense, he can compete with Takumi, and his personality charm is not bad. "Don't look at me, it's not in my hands." Albert glanced at Takumi and said slowly, "Something happened to our guild at the beginning, so after the last catastrophe, I found the last 2 world-class items, and handed them to a safe person for safekeeping." Takumi fell into silence. Because Takumi once trusted a player too much and pulled him into their guild, but the player stole a world-class item from the Ainzulgan Guild and defected, causing Takumi's prestige to drop sharply. It was from that time, because of Takumi's silence, the good guy in the guild, Mamanga, slowly became the most convinced person by everyone in the Ainzulgan Guild. Of course, there is no conspiracy theory. Takumi has a very good relationship with Mamanga himself. In other words, all members of the Ainzulgan Guild have a good relationship with their leader Mamanga, because that guy is a real goody-goody, but he is unusually persistent in protecting his companions. Tachimi looked at Albert, nodded slowly and said, "It seems that you gave the 2 items to Mamanga." "Indeed, there is no one among us who is more suitable than Mamanga to keep world-class items." "Yeah." Albert nodded and said, "It's just that Jade Record's collecting habit was triggered. It happened that the game was becoming more and more desolate at that time, and not many people paid attention to world-class items. I took the opportunity to get them." Albert looked at Tachimi without any expression and continued aloud, "I gave the 2 items to Mamanga. One of them can conceal any information, even the information of world-class items, so no one has been able to detect it." Tachimi subconsciously questioned, "So you want to defeat Uehara Naraku with world-class items and force this guy to take us home? Do we have to beg him?" Albert snorted coldly and said in a muffled voice, "Think about it clearly, Tachimi. This guy has gained unparalleled power here. Do you think he will care about the attitude of ordinary players like us who have traveled through time? In comparison, Albert believes in power more. Although I don't want to say this." Tachimi shook his head and continued in a deep voice, "But Uehara Naraku's personality is actually not that bad. He is not as bad as we imagined. No, or he is just a guy with a bad taste." Tachimi looked at Albert and continued, "And in the past, it's not that no one has possessed world-class items to defeat Uehara Naraku, and you have seen the results, not to mention our current level and equipment. Indeed, in the game world, there is no shortage of people who defeat Uehara Naraku. However, even if they possess world-class items, it is impossible to defeat Uehara Naraku, who possesses the world will of the 20 series and the eternal snake ring. That's the game world." Albert hugged his arms and said coldly, "This is the real world. No one knows what power the world-class props can exert in the real world. But this may anger him. Then should we go and beg him?" Albert smiled and said, "Maybe if we go and beg him, he may really let us go. He is a radical. How could he be willing to bow his head?" "Maybe." A voice fell into their ears. "Huh." When the entire Ainzulgan Guild heard this voice, their faces couldn't help but change. Uehara Naraku's figure slowly floated down beside the people in Ainzulgan's guild, with a warm smile on his face. "Interesting, I can hear all the sounds in this square." the whereabouts of the two world-class items. An ordinary stick slowly appeared in Naraku's hand, and his smile gradually became more intense. No wonder I couldn't find the two world-class items no matter what. I didn't expect that one of them would be a prop with a concealment function. Albert's face became more gloomy. You are worthy of being a high-level Krypton Guild player. Naraku looked at Albert, and his aura gradually burst out, suppressing Albert and not daring to move. He slowly opened his mouth and continued, I actually said a lot just now, but the most important thing is actually only one thing, that is, only world-class items can pose a threat to me. It seems that you have taken this matter to heart. What do you mean? What he means? Tachimi looked at the trembling Albert and suddenly stood in front of him. I just want to take advantage of this opportunity to see if I can take back the last two world-class items. Those words were a trap. When he said this, Tachimi stared at Naraku and asked in a deep voice, world-class items are actually just a matter of convenience. In addition to taking back world-class items, what else does President Uehara want to do? You are worthy of being the person who gave the first ring of destiny. Naraku said slowly, yes, I need to create a big event so that my name can spread to every corner of the world so that everyone can't help but tremble when they hear my name. Naraku looked at Takumi in a defensive posture and saw the justice descending special effects behind Takumi. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth again before continuing. There is probably nothing more frightening than killing hundreds of thousands of adventurers in the capital of an empire. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This guy summoned all the players for the purpose of killing these hundreds of thousands of players and creating a terrorist massacre. However, Takumi suddenly laughed softly. He seemed to want to suppress his laughter, but he couldn't suppress it after all. Haha. The next moment, Takumi's expression suddenly became solemn, and he said seriously, it's really merciful. Compared to killing hundreds of thousands of civilians in this world in one breath, killing us players who can be resurrected is really merciful enough. Naraku had a strange expression. He couldn't help but asked, you guy, aren't you worried that you won't be able to be resurrected after you die? Of course I'm worried. Takumi smiled and continued calmly, but just now I heard the story of President Uehara controlling the lives of other people. No matter how I think about it, it seems to punish evil and promote good. Takumi chuckled and continued, such a president can't seem to be called a bad person. Maybe your bad taste is indeed unacceptable, but I believe you are not a pure evil person. You are so brave. Naraku couldn't help but sighed softly. Tachimi spread out his palms and continued softly, if possible, before President Uehara creates this big event, I want to leave a message for my friend, hoping that he can also return safely, or he may prefer to stay in this world. You talk first. Naraku hugged his arms curiously. The great tomb of Nazarick. Mamanga finally couldn't sit still anymore. His figure disappeared from the throne room and appeared in the deepest part of the Ainzulgan Guild's treasure house, slowly chanting a spell of the evil god. An empty cell appeared in the treasure house. This cell is one of the world-class items, called the World Rift, which can place any player and any item in it, and no one will find the existence of the World Rift. This item can avoid anyone's prying and attack, and can protect any item from being discovered, but it can only be used as a simple concealment item, and cannot be used to launch an attack. Therefore, this powerful item is not among the 20. Another world-class item that can really be used for attack is hidden in the World Crack item. These two items were found by Albert after the last cataclysm. This is also the trump card that can ensure the safety of all members of the Ainzulgan Guild. Just as Mamanga was about to put away the two world-class items and rush to the capital of the Baharu Empire, Tachimi sent him another message. I really miss the first time we met. Countdown to 3 days. I really want to see my Grim Reaper. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607, In the Name of Ainzulgan. Naraku is here. Bahus Empire, Imperial Square. Naraku floated in the sky again, His palm slowly pressed down on the ground, and a huge pressure began to squeeze the air little by little. At this moment, all the players witnessed Uehara Naraku's true strength, or in their opinion, how did the game company create this powerful boss? Under Uehara Naraku's control, this huge pressure sank little by little, slowly killing the players who couldn't hold on the spot, but it would not affect the entire imperial capital too much. 2 minutes later, more than 100,000 players were lying here dead. After killing hundreds of thousands of players, Uehara Naraku sent their consciousness back to the original game world, allowing them to resurrect there and then log off. This kind of life and death. The players have actually long looked down on it. Think about it, weren't they killed by Uehara Naraku in the game world? Now, it's just going through the process of going home again. The next moment, a black hole appeared in the sky. This black hole constantly sucked the souls of the players from their corpses. As long as they pass through the black hole, they can return to the game world, then log off, and continue to face real life. However, this scene fell into the eyes of the people of the Batus Empire. That is, a nightmare-like demon king appeared in this world. Among these hundreds of thousands of adventurers, there are not only human players, but also many elves, angels, dwarves, etc., but they have no intention of resisting. As witnesses of this massacre, many civilians in the imperial capital were terrified. Many people hurriedly left the vicinity, went home to pack up their things, and tried their best to escape from this prosperous imperial capital. These civilians were afraid that the nightmare would spread to them. In comparison, after being shocked, the emperor of the Batus Empire, Jilkanif, gradually calmed down his emotions, and he quickly came up with a series of coping methods. First, such a demon king who set off a massacre will definitely not be accepted by the entire continent. In the future, there will definitely be a counterattack against Uehara Naraku in various countries across the continent. After all, if he can slaughter hundreds of thousands of powerful adventurers overnight, then he definitely has the strength to slaughter hundreds of thousands of troops overnight. Especially this guy, right in their Bahasu Empire. Let's go and take a look first. Emperor Chilkanifa looked at the figure floating in the Imperial Square, controlling the black hole, to gather the souls of adventurers, with a heavy face, and couldn't help feeling a chill in his teeth. Originally, the Emperor appeared here to recruit the hundreds of thousands of adventurers gathered in the Imperial City, but now the people he wanted to recruit were slaughtered. Even though Jilkanifa was known as the Blood Emperor who was merciless when killing the nobles of the kingdom, at this moment, there was inevitably some panic in his eyes. But, he is the emperor of this empire. For the safety of the imperial capital, this is definitely not the time for him to retreat. The emperor's unwillingness to retreat does not mean that his subjects are willing to die together. Only 3 of the 4 newly appointed knights of the Batasu Empire are still with the emperor. The other one quietly mixed into the crowd and ran away. And the emperor's teacher, the highest official of the Ministry of Magic, Fruda, did not want to go with him, and he even wanted to escape. After all, he is not a simple person. Before he could truly ensure his own safety, Fruda didn't want to get into danger at all, even though he knew that he might be able to get more advanced magic from that dangerous person. Joel. Fruda hurriedly tried to reach out to stop his student, his old face full of fear. Don't go over there at this time. Didn't you see the way that guy killed people just now? It's definitely a magic of level 9 or above, which is more than enough to destroy the entire imperial capital and kill us. Fruda. Jilkanifa frowned, looking at his teacher, with a little impatience on his handsome face. He even called his teacher's name directly. The emperor looked at Fruda and said in a deep voice, at the most dangerous time for the empire, as the emperor of the empire, if you don't try to solve the crisis of the imperial capital, then is there any need for the emperor to exist? I'm different from my brothers and sisters. When his family members seized the throne, they were very happy. However, when the Batus Empire faced a crisis, they didn't hold up at all. Otherwise, Jilkanifa would not have ascended the throne. Well said. Uehara Naraku's slow voice appeared beside them. His palms bulged slightly, and he smiled and said, "This is the attitude that an emperor should have, Your Excellency." Jilkanif's expression became a little heavy. He stared at Uehara Naraku in front of him, and slowly organized his words. It's the Uehara Naraku that these adventurers have been, always. The Uehara Naraku that has been scolding, Uehara Naraku chuckled and said directly what Jilkanov didn't care at all. Your Excellency is very generous. Jilkanov hesitated for a second before praising Uehara Naraku's heart. Looking at the black hole above the Bahus imperial capital, he couldn't help but ask, what is that? That kind of magic ability is on their corpses. That? Uehara Naraku touched his chin and smiled and said, haven't they been ruining my reputation all this time? I will take away their souls and send them to another world to continue to suffer. This is not wrong. For many of these players, life on Earth is far less relaxed and happy than in the other world. Perhaps their only consolation is to tell themselves that the suffering they once endured was all a conspiracy by Uehara Naraku. Now that Uehara Naraku has chosen to stay in the other world and no longer stay on Earth, their lives will definitely get better and better in the future. The Emperor of the Bahus Empire, Jilkanov, didn't know this. The Emperor's expression was slightly stiff, and his face turned pale, but they are already dead. Can't death escape punishment? At this moment, Jilkanov really wanted to take back his words. This person is not generous at all, and he is really stingy. HMM. Uehara Naraku said slowly, no matter what, there is always a price to pay for defaming someone's reputation, right? At this point, Uehara Naraku turned his head to look at Jilkanov, chuckled and said, Your Majesty, if someone says you are stingy every day, what will you do? Of course I forgive. Before Jilkanov finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that the man in front of him was a stingy guy. It seems a bit inappropriate to show off his generosity in front of a stingy guy. No, it's very inappropriate. Especially when the man in front of him has the power to kill everyone in the imperial capital at any time. Jilkanov's face suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, of course I choose to listen to the advice you gave me. Uehara Naraku's smile gradually solidified. The next moment, Uehara looked at Jilkanov with a serious face, and suddenly smiled again. That makes sense. It seems that we will have a lot of common topics to talk about. This emperor seems to be interesting. No wonder in the original history, after the emperor led his empire to contact the great tomb of Nazarick, he immediately reached a cooperation with the Bone King Ainzulgan. And in the future history, he also obeyed the magic kingdom founded by the Bone King Ainzulgan, in exchange for the protection of the Baharu Empire by the Bone King Ainzulgan. No, now he should not be called the Bone King. He should be called the empty nestled bone flying squirrel. Even though Uehara Naraku made a mess of the world, Flying Squirrel finally became an empty nestled bone, and his friends still chose to leave here. But before leaving, Takemi arranged everything for his friends. It must be said that Takemi seems to understand Uehara Naraku very well, perhaps because these alien players themselves have a certain chaotic nature. Takemi and Uehara Naraku made a promise. This is a very interesting promise, and it is also a choice opportunity left by Takemi for his good friend Flying Squirrel. If Momonga can see through the essence of the promise, from now on, Momonga will live very happily in the great tomb of Nazarick in this different world. This promise is a puzzle. As long as Momonga can crack it, the great tomb of Nazarick, Momonga still feels a little confused. In fact, he has been in a confused state today. Takemi left the last sentence about missing the scene of their first meeting, and no message came from him again, and even the contact signal was interrupted. So far, Momonga still seems to be unclear about what Takemi and the other members of Ainzulgan experienced in the capital of the Baharu Empire. Anyway, Takemi only left 3 paragraphs. The first message directly pointed out that Uehara Naraku was a conspirator, and everything was controlled by Uehara Naraku behind the scenes. The second message, but changed the statement, suggesting that Uehara Naraku seemed to be a good person. The third message, why is it a bit like a dying will? Momonga is a little confused, but this does not delay what he wants to do. Flying Squirrel immediately tried to get the NPCs at the guild's residence to go and get the news, because they still had a lot of game coins in their warehouse, and even if they were killed by Uehara Naraku, they could use the coins to revive. 3 days later, Flying Squirrel got the news from outside. The entire different world continent has spread a shocking news that a man named Uehara Naraku brazenly launched a killing spree, killing hundreds of thousands of adventurers, and the corpses filled the imperial square of the Bahus Empire. This news made everyone tremble, because the Kingdom of Restige, the Bahus Empire, and the Sicilian theocracy have all realized the power of these adventurers who suddenly appeared. Originally, they wanted to use this group of adventurers to supplement their national strength, but these adventurers were slaughtered overnight. Uehara Naraku's reputation spread throughout the continent in just a few days. The fear of this demon king began to spread throughout the continent. The massacre of hundreds of thousands of people overnight made no one dare to imagine such a thing. This is equivalent to the population of a city. What is even more terrifying is, the news from the Bahus Empire is that Uehara Naraku not only killed these people, but also took away their souls directly. Even if the resurrection skills are used, these adventurers cannot be resurrected again. Moreover, after witnessing Uehara Naraku's fear with his own eyes, Jilkanif, the emperor of the Bahus Empire, chose to surrender to Uehara Naraku. The largest empire on the continent chose to surrender to the Demon King. It is too disappointing for other kingdoms. The Great Tomb of Nazarick. After Momonga got this news, he fell into decadence. All his friends left in the Bahus Empire's imperial capital incident. Even he didn't know whether they died or returned to the real world. However, no matter which situation, it was not something worth being happy about for Momonga. Since they traveled to the other world, Momonga felt more and more that in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, their friends were like family. Now, they all left. In addition to Momonga, the NPCs of the entire Great Tomb of Nazarick were also full of pain, and their creators also left this world. The entire Great Tomb of Nazarick fell into despair. However, after only one day of silence, Momonga quickly thought of a solution. He summoned most of the NPCs in the throne hall and announced that he would use the name of Ainzulgan. We don't know if Tachimi and the others are really dead. Momonga held his hand bones and said in a deep voice, we don't know if they will be resurrected in a corner of this world. So we have to find a way to find their traces and see if we can find them back. Lord Momonga, don't call me by that name. Momonga slowly clenched his scepter, and his bones creaked. Even if Tachimi and the others are really dead, I will pass on the name of Ainzulgan forever. They really existed in this world. I will take revenge on Uehara Naraku in the name of Ainzulgan. Even if this revenge may end in failure, I will never hesitate to kill or injure anyone. Yes. Albedo slowly lowered her head. Every NPC slowly lowered their heads. Since Momonga is the guildmaster of Ainzulgan, the respect these NPCs have for him is second only to their creator. Momonga raised his head abruptly, and a red light flashed in the eye sockets of his skull. Then, from today on, I will change my name to Ainzulgan, and I will replace Tachimi and the others in this world. Just as Momonga was about to propose to replace his companions and act in this world under the name of Ainzulgan, a panicked voice came over. Lord Momonga, Shaltier, the caretaker on the first 3 floors of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, conveyed the news to them with a horrified face. Uehara Naraku is here. Countdown 2 days. The Death God preview. Who will be in Kabuto Yakushi's orphanage? Chapter 608. This is not a game. You don't have to follow the process here. Uehara Naraku is coming. This sentence is a bit like crying wolf, which makes the entire Great Tomb of Nazarick nervous. Every NPC can't help but recall the past, when Uehara Naraku crushed them. Momonga's voice was slightly stuck. He was just about to announce his next plan, when he was interrupted by Shaltier's words. At this time, what should Uehara Naraku do when he comes to the Great Tomb of Nazarick? Although it is unknown how much of Uehara Naraku's combat power is preserved after he traveled to this world, from the fact that he slaughtered hundreds of thousands of players without any pressure, it seems that there should be no problem in dealing with the entire Great Tomb of Nazarick. Momonga was silent for a while and immediately thought of a solution. He said in a deep voice, for the time being, hide in the world gap and don't let anyone find out where we are. World gap. This hidden world-class item is the trump card of their Ainzulgan guild. As long as they hide in the world gap, they will never be discovered by Uehara Naraku. The last step agreed upon by Momonga and Albert. Even if they encounter any danger in this world, their Ainzulgan guild can be preserved intact. As for Shaltier, Momonga thought for a while and said in a deep voice, we can revive her after Uehara Naraku leaves. Fortunately, there are still a lot of game coins in the guild warehouse. As Momonga opened the gap in the world, he took Albedo, Aura, Mare, Sebastian and others to hide in it, and chanted the spell again, to hide the gap in the world. After a while, a sound of footsteps appeared in the throne room. Naraku walked in with a fully armed Shaltier, as if he was carrying a chicken, and he threw the vampire ancestor to the ground. Naraku touched his chin, and looked around the throne hall. Is he hiding? He can hide to this extent. This kind of game props are troublesome. I don't know what the planners of those games were thinking. They actually developed such buggy props. They can even come up with such a property as absolute concealment. A crazy smile flashed across Shaltier's face, and she looked at Naraku with disdain. You have killed 40 supreme beings including Lord Piror and Sino, and you still want to hurt the last supreme being? Don't dream. That was said wrong. Say it again. Naraku leaned over and squatted beside Shaltier and said slowly, everything I do is for the peace of this world. Why do you make me sound like a villain? Ha 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 ha. That's really funny. The smile on Shaltier's face became even crazier, as if she had heard a big joke. How can you, who once launched a catastrophe that destroyed the world, claim that you are working for the peace of the world? Ha 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 ha. After these NPCs awakened their wisdom, they did become much more lively than before. At least in the game world, Shaltier would never dare to speak so harshly and mock, and would only speak according to Piror and Sino's settings. Now Shaltier really looks like a living person, and she was generated according to Piror and Sino's settings. A lolly who should have a contrasting cuteness in Piror and Sino's mind, but her real body is a monster. Forget it. Naraku sat on the seat in the throne hall and said slowly, then let's start playing an interesting game. Huh. Shaltier's eyes flashed with confusion. The next moment, Shaltier's face flushed, and she suddenly clamped her legs together, holding her hands tightly against her chest, and said with disgust, after getting nothing, you finally covet my body? You actually want to vent your anger on me as a trophy here? Shut up. Naraku's face darkened. Those guys in the Ainzulgan guild created some weird NPCs, but they were not judged as illegal at the beginning. It was really that the system of the game company was too lenient. Piror and Sino who created Shaltier. I should have banged him earlier. Just as Naraku was also disgusted with Shaltier, Momonga and a group of NPCs in the world gap also hid inside and observed them outside. Humph. Albedo snorted coldly and said with displeasure, Shaltier, that bitch gets excited whenever she thinks of something. Everyone's face was slightly embarrassed. Even Aura, who is also a woman, was a little speechless. Momonga's expression was slightly strange, and he seemed to have grasped the point subconsciously. Wait, why do you need to use also? Hate it, Master Momonga. A blush flashed across Albedo's face. She glanced at the people around her, slowly approached Momonga, and whispered, Master Momonga, if they are outside, should we also? Momonga's jaw and forehead froze in astonishment. I almost forgot. When the Jade Record created Albedo, she was set up as a bitch who could talk dirty naturally, no matter what topic was discussed. Unfortunately, Momonga is an undead player. He has only a skeleton body. The next moment, just when Momonga was shamelessly shy, a ball of light suddenly appeared on his body. This was the light of a buff. Forced calmness. No matter what happens, you can calm down. Even if he thought of something embarrassing, he could calm down in an instant and directly enter the state of a sage without desires. This passive skill is still there. Momonga felt relieved, and the next moment his voice became serious and solemn again. Okay, now let's see what Naraku wants to do. Inside the throne room, Naraku took out an hourglass from his body, slowly placed it on the table, and said softly, Time hourglass, a world-class item, can control the time around us to accelerate. Naraku looked at Shaltier and continued to explain, this time hourglass can compress a year into 1 minute at most, and can continue to compress for 2 hours. In other words, when we stay here for 2 hours, the outside world and the ground where he is will become what it will be like 120 years later. Let's see if he will appear 120 years later. 120 years. Shaltier's expression was slightly surprised. The next moment, Shaltia seemed to have heard a funny joke and couldn't help but say, ha 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 ha, it's really interesting. Do you want to compete with Lord Mamanga, who is an undead, for your lifespan? No. Uehara Naraku shook his head slowly and said leisurely, I was just thinking, even if he is an undead, psychologically, as an ordinary human, staying in one place all the time, wouldn't it be too boring? Shaltia hesitated for a while, as if she didn't understand this. She frowned and asked, why did you come to Nazarick? A promise. At this point, Uehara Naraku slowly continued, before Tachimi left, he made a promise with me. He said that he believed that Mamanga would be able to escape from my threat, so I came here to fulfill our promise. Shaltia fell silent. And in the world gap, Mamanga and a group of NPCs finally experienced the feeling of passing the day like a year. They have been in the world gap for an unknown period of time. Even a clock was placed specifically for timing. In the time it took Uehara Naraku and Shaltia to say a few words, the clock hands had already moved for a long time. They had been hiding in the gap of the world for more than a year. However, Mamanga was unusually calm. As an undead, he didn't need to eat or rest. He just needed to stay in the gap of the world and practice his magic. It didn't matter to other NPCs. No matter which NPC, they all had a long lifespan. Of course, boredom was inevitable. It took them more than a year to finish listening to the conversation between Uehara Naraku and Shaltia. This was the most uncomfortable part for them. Promise. Mamanga finally spent a year listening to Uehara Naraku's words. He seemed to be deciphering a code, recording every character he heard in a year, and spelling out all the words bit by bit. A group of NPCs also surrounded Mamanga. Judging from the meaning alone, it seems very easy to understand. That is, Uehara Naraku and Tachimi made an agreement. Tachimi believes that Mamanga can escape from danger and solve the threat brought by Uehara Naraku. This point feels a little unreal. Because Tachimi, the strongest fighter in the entire Ainzulgyan Guild, has no way to deal with Uehara Naraku, why would he believe that Mamanga can solve it? To be honest, Mamanga thinks that the way to escape from the threat of Uehara Naraku is to hide in the gap of the world until Uehara Naraku leaves the Great Tomb of Nazarick. The problem is, this guy actually has a world-class item like the time hourglass in his hand. This means that while Uehara Naraku stayed in the Great Tomb of Nazarick for 2 hours, they had to experience 120 years of boredom. No, that's not right. After all, Uehara Naraku had already obtained 198 world-class items. No matter what he took out, it would be normal. This means that he, a level 10 undead player, holding 2 world-class items, one of which is a hidden item with no combat power, is fighting against a top world boss holding 198 world items. It's impossible to win this kind of thing. Just as Flying Squirrel was still thinking hard, Sebastian suddenly said beside him, Supreme Flying Squirrel, since Lord Tachimi chose to believe you, did he leave any message for you? As the creator of Tachimi, Sebastian chose to believe his creator unconditionally, and naturally wanted to speculate through the few words left by Tachimi. Yes. Mamanga nodded slowly, and said in a muffled voice, the first message is that everything is Uehara Naraku's conspiracy. Whether it is us coming to this world or anything else, everything should be his conspiracy. The second message means that Uehara Naraku is a bad guy. Although he has done some bad things, he seems to be a good person. The third message is that I miss the scene when we first met these messages. It seems that there is no effective information at all. Sebastian was silent for a while, slowly looked at Mamanga, and continued, so, Mamanga-sama, do you still remember the scene of your first meeting with Master Tachimi? Of course I remember. Mamanga nodded, touched his jaw with his finger bones, and began to recall. That was also the first time I met Bubble Teapot. She clamored to test her defense, and we were killed by Uehara Naraku in seconds. Later, when we were at the resurrection point, we met Tachimi, who was also being hunted by Uehara Naraku, but because Tachimi had a world-class item on him, and Uehara Naraku blocked our resurrection point. In the end, when he said this, Mamanga's voice slowly stopped. At this moment, Mamanga seemed to have remembered something. Under the surprised gaze of a group of NPCs, Momonga was still slowly thinking, but he couldn't make up his mind what to do, whether to choose to believe Tachimi, or to choose to continue hiding. After a long time, Momonga began to chant his own spell. Just when a group of NPCs wanted to stop Momonga and prevent him from taking risks, Momonga waved his hand to stop them and said softly, "You don't know the story inside. Don't stop me. I will always believe in my friends." Even though Takemi once trusted others too much, which eventually led to the loss of their world-class items and caused huge losses to the entire Ainzulgian guild. From then on, Takemi became silent and lost his voice. Or from that time on, Takemi gradually spent less and less time online. He wanted to leave the game more, not because of family reasons, but because he lost the trust of other friends in the Ainzulgian guild. The world gap opened. Momonga walked out of the world gap by himself, took out another world-class item, gestured to Uehara Naraku, and slowly threw it on the ground. This is. Uehara Naraku's face darkened. This is the mechanism of the world boss Uehara Naraku in the Yggdrasil game. Only when the player throws a world-class item on the ground will Uehara Naraku stop attacking. The next step is to trade a world-class item. Idiot. This is not a game. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but hold his forehead. Momonga's expression was stunned for a while, as if he felt that he had guessed wrong. Just when he was a little panicked, Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed. "Your ring of destiny." Uehara Naraku slowly reached out and took out a ring from his body and handed it to the Momonga in front of him. "Okay, this is not a game world. We don't have to go through the process. This agreement, you win." According to Uehara Naraku's setting, as long as you hand over 2 world-class items to Uehara Naraku, you don't have to worry about his attacks anymore. This is a guarantee that Albert and Tachimi cooperated to keep Momonga. One day countdown. In fact, today is equivalent to the end. Chapter 609, the end of Bone King, the beginning of a new world, the person taking the blame. Uehara Naraku took away the last 2 world-class items of the Ainzulgian guild and gave Momonga a ring of destiny. This deal was a very good deal. For Momonga, this deal was also very good. At least in his opinion, he didn't have to worry about Uehara Naraku coming to trouble them in the future. Momonga carefully put the ring of destiny on his finger bones, looked at Uehara Naraku and asked, "Are Tachimi and Albert still alive?" "Yes." Uehara Naraku nodded indifferently, put away the world-class items, and said softly, "If you want to meet them, maybe you will have a chance in the future. This world will soon be connected to the game world." "Connected?" "Yes." Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and explained in a low voice, "It's just that we have to wait until the game company completely produces NPCs to maintain the order of this world, and when future players come again, they must be downgraded. Otherwise, this world will become a paradise for players to do whatever they want. As long as Uehara Naraku collects this other world, he will reconstruct a new world tree, placing the player's Earth, the 9 worlds in the game, and the other world in the same galaxy in the black hole universe. Now the last 2 world-class items are in hand. The fear brought by the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of adventurers has also spread to the entire other world continent. After the main task is completed, Uehara Naraku will take action to collect the other world into the black hole universe. This welfare task has finally come to an end. Just the player's Earth, the 9 worlds, and the most important other world, plus 200 world-class items, have greatly increased Uehara Naraku's world power. World power. Uehara Naraku glanced at his numerical panel and frowned slightly. 80 million world power should be enough. The next world is for the soul world. It seems that I need to think of a way to prepare well. Black hole universe. In the depths of this universe, Uehara Naraku opened up a secret divine domain area. The black hole in the divine domain area slowly opened an entrance, and one figure after another slowly walked in. How is the pirate world being handled? Uehara Naraku glanced at Kabuto Yakushi, who was at the front. It's on the right track. Kabuto Yakushi spread out his palms, chuckled and said, "Akatsuki represents the highest status in the world, and no one will dare to resist Akatsuki's rule." After saying this, Kabuto Yakushi looked at the figures around him, and his smile became deeper and deeper. "It seems that I'm the first to catch up with Lord Naraku, because except for him, There are people who are reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation all around. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Goldie Roger, Edward Newgate. There is no living person in the entire Akatsuki organization. Of course, Kabuto Yakushi would not believe that Uehara Naraku wanted to kill him for the impure world reincarnation, because he knew his boss very well, and this boss would never attack his own people. If he did not betray Uehara Naraku, he would definitely be able to see a more majestic scenery. According to Kabuto Yakushi's speculation, Uehara Naraku did not summon other people, which means that in Uehara Naraku's heart, only he is useful for Uehara Naraku's future plan. After all, only Kabuto Yakushi himself performs best in the pirate world. To put it bluntly, Kabuto Yakushi has long realized that the gap between them, the members of Akatsuki, and Uehara Naraku will become larger and larger, so he will try every means to catch up. Well, you can say that. Uehara Naraku tilted his head and said softly, because in the next world I may need some dead souls, and it happens that what you are best at is the technique of impure world reincarnation, and you have a group of impure world members in your hands. Because the next world to go to is the world of death gods. And in that world, the impure world ninjas in Kabuto Yakushi's hands are the most suitable to survive in that world. As long as they can absorb spiritual power and become death gods, they can be transformed into a group of powerful fighting forces. Hearing what Uehara Naraku said, Kabuto Yakushi's face suddenly became serious. He looked at Uehara Naraku and said softly, "Sir Naraku, can you tell me a little about the secrets of the power of that world?" Uehara Naraku frowned and nodded. "It's a little complicated. Their power is very strange. The mainstream power is to use spiritual power to transform into Zanpakuto. This exchange took a long time." With Uehara Naraku's explanation, Kabuto Yakushi gradually got a general idea of that world. Kabuto Yakushi's mouth suddenly smiled. "Sir Naraku, if you want to use the dead souls to practice, I think maybe Lord Orochimaru can help you." To be honest, Uehara Naraku and Kabuto Yakushi are not very good to Orochimaru. All along, Orochimaru just wanted to study his own things, but Uehara Naraku would plot against Orochimaru from time to time, forcing Orochimaru to resist. However, every time he resisted, he fell into Uehara Naraku's control. Until the end, Orochimaru still couldn't escape the fate of becoming a chess piece. If possible, Kabuto Yakushi hopes to save Orochimaru. At least he doesn't have to spend his whole life in a dark place like Ryochi Cave. Until now, Orochimaru still has no body. Orochimaru couldn't do his favorite research, and could only use chakra to protect his soul every day, to survive in the Ryochi Cave. As Kabuto Yakushi, who had been taken care of by Orochimaru, naturally wouldn't want another person he respected to live such a miserable life. Orochimaru? Uehara Naraku frowned, and began to recall the scene when he first met Orochimaru. He finally sighed slowly. "I know, Kabuto, but our trip this time will be very hard." "It doesn't matter." Kabuto Yakushi smiled, and shook his head, and said softly, "Lord Orochimaru once told me that he is no longer the same person he used to be. As for the research on the soul alone, I believe Lord Orochimaru will be able to help Lord Naraku. Then let him come too." Uehara Naraku nodded and said softly, "Maybe this time you will have to endure hundreds or even thousands of years of loneliness. That world doesn't have much concept of time." Kabuto Yakushi was not wrong. Orochimaru is indeed useful, and he seems to know a lot about souls. Anyway, there is no such thing as too many researchers like Orochimaru. Death God is a new world. The more people, the better. And, if nothing else, it is more convenient to let Orochimaru take the blame. Chapter 610 The Secret of the Uehara Clan. Whose student goes out with a guard? Matsumoto Rangaku would not really continue to talk along the lines of Uehara Naraku. She still remembered the solemn look on Ichimaru-jun's face when he mentioned Uehara Naraku. They must not bring disaster to the director of their orphanage, Kabuto Yakushi, and must not leave any excuse for the Uehara family to attack director Kabuto Yakushi. Shibaraishin didn't have so many concerns. He didn't care about his vice captain's eyes at all. He patted Uehara Naraku on the shoulder and said, "It would be great if little Naraku could come to the 10th division after graduation." When Shibaraishin said this, he touched his chin and said, "And Rangaku just found a good little guy. If little Naraku can come, we will have 2 talented newcomers." "Captain, don't talk nonsense." Matsumoto Rangaku's forehead couldn't help but jump. Everyone knows that this is impossible. Because all the top leaders knew very well that according to Uehara Naraku's status, if he could not become the captain, because of his cowardly personality, he would most likely join the 1st Division led by the Captain General Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni himself. "I'm sorry, Mr. Naraku, our captain is so rude." Matsumoto Rangaku clasped his palms together, slowly bowed his head towards Uehara Naraku, and saluted to apologize. "We still have to carry out the mission, so we can only say goodbye for the time being." "Then, goodbye." Uehara Naraku smiled and waved his palms, and walked into the Soul Society with 2 guards, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. On the high tower of the Soul Society, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni stood here. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni is the pinnacle of the entire Soul Society's Shinigami, not only referring to his status, but also to his power. He is the most powerful Shinigami in the entire Soul Society. Zanpakuto Ryujinjaka. It is said to be able to burn everything in the world. If this old man were to unleash his fire type Zanpakuto, the entire Soul Society might not be enough for him alone. This old man is definitely the strongest god of death in Soul Society. On the high tower of Suritoi, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni looked at the 3 people, Uehara Naraku, who were slowly walking in from afar, closed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help muttering, "The little guys seem to get along better than we thought." "Yeah." A figure walked up to Yamamoto Shijakuni, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, chuckled and said, "You have seen this since Lord Naraku entered school. Although my relationship with the Uehara clan is very tense, I have to say that Lord Naraku's kindness really doesn't make people feel any hostility." Yakushi Kabuto. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni turned his head slightly, looked at the silver-haired young man beside him, frowned slightly. "I hope you really think so." Uehara Naraku seems to have encountered several assassination attempts during this period of time. "I don't know about such things." Yakushi Kabuto shook his head quickly, chuckled and asked in return, "Captain General, are you doubting me? I have no reason to hurt someone who is willing to show kindness to me. It's better this way." Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni's eyes suddenly opened, and a powerful spiritual pressure emanated from his body, suppressing Kabuto Yakushi, and preventing him from making any movement. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni's voice gradually became sharper, and he continued in a deep voice, "A slow-witted person like me has already sensed the undercurrent of Soul Society. The only ones who master the impure world reincarnation technique are you and Uehara Naraku. That's really out of the question." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, smiled and continued to explain, "Didn't the heads of the previous generations of the Uehara clan also master the impure world reincarnation technique?" "No." A sharp light flashed in Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni's eyes, and he continued in a low voice, "As a member of the Zero Division, you should know the secrets of the Uehara clan. There has always been only one god of death in their clan, after they reach adulthood." Kabuto Yakushi's expression remained unchanged, and he slowly spoke for Yamamoto Shijakuni. "Yes, the secret of that clan. The reason why each generation of the Uehara clan's heads have a short lifespan, but are powerful is because they have a kind of inherited secret technique. Every generation of the head of the Uehara clan will sacrifice their souls and seal their spiritual power in the god of death of their closest bloodline after their descendants come of age, so that their descendants can gain powerful strength as soon as possible, thus protecting their clan status as a wealthy family forever. So, for a long time, the Uehara clan has almost only had one real member, and the other thousands of god of death, and even the 13 dead attendants, are all just servants of the Uehara clan. As for the inheritance secret of the Uehara clan, a little guy named Urahara Kisuke discovered a fragmentary forbidden technique manuscript left by Orochimaru many years ago. There are only the effects of forbidden techniques on it. It was this fragmentary manuscript that made the high-level officials of the Soul Society realize that the Uehara clan might be using this inheritance secret. At that time, the entire high-level officials of the Soul Society were almost scared. They never thought that the heads of the Uehara clan dared to sacrifice everything for their family. Just with this courage, it is no wonder that they can become the most prosperous wealthy family in the Soul Society. Originally, this secret could be used. Unfortunately, the marriage and childbearing of the head of the Uehara clan are all secrets. Before the Uehara clan announced the change of the head, almost no one in Soul Society knew whether the head of the Uehara clan was married or had children, and no one knew whether the head of the Uehara clan had children. The clan seemed to know their weaknesses. This also made it difficult for people to make any moves against the Uehara clan. Unfortunately, after Uehara Naraku succeeded as the head of the family, he did not master the spiritual power he had inherited, and began to exercise the power of the head of the family. This gave the scoundrels an opportunity to act. Now hearing Kabuto Yakushi talking about the secrets of the Uehara clan, Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni frowned more and more tightly. He spoke in a cold voice, and took over Kabuto Yakushi's words. Uehara Naraku does possess the spiritual power accumulated by the Uehara clan for thousands of years. However, according to our observations, it will take some time for him to quickly begin to awaken and master the spiritual power in his body. According to his talent, at that time he may at least gain power beyond the captain level. Yeah. Kabuto Yakushi's mouth curled up a smile, and he chuckled. So if you want to assassinate Lord Naraku, this period of time is the most suitable opportunity. That's right. Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni stared at Kabuto Yakushi and said in a muffled voice word by word, if Uehara Naraku is killed, you will be the only one in the entire Soul Society who masters the impure world reincarnation. Only you have the motive to assassinate Uehara Naraku. Only you know the information about Uehara Naraku's weaknesses, and only you as a member of Squad 0 are still active outside. How can I not suspect you? Really? Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and couldn't help laughing. I will transplant the power of the Soul King tomorrow and live in the Soul King Palace from now on. Will Lord Yamamoto still doubt me? Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni fell silent. If Kabuto Yakushi was about to transplant the flesh and blood of the Soul King, he would never appear in the Soul Society again, but would stay in the Soul King Palace to protect the Soul King's body and maintain the balance between the Soul Society and the real world. In this case, it seems that there is no need to be too vigilant against Kabuto Yakushi. Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni hoped that Kabuto Yakushi would really give up the past hatred. Okay. Kabuto Yakushi slowly turned around and left, leaving only the last sentence. You don't need to urge me to transplant the power of the Soul King. I'm very interested in the legendary Soul King. After all, I'm also curious about this immortal power. Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni did not respond. It was not until Kabuto Yakushi left that the old man's expression slowly eased, because Kabuto Yakushi's existence did cause a lot of trouble to the Soul Society. Hundreds of years ago, after Kabuto Yakushi came to Soul Society, he opened an orphanage in Rukange and adopted many street children in Rukange. This orphanage is still in operation. When many street children grew up, most of them entered the Shin Academy of Spiritual Arts and became Shinigami after graduation. If we count only now, Kenpachi Zaraki and the street child Yachirai Kusaka, who were taken in by Kabuto Yakushi, have become the captain and vice captain of the 11th Division. Recently, Jinichimaru and Rangaku Matsumoto have become vice captains, and according to the decision of the Central 46th Office, Jinichimaru will be promoted to the captain of the 3rd Division in the near future. In addition to these captains and vice captains, there are also many young Shinigami who come from this orphanage. This is originally a good thing. This orphanage is very famous in Rukange, and Kabuto Yakushi has become very respected because of this, which makes his prestige in Rukange very high. To put it bluntly, Kabuto Yakushi has represented the will of the civilian group of Shinigami. However, the hundreds of years of conflict between Kabuto Yakushi and the Uehara clan has never been resolved, which makes Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni somewhat worried that these new Shinigami will become tools of Kabuto Yakushi. As long as Kabuto Yakushi is willing to live in the Soul King Palace for a long time, then all the ties between him and the Soul Society will be slowly cut off. Under the gaze of Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni, Kabuto Yakushi walked down the tower and slowly walked on the streets of the Soul Society. He walked very slowly and steadily. This person who almost caused a civil war in the Soul Society. From the back, he is really an ordinary person. Of course, From the front, Kabuto Yakushi is just an ordinary person. The only difference may be that he has been wearing a self-made body. Your Excellency Kabuto Yakushi. Just as Kabuto Yakushi wanted to move forward, a group of Shinigami stopped Kabuto Yakushi. The old man in the lead asked in a deep voice, "Where are you going, Your Excellency Kabuto Yakushi? Your Excellency Sazub?" Kabuto Yakushi's eyes flashed slightly, because the person who stopped him from leaving the Soul Society was Chijiro Suzu, the vice captain of the 1st Division of the Gotei 13, and a good friend of the chief captain, Jinryusei Yamamoto. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and said with a smile, "I want to go to the orphanage in Rukange to see those little guys. Is it not okay?" "Of course." Chijiro Suzu nodded, but still stopped in front of Kabuto Yakushi and continued in a deep voice, "But Lord Uehara Naraku and the two Deadpools seem to be passing through this area. For his safety, this area needs to be temporarily alert." Kabuto Yakushi was silent for a while and suddenly smiled and nodded. "Okay, I see. Then I'll stay here for a while. These guys, are they still worried that he will harm Uehara Naraku before the Nage Sulking Palace?" Kabuto Yakushi looked at a group of alert Shinigami. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually became more meaningful. "What a group of idiots." Tap 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 tap. A sound of footsteps is getting closer and closer. Under the gaze of a group of Shinigami, Uehara Naraku led his two dead servants and walked slowly through the street. When he passed by Kabuto Yakushi and the 1st Division, Uehara Naraku slowly stopped. Uehara Naraku turned around and looked at Kabuto Yakushi, Chijiro Suzuki and others. He slowly tilted his head and squinted his eyes, revealing a sunny and warm smile. "Good afternoon, seniors." The group of Shinigami were a little overwhelmed, because it is rare to see such a polite guy in the Soul Society. This afternoon was indeed very good, Mr. Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but chuckle. He slowly looked at Uehara Naraku and showed an equally warm smile in response to Uehara Naraku. Obviously Kabuto Yakushi was also smiling kindly. However, Chijiro Suzuki was a little nervous in his heart, and he couldn't help but raise Kabuto Yakushi's danger level. How could this guy be gentle to the people of the Uehara clan? "Then I'll leave first." Uehara Naraku looked at Yakushi Kabuto with a sincere look on his face. "If there is a chance, I hope that Mr. Yakushi Kabuto can take the time to visit our clan and eliminate the unpleasantness between us in the past." The attitude of this young family head is really very humble. However, his sincere invitation did not get the response he wanted. "That's really a pity, Mr. Naraku." Yakushi Kabuto supported his glasses frame, and a ray of light flashed on his lenses. "Tomorrow I will go to a secret place to practice for a long time. There will probably be no chance for us to meet again in the future. Is that so?" Uehara Naraku showed some regret on his face. He slowly sighed and then nodded. "Then, I'll take my leave first." After that, Uehara Naraku nodded to Chijiro Suzuki and a group of Shinigami of the first team, and even said goodbye to them one by one, and then slowly left with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, the two Deadpools. What a polite little guy. Suzuki Chijiro looked at Uehara Naraku's back and couldn't help but praise him in a muffled voice, except for the kindness that the little guy shouldn't have too much of. In every other aspect, he seems to be an impeccable genius god of death. "Yeah, I think so too." Yakushi Kabuto narrowed his eyes, smiled and nodded. Chapter 611, a too-kind young death god. Under the sky, a strange monster tore the sky apart. This strange monster stretched out its body and slowly fell to the ground, step by step walking towards a residential house on the ground, and jumped up to break into the residential house to kill. The ordinary people in the residential house could not see its figure at all, and these humans did not realize that death was about to befall them. This is a creature from the cracks of the dimensional world, evolved from the human soul, a monster called Hollow. The body of this Hollow looks like a monkey, but its body is very large. There is a symbolic hole in the chest, representing the emptiness in their hearts, and there is also an inherent skeleton mask on the face. Because Hollow is a strange soul monster, humans who are still alive in the world cannot see Hollow, and they can't escape the attack of Hollow at all. Only a few people can see the existence of Hollow. For example, some humans with strong spiritual power in the world. This kind of human is very rare. In comparison, there are more creatures that can see Hollow, that is, the mortal enemy of Hollow, the death gods from the Soul Society. Wherever Hollow appears, there will almost certainly be the appearance of death gods. Just as this strange virtual rushed into the house, a figure in a white uniform suddenly appeared in front of the virtual and kicked the monster away. The virtual struggled to stand up again, slowly lowered his head, and looked at the figure in the white uniform, and his voice was suddenly full of disgust. "It's you, a bunch of death gods again. You are really like a group of bugs in a puddle." Just as the virtual wanted to continue to curse, it saw the boy in the white uniform, and it suddenly laughed, as if it had discovered something new. Oh. Let me see, isn't this a little Shinigami who hasn't graduated from school yet? The Hollow suddenly rushed in front of the figure in white uniform, and said arrogantly, "Oh. Have I killed all the Shinigami in Soul Society? You sent a little kid here?" "No." The boy in white uniform shook his head slowly and said calmly, "It's just a graduation exam, and I happened to be assigned here." The next moment, the figure of the boy turned and disappeared on the spot and appeared above the Hollow in an instant, and his palm suddenly stretched out to grab the mask of the Hollow. So fast, the body of the Hollow stiffened instantly. Even it didn't expect that this young Shinigami had an unimaginable speed, faster than anyone it had ever seen. Just when the Hollow was about to struggle desperately, the skeleton mask on its head, which was vital to its life, had been tightly grasped by the boy. "Sorry." The boy's palm tightly grasped the mask of the Hollow and said calmly, "Don't let your heart be empty anymore. Go back to your original self. This world is not as bad as we think. I will perform the most complete soul burial ceremony for you." "Damn, bastard." The Hollow screamed in pain. Once the skeleton mask on the face of a creature like a Hollow is torn off, the spiritual power in the body will quickly lose, which means it will be at the mercy of others. The Hollow waved its claws and tried to tear the boy's chest. Just when the boy was facing the most dangerous moment, a handsome figure appeared beside them in an instant and casually pulled out the Zanpakuto at his waist. A sharp blade flashed, and the Hollow was directly split into two. Obviously this man is killing. If you still can't help but feel a touch of gentle warmth from him when you see his face, I believe he must be a good person. Captain Aizen. The boy's eyes widened involuntarily, looking at the handsome man who suddenly appeared, as if he couldn't believe it. "How come you are here?" "I've always been here." The handsome man showed a gentle smile on his face. He slowly adjusted his black framed glasses and said softly, "I believe that with Naraku's power, you will definitely pass this test, but your temperament is still too kind. This is actually the graduation exam for the young Shinigami. Compared with other candidates, the exam for the young Shinigami is obviously more troublesome, because his identity is extraordinary. Even his examiner is a high-ranking member of the Soul Society. It is Aizen Sasuke, one of the captains of the guard team of the Soul Society's central area, the Soul Society's Soul Society, and the captain of the 5th division of the Gotei 13. If the young Shinigami's battle can satisfy the examiner Aizen Sasuke, he will be allowed to graduate from the Mayo Spiritual Academy and directly join the Gotei 13. Now that the examiner has taken action, this exam should end in failure. I can actually handle it myself. The boy just made an excuse and then lowered his head, as if he was ashamed of his excuse. "Sorry, Captain Aizen. I shouldn't." "It doesn't matter." Aizen Sasuke still had a gentle smile on his face. He looked down at the boy, smiled and said to comfort him, "Naraku, don't be too depressed. You've done a good job. I haven't seen a genius like you who can defeat the enemy in an instant at this age." Is that so?" The boy's face still looked a little ashamed. He clenched his fingers nervously and whispered, "But I was still too cowardly. If Captain Aizen hadn't taken action." "This is not cowardice." Aizen Sasuke smiled and shook his head, patted the boy's shoulder, and continued to explain, "This is kindness. Kindness is a noble character worthy of praise. I have to say." Aizen Sasuke's words are very contagious. Even though the boy knew that kindness was not suitable for a brutal battle, he was impressed by what Aizen said, which made people subconsciously believe it. But the boy seemed to still feel a little guilty. Just as the boy wanted to continue to say something self-blaming, Aizen interrupted him. Naraku, don't blame yourself too much, just do what you want to do. Yes, Captain Aizen. The boy nodded slowly and took a deep breath. After saying this, the young god of death took out a bunch of paper flowers from his body, folded them between his hands, and his expression gradually became solemn. The next second, the paper flowers burned out of thin air. This scene made Aizen's eyes shrink slightly. No matter when, seeing the boy's exquisite use of spiritual power, he would involuntarily feel a little amazed. Even if the boy still has cowardice, that should not appear in the god of death. It does not prevent him from being an incomparable genius. In the light of the burning paper flowers, the boy slowly closed his eyes and whispered a prayer. I hope you will never encounter suffering in your future, and I hope you will have peace in your next life. The boy was praying for the hollow that was killed by Aizen. This behavior seemed a bit childish in the eyes of anyone, especially in the eyes of the death gods who knew the origin and end of monsters like hollows. Aizen Sasuke didn't say anything, but just watched the boy praying calmly, and two lights flashed slightly on his glasses. The paper flowers slowly burned out in the light of the fire. Just after the boy finished praying, a space vortex appeared in the air, and two figures wearing red robes with auspicious clouds emerged from the vortex, and landed in front of the boy. The two ignored Aizen Sasuke next to them. One of them bowed his head respectfully to the boy and whispered, Lord Naraku, we should go back. I know. A hint of helplessness flashed across the boy's face. He looked at Aizen Sasuke next to him and said apologetically, sorry, Captain Aizen, please tell Hinamori Momo and the others that I have to go back first. Yeah. Aizen Sasuke smiled and nodded. After agreeing, he continued with a smile, rest early after you go back. Tomorrow, there should be something good happening. The boy's face suddenly flashed with uncontrollable joy. Because according to the current situation, for the boy, there should be nothing better than passing the exam to make him feel good. As the chief examiner, Aizen Sasuke must pass his assessment. Unfortunately, the boy didn't have time to say some words of thanks, and could only follow the two figures in black robes with auspicious clouds and leave the world. After the boy just left, a young man with short light purple hair walked over slowly. He was Aizen Sasuke's subordinate and the current vice captain of the 5th division, Jinichimaru. Jinichimaru always liked to squint his eyes, as if he couldn't see anything, and people couldn't see his eyes clearly, and couldn't guess what he was thinking. Jinichimaru slowly walked towards Aizen, and he said faintly, according to the current situation, our plan to attack Naraku during the exam seems to have failed. This is what I expected. Aizen Sasuke's face was still calm, but this calmness made people feel cold. He continued casually, after all, Uehara Naraku is the head of the only wealthy clan in Soul Society. Even when he was just taking classes at the Shin Spiritual Academy, he would be protected by the 13 Deadpools, not to mention this exam to be held in the real world. No one could have thought that Aizen Sasuke, who had just saved the boy from the claws of the Hollow, actually wanted to attack the boy in this exam. I really don't know. What would that kind-hearted boy who seemed to be very convinced of Aizen just now feel after hearing the conversation between Aizen and Ichimarujin? Yeah. Ichimarujin nodded indifferently and continued with a smile, and it's more rigorous than we imagined. The 13 Deadpools have also entered the range of Hukomundo. The Great Hollows that may reach the human world and threaten Uehara Naraku have been solved by them. Those Great Hollows were originally victims of temptation. Aizen Sasuke slowly adjusted his glasses and frowned slightly. The only thing that surprised me was that, if we only put aside his talent, Uehara Naraku's performance was a bit too cowardly. Ichimarujin looked at Aizen's actions and seemed to think of someone. Ichimarujin lowered his head and continued with a smile, but Dean Kabuto Yakushi praised Uehara Naraku in person. Since I was a child, I have never seen Dean Kabuto Yakushi praise anyone. Ichimarujin is a street kid in Rukange. It was not until a man named Kabuto Yakushi opened an orphanage in Rukange that Jinichimaru and his childhood friend could grow up safely. Therefore, he respected the director who raised him. Naturally, Jinichimaru was very convinced by what the director said. Of course Kabuto Yakushi likes this cowardly little guy. Aizen still didn't care about Jinichimaru's words, and said softly, according to Uehara Naraku's cowardly character, this little guy is the head of the Uehara clan. It is indeed in the interests of many people in the Soul Society, even us. When he said this, Aizen gently closed his glasses and whispered, "Forget it. Tomorrow I will find a way to assign Uehara Naraku to the 5th division, and we will have more opportunities to kill him. As long as Uehara Naraku is killed." Jinichimaru squinted his eyes and continued slowly, "The Soul Society will immediately cause a chaos, and there is even a possibility that the entire Soul Society will be destroyed." Yeah. A breeze blew by. Aizen Sasuke stretched out his hand, as if to catch the wind. His voice gradually became illusory. "The world is too peaceful, making people feel that this world is too bland and boring. What a dangerous idea." Ichimaru-jin held his Zanpakuto, chuckled and continued, "If that naive and kind little guy Uehara Naraku knew that Captain Aizen, who has been taking care of him all the time, actually wanted to kill him all the time, to stir up unrest in Soul Society, I don't know how sad he would be." Aizen Sasuke shook his head calmly and said softly, "If Uehara Naraku dies under my control, that will be the last lesson I teach him." When he said this, Aizen Sasuke adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. His face became gentle again. "Even if it is the last lesson that can be learned before death, it is a very precious lesson." What an interesting way of saying it. Ichimaru-jin chuckled, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "I will post one chapter first to get full attendance, and then post the rest at 12 o'clock. Did everyone watch the Spring Festival Gala? By the way, please contact Xiaobe in the fully subscribed V group." Chapter 612. Uehara Naraku's identity. As long as Uehara Naraku can be killed, a great turmoil will be set off in the Soul Society. This is not a fabrication, but something that every Shinigami knows, because Uehara Naraku's identity is too special. About thousands of years ago, the Shinigami organization in the Soul Society was still in its infancy, and many Shinigami did not even know how to move around in the real world, until a Shinigami named Orochimaru developed a forbidden technique called impure world reincarnation, which could create a body for Shinigami to move around in the real world. That kind of body will not age, will not be injured, will not be hungry, and can be called the most perfect body. Even the appearance of artificial body technology later was not enough to match the perfect body of impure world reincarnation. However, Orochimaru chose to hand over this forbidden technique to a close friend named Uehara, but he disappeared in the Soul Society. Many people once speculated that Orochimaru might have joined the legendary Zero Division. After all, creating the impure world reincarnation technique, it is indeed possible that the Soul King would allow him to join the Zero Division. Some people also speculated that Orochimaru might have been assassinated by the Uehara clan. Anyway, no matter how you guess, Orochimaru has disappeared from the Soul Society, and Orochimaru's friend Uehara, relying on the arbitrary ability of the impure world reincarnation technique to create a living body for the Shinigami, began to recruit Shinigami as his subordinates. Many Shinigami who obtained bodies through the impure world reincarnation technique gradually became affiliated members of the Uehara clan. A super wealthy clan named Uehara was born in the Soul Society. Perhaps in order to keep a secret, the successive patriarchs of the Uehara clan have only one heir and never appear in front of people, so it is difficult for anyone to see them. However, even so, the Uehara clan has relied on more and more loyal subordinates to become the only wealthy clan in the history of the Soul Society. Even the 1,000-year-old nobles such as Akatsuki and Shifungi are far inferior, and even the Soul Society's Soul Guard 13 dare not ignore the power of the Uehara clan. No. If it's more serious, it should be that the Uehara clan and the Soul Guard 13 can compete with each other. Moreover, for thousands of years, many members of the Uehara clan have joined the Goto 13. Even in addition to those, the Uehara clan also has thousands of Shinigami serving in the clan, and the clan also has 13 dead attendants who are said to be completely comparable to the captains of the Goto 13. However, this also caused many contradictions. Even if the artificial body technology appeared, it could not reach the standard of the impure world reincarnation technique. Due to the excessive strength and suppression of the Uehara clan, most of the Shinigami who did not want to join the Uehara clan in the Soul Society were dissatisfied, which also led to the contradictions between them becoming deeper and deeper. Until hundreds of years ago, a young man named Kabuto Yakushi cracked the impure world reincarnation technique. From then on, the situation in the Soul Society finally began to ease, and the status of the Uehara clan was impacted. Even if their status is still respected, they can never return to the previous supremacy. Unless the Uehara clan kills Kabuto Yakushi and monopolizes the impure world reincarnation technique in their own hands again. If it was the previous head of the Uehara clan, it is indeed very likely that he would kill Kabuto Yakushi, because Kabuto Yakushi has expressed his fear of the previous head of the Uehara clan more than once. If the previous head of the Uehara clan brazenly started a civil war in Soul Society in order to kill Kabuto Yakushi, the enemy who changed their family's status, the result is really hard to say. Many Shinigami in Soul Society have also been melancholy about this issue. If Soul Society wants to clean up the Uehara clan, it means that the Shinigami in Soul Society will suffer huge losses. If the Uehara clan is not cleaned up, the Uehara clan will continue to grow. After killing Kabuto Yakushi, even the captain of the Gotei 13, Jinryosei Shijakuni Yamamoto, does not want the Uehara clan and the Gotei 13 to have any conflict. He hopes that both sides can restrain themselves and continue to live in peace. Even the Central 46th Chamber, the highest council of Soul Society, and even the legendary Zero Division, most people do not want to rashly start a civil war. Fortunately, a young man named Uehara Naraku succeeded as the head of the family. This somewhat naive young head of the family seemed to have been spoiled too much since childhood. He did not pursue the fact that Kabuto Yakushi had cracked the impure world reincarnation technique and took the initiative to integrate the Uehara clan into the Soul Society's Gotei 13. Even Uehara Naraku himself entered the Shin Spiritual Arts Academy to study. This behavior was equivalent to a friendly signal to the political circles of Soul Society. The Central 46th Chamber and Yamamoto Jinryosei Shijakuni naturally accepted it in full and took the initiative to open up various permissions for Uehara Naraku. No matter what spiritual power cultivation secrets, Uehara Naraku can directly read them in the school. Even though Uehara Naraku already has his own teacher, Yamamoto Jinryosei Shijakuni is still willing to personally teach Uehara Naraku how to practice. If possible, Uehara Naraku should have been promoted to captain directly after graduation. As the head of a wealthy family, Uehara Naraku's strength is definitely enough. Unfortunately, his character is too naive and kind. To put it bluntly, his temperament is too cowardly, and it is difficult for him to kill monsters like hollows. This made the Central 46 Chambers and Yamamoto Jinryosei Shijakuni feel a little melancholy. Obviously, they wanted Uehara Naraku to integrate into the Soul Society more than anyone else, but this Uehara Naraku was a little too hopeless. It would be most suitable for Uehara Naraku to join the legendary Zero Division, but unfortunately he was too young, and there were already people who were more suitable than him who joined the Zero Division. Now they can only wait for the passage of time. At least now the Uehara clan has made changes. This is a good thing for all the Shinigami in the entire Soul Society. At least they don't have to worry about the coming of the Civil War. Maybe the Uehara clan will slowly decline in the future, until thousands of years later, they will slowly degenerate into nobles like Kachiki and Shifungion. Yes, even if the Uehara clan's strength continues to decline in the future, it will only degenerate into the upper nobles of the Soul Society. How outrageous is this family? However, at this point in time, the Uehara clan is still looked up to by others. Even though Kabuto Yakushi has cracked the impure world reincarnation technique, it does not prevent the Uehara clan from using the impure world reincarnation ability to absorb the Shinigami who are willing to become the Uehara clan subordinates. Of course, as a relatively equal price, when Kabuto Yakushi cracked the impure world reincarnation technique, he made an agreement with the Uehara clan under the intervention of the Soul Society that he would never disclose the secrets of the impure world reincarnation technique to anyone. In this case, it seems that the Uehara clan is not at a disadvantage. The Uehara clan only needs to be patient for a while, and after Kabuto Yakushi dies, they can continue to maintain their supreme position in the Soul Society with the impure world reincarnation technique. But only some upper level captains know. The Uehara clan must have been fooled. Because hundreds of years ago, after Kabuto Yakushi cracked the impure world reincarnation technique, he was secretly invited to join the legendary Zero Division. As long as the power of the Soul King is transplanted, Kabuto Yakushi will get an immortal body. However, For hundreds of years, it has been an absolute secret that Kabuto Yakushi was invited to join the Zero Division. He did not use the power of the Soul King in order to avoid alerting the Uehara clan. With the death of the previous generation of the Uehara family head and the succession of the cowardly Uehara Naraku, the current Kabuto Yakushi can transplant the power of the Soul King and achieve immortality. This also means the impure world reincarnation technique will no longer be exclusive to the Uehara clan. This world is like an intricate chess game. Uehara Naraku walked on the streets of Rukange with a warm smile on his face, saying words that had nothing to do with his cowardly character. It's really strange. Why does everyone think they can control everything? Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, two of the 13 dead attendants, remained silent. Didn't Uehara Naraku blush when he said these words? Why do the high-ranking officials of Soul Society think they can control everything? Isn't it all thanks to you? Apart from that guy Kabuto Yakushi, I guess only the 13th Deadpool knows very well that the Uehara Naraku in front of him has never been a good person, and his strength is definitely not as weak as it appears now. Moreover, his methods have become more fierce than before. Indeed, compared with the past, Uehara Naraku's methods seem to be more sophisticated. The current Uehara Naraku took advantage of the time difference, just released a reincarnation technique and a group of dead souls, and built a wealthy clan from scratch, and stirred up the entire Soul Society. Speaking of which, Uehara Naraku paused and glanced at Uchiha Itachi. When I was taking the exam in the real world today, what was the situation in the Hukomundo? Someone wanted to murder you. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly and whispered, it's just that they used some inferior methods, which will not cause any threat at all. In fact, someone sent out 17 Gillian level hollows, but in Uchiha Itachi's view, it was indeed just an inferior method. Moreover, before the enemy sent these great hollows to attack Uehara Naraku, Hukomundo had already sent the news to them. And Uchiha Itachi's eyes gradually showed a hint of red, and he continued softly, today, the captain of the 5th division, Aizen Sasuke, seems to want to use illusions on you. Really? Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and chuckled. Then I'm quite looking forward to his mirror flower and water moon. You just hope that I will not be controlled by him. Illusions have always been my worst ability. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito didn't want to talk. Even though Uehara Naraku is the worst at using illusions, the pair of reincarnation eyes above the Sharingan alone are enough for him to see through all illusions. And the reason why Uehara Naraku is not very good at using illusions, because he can directly control the fate of others in reality. He doesn't need the ability of illusions at all. Just as Uehara Naraku and his companions walked to the gate of the Soul Society, the gate of the Soul Society slowly opened, and a group of Shinigami wearing death suits filed out, and each Shinigami involuntarily slowed down their pace. This group of Shinigami was the 10th division that was going out to perform a mission. The leader was the current captain of the 10th division, Aishin Kurosaki. No, now, he should be called Aishin Shiba, and he was a Shinigami with a very cheerful personality. Hey, isn't this little Naraku? Captain. The deputy captain standing next to Aishin Shiba couldn't help but frowned, and whispered to remind him, we should call him Lord Naraku. To be honest, Rangaku Matsumoto didn't like Uehara Naraku, because Rangaku Matsumoto and Jinichimaru grew up in the orphanage of Kabuto Yakushi, and she admired Herdin very much. She also knew the antagonistic relationship between Kabuto Yakushi and the Uehara clan. Naturally, Rangaku Matsumoto would not like the enemy that Kabuto Yakushi was going to face. It's just that the Uehara clan is of high status, and if they are a little too rude, they will arouse the hostility of a group of death gods, and Matsumoto Rangaku doesn't want her captain to get into any trouble. The most important thing is, Dean Kabuto Yakushi and the Chimarujin have reminded Matsumoto Rangaku, when facing Uehara Naraku, no matter what the circumstances, you must never be rude to Uehara Naraku. According to Ichimarujin's explanation, the Uehara clan is powerful, and the children from the orphanage must never offend the Uehara clan anywhere, so as to avoid giving the Uehara clan an excuse to attack Dean Kabuto Yakushi. It has to be said, Ichimarujin's explanation, Matsumoto Rangaku, who respected Kabuto Yakushi very much, immediately remembered it in her heart. It doesn't matter. Uehara Naraku glanced at Matsumoto Rangaku, who was forcing herself to respect him, and spoke softly to calm her emotions. Actually, I don't like these etiquettes either. I'm just an ordinary student in the academy now. Whose student goes out with guards? Matsumoto Rangaku would not really continue to talk along the lines of Uehara Naraku. She still remembered the solemn look on Ichimarujin's face when he mentioned Uehara Naraku. They must not bring disaster to the director of their orphanage, Kabuto Yakushi, and must not leave any excuse for the Uehara clan to attack Director Kabuto Yakushi. Shibaraishin didn't have so many concerns. He didn't care about his vice captain's eyes at all. He patted Uehara Naraku on the shoulder and said, "It would be great if little Naraku could come to the 10th division after graduation." When Shibaraishin said this, he touched his chin and said, "And Rangaku just found a good little guy. If little Naraku can come, we will have 2 talented newcomers." "Captain, don't talk nonsense." Matsumoto Rangaku's forehead couldn't help but jump. Everyone knows that this is impossible. Because all the top leaders knew very well that according to Uehara Naraku's status, if he could not become the captain, because of his cowardly personality, the most likely team he would join should be the 1st division led by the Captain General Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni himself. "I'm sorry, Mr. Naraku, our captain is so rude." Matsumoto Rangaku clasped his palms together, slowly bowed his head towards Uehara Naraku, and saluted to apologize. "We still have to carry out the mission, so we can only say goodbye for the time being." "Then, goodbye." Uehara Naraku smiled and waved his palms, and walked into the Soul Society with 2 guards, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. On the high tower of the Soul Society, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni stood here. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni is the pinnacle of the entire Soul Society's Shinigami, not only referring to his status, but also to his power. He is the most powerful Shinigami in the entire Soul Society. Zanpakuto Ryujinjaka. It is said to be able to burn everything in the world. If this old man were to unleash his fire type Zanpakuto, the entire Soul Society might not be enough for him alone. This old man is definitely the strongest god of death in Soul Society. On the high tower of Suriti, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni looked at the 3 people, Uehara Naraku, who were slowly walking in, from a distance, closed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help muttering, "The little guys seem to get along better than we thought." "Yeah." A figure walked up to Yamamoto Shijakuni, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, chuckled and said, "You've seen this since Lord Naraku entered school. Although my relationship with the Uehara clan is very tense, I have to say that the kindness of Lord Naraku really doesn't make people feel any hostility." Yakushi Kabuto. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni turned his head slightly, looked at the silver-haired young man beside him, frowned slightly. "I hope you really think so." Uehara Naraku seems to have encountered several assassinations during this period of time. "I don't know about this kind of thing." Yakushi Kabuto shook his head quickly, chuckled and asked back, "Are you doubting me, Captain General? I have no reason to hurt someone who is willing to show kindness to me. It's better this way." Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni's eyes suddenly opened, and a powerful spiritual pressure emanated from his body, suppressing Kabuto Yakushi, and preventing him from making any movement. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni's voice gradually became sharper, and he continued in a deep voice, "A slow-witted person like me has already noticed the undercurrent of Soul Society. The people who master the impure world reincarnation technique, there are only you, and Uehara Naraku in Soul Society. That's really impossible to talk about." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, smiled and continued to explain, "Didn't the heads of the Uehara clan in previous generations also master the impure world reincarnation?" "No." A sharp light flashed in Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni's eyes, and he continued in a low voice, "As a member of the Zero Squad, you should know the secrets of the Uehara clan. There has always been only one god of death in their clan, after they reach adulthood." Kabuto Yakushi's expression remained unchanged, and he slowly spoke for Yamamoto Shijakuni. "Yes, the secret of that clan. The reason why each generation of the Uehara clan heads has a short lifespan, but strong strength is precisely because they have a kind of inherited secret technique. Every generation of the head of the Uehara clan will sacrifice their souls and seal their spiritual power in the god of death of their closest bloodline after their descendants come of age, so that their descendants can gain powerful strength as soon as possible, thus protecting their clan status as a wealthy family forever. So, for a long time, the Uehara clan has almost only had one real member, and the other thousands of god of death, and even the 13 dead attendants, are all just servants of the Uehara clan. As for the inheritance secret of the Uehara clan, a little guy named Urahara Kisuke discovered a fragmentary forbidden technique manuscript left by Orochimaru many years ago. There are only the effects of forbidden techniques on it. It was this fragmentary manuscript that made the high-level officials of the Soul Society realize that the Uehara clan might be using this inheritance secret. At that time, the entire high-level officials of the Soul Society were almost scared. They never thought that the heads of the Uehara clan dared to sacrifice everything for their family. Just with this courage, it is no wonder that they can become the most prosperous wealthy family in the Soul Society. Originally, this secret could be used. Unfortunately, the marriage and childbearing of the head of the Uehara clan are all confidential. Before the Uehara clan announced the change of the head of the family, almost no one in Soul Society knew whether the head of the Uehara clan was married or had children, and no one knew whether the head of the Uehara clan had any offspring. The clan seemed to know their weaknesses. This made it difficult for people to do anything against the Uehara clan. Unfortunately, after Uehara Naraku succeeded as the head of the family, he did not master the spiritual power he had inherited, and began to exercise the power of the head of the family. This gave the scoundrels an opportunity to act. Now hearing Kabuto Yakushi talking about the secrets of the Uehara clan, Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni frowned more and more tightly. He spoke in a cold voice and took over Kabuto Yakushi's words. Uehara Naraku does possess the spiritual power accumulated by the Uehara clan for thousands of years. However, according to our observations, it will take some time for him to quickly begin to awaken and master the spiritual power in his body. According to his talent, at that time he may at least gain power beyond the captain level. Yeah. Kabuto Yakushi's mouth curled up a smile, and he chuckled. So if you want to assassinate Lord Naraku, this period of time is the most suitable opportunity. That's right. Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni stared at Kabuto Yakushi and said in a muffled voice word by word, if Uehara Naraku is killed, you will be the only one in the entire Soul Society who masters the impure world reincarnation. Only you have the motive to assassinate Uehara Naraku. Only you know the information about Uehara Naraku's weaknesses, and only you as a member of Squad 0 are still active outside. How can I not suspect you? Really? Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and couldn't help laughing. I will transplant the power of the Soul King tomorrow and live in the Soul King Palace from now on. Will Lord Yamamoto still doubt me? Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni fell silent. If Kabuto Yakushi was about to transplant the flesh and blood of the Soul King, he would never appear in the Soul Society again, but would stay in the Soul King Palace to protect the Soul King's body and maintain the balance between the Soul Society and the real world. In this case, it seems that there is no need to be too vigilant against Kabuto Yakushi. Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni hoped that Kabuto Yakushi would really give up the past hatred. Okay. Kabuto Yakushi slowly turned around and left, leaving only the last sentence. You don't need to urge me to transplant the power of the Soul King. I'm very interested in the legendary Soul King. After all, I'm also curious about this immortal power. Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni did not respond. It was not until Kabuto Yakushi left that the old man's expression slowly eased, because Kabuto Yakushi's existence did cause a lot of trouble to the Soul Society. Hundreds of years ago, after Kabuto Yakushi came to Soul Society, he opened an orphanage in Rukange and adopted many street children in Rukange. This orphanage is still in operation. When many street children grew up, most of them entered the Shin Academy of Spiritual Arts and became Shinigami after graduation. If we count only now, Kenpachi Zaraki and the street child Yachirai Kusaka, who were taken in by Kabuto Yakushi, have become the captain and vice captain of the 11th Division. Recently, Jinichimaru and Rangaku Matsumoto have become vice captains, and according to the decision of the Central 46th Office, Jinichimaru will be promoted to the captain of the 3rd Division in the near future. In addition to these captains and vice captains, there are also many young Shinigami who come from this orphanage. This is originally a good thing. This orphanage is very famous in Rukange, and Kabuto Yakushi has become very respected because of this, which makes his prestige in Rukange very high. To put it bluntly, Kabuto Yakushi has represented the will of the civilian group of Shinigami. However, the hundreds of years of conflict between Kabuto Yakushi and the Uehara clan has never been resolved, which makes Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni somewhat worried that these new Shinigami will become tools of Kabuto Yakushi. As long as Kabuto Yakushi is willing to live in the Soul King Palace for a long time, then all the ties between him and the Soul Society will be slowly cut off. Under the gaze of Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni, Kabuto Yakushi walked down the tower and slowly walked on the streets of the Soul Society. He walked very slowly and steadily. This person who almost caused a civil war in the Soul Society. From the back, he is really an ordinary person. Of course, from the front, Kabuto Yakushi is just an ordinary person. The only difference may be that he has been wearing a self-made body. Your Excellency Kabuto Yakushi. Just as Kabuto Yakushi wanted to move forward, a group of Shinigami stopped Kabuto Yakushi. The old man in the lead asked in a deep voice, "Where are you going, Your Excellency Kabuto Yakushi? Your Excellency Suzube?" Kabuto Yakushi's eyes flashed slightly, because the person who stopped him from leaving the Soul Society was Chijiro Suzu, the vice captain of the 1st Division of the Gotei 13, and a good friend of the chief captain, Jinrai Yamamoto. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and said with a smile, "I want to go to the orphanage in Rukange to see those little guys. Is it not okay?" Of course. Chijiro Suzu nodded, but still stopped in front of Kabuto Yakushi and continued in a deep voice, "But Lord Uehara Naraku and the two Deadpools seem to be passing through this area. For his safety, this area needs to be temporarily alerted." Kabuto Yakushi was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled and nodded. "Okay, I see. Then I'll stay here for a while. These guys, are they still worried that he will harm Uehara Naraku before the Nage Soul King Palace?" Kabuto Yakushi looked at a group of alert Shinigami. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually became more meaningful. "What a group of idiots." Tap 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 tap. A sound of footsteps is getting closer and closer. Under the gaze of a group of Shinigami, Uehara Naraku led his two dead servants and walked slowly through the street. When he passed by Kabuto Yakushi and the 1st Division, Uehara Naraku slowly stopped. Uehara Naraku turned around and looked at Kabuto Yakushi, Chijiro Suzuki and others. He slowly tilted his head and squinted his eyes, revealing a sunny and warm smile. "Good afternoon, seniors." The group of Shinigami were a little overwhelmed, because it is rare to see such a polite guy in the Soul Society. This afternoon was indeed very good, Mr. Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but chuckle. He slowly looked at Uehara Naraku and showed an equally warm smile in response to Uehara Naraku. Obviously Kabuto Yakushi was also smiling kindly. However, Chijiro Suzuki was a little nervous in his heart, and he couldn't help but raise Kabuto Yakushi's danger level. How could this guy be gentle to the people of the Uehara clan? "Then I'll leave first." Uehara Naraku looked at Yakushi Kabuto with a sincere look on his face. "If there is a chance, I hope that Mr. Yakushi Kabuto can take the time to visit our clan and eliminate the unpleasantness between us in the past." The attitude of this young family head is really very humble. However, his sincere invitation did not get the response he wanted. "That's really a pity, Mr. Naraku." Yakushi Kabuto supported his glasses frame, and a ray of light flashed on his lenses. "Tomorrow I will go to a secret place to practice for a long time. There should be no chance for us to meet again in the future. Is that so?" Uehara Naraku showed some regret on his face. He slowly sighed, and then nodded. "Then, I'll take my leave first." After that, Uehara Naraku nodded to Suzuki Chijiro and a group of Shinigami of the first team, and even said goodbye to them one by one, and then slowly left with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, the two Deadpools. What a polite little guy. Suzuki Chijiro looked at Uehara Naraku's back and couldn't help but praise him in a muffled voice, except for the kindness that the little guy shouldn't have too much. He seems to be an impeccable genius god of death in every other aspect. "Yeah, I think so too." Yakushi Kabuto narrowed his eyes, smiled and nodded. The 10th and 12th have merged. Chapter 613 Uehara Castle. The residential area of the Uehara clan. Strictly speaking, this is more than just a residential area. The Shinigami and the Soul Society like to call the Uehara clan's residential area Uehara Castle because it is a city that occupies hundreds of miles in the central location of the Soul Society. The entire city is divided into the inner city and the outer city. Whether it is the inner city or the outer city, the walls are all made of the special product of the Soul Society, the murderous stone. This material can completely isolate the spirit and spiritual pressure, forming a double barrier. If a ghost from Rukange wants to sneak into the Uehara clan city, they must first break through the murderous stone barrier of the Soul Society, and then break through the murderous stone barrier of the outer city of Uehara Castle and the murderous stone barrier of the inner city, before they have a chance to face the current head of the Uehara clan. Whether it is the inner city or the outer city, there will be a team of Shinigami patrolling on the city wall every day, and their duty is to protect Uehara Castle from being invaded. In fact, they are just ordinary guards. Behind the outer city wall is the most prosperous outer city area of Uehara Castle. The entire outer city area covers many facilities such as training grounds, production areas, residential areas, commercial streets, spiritual arts academies, hospitals, etc., and it has become a small cemetery. The entire outer city area is inhabited by all the death gods and their families who have joined the Uehara clan and the Soul Society for thousands of years. Even if some death gods have exhausted their spiritual power and died, their descendants and families are still allowed to live here. Moreover, most of these descendants will enter the spiritual arts academy created by the Uehara clan to study. From a time point of view, the Uehara clan's spiritual arts academy has actually existed longer than the Soul Arts Academy of Saritari. The teachers of the spiritual arts academy will judge, based on their grades, expertise, talents, hobbies, etc., and decide whether these subordinates can work in Uehara Castle, or become the death gods of the family. This is equivalent to raising a child from childhood to adulthood. This is also a place that many dead souls in Rukange envy. Because once you join the Uehara clan, it means that you don't have to worry about the future anymore. Just practice or study hard. Even those who don't know the Uehara clan can hear a few words from the Shinigami affiliated with the Uehara clan. That is, the heads of the Uehara clan are always generous to their own people. Therefore, this also makes many Shinigami affiliated with the Uehara clan fearless, even though they are actually controlled by the impure world reincarnation technique. Because there are so many dead souls and Shinigami living in the outer city of Uehara Castle is much more prosperous than any place in the Soul Society. Sometimes, when some Shinigami of the Gotei 13 are allowed to enter Uehara Castle, they prefer to wander around the outer city and buy rare things. For this reason, many nobles also hope that the outer city can be opened. However, this is not realistic at all, because the real purpose of the outer city is to protect the inner city of Uehara Castle, which is also the core area of the entire Uehara Castle. The inner city wall is more tightly guarded. There are at least 10 teams of 10 people on the city wall, and hundreds of death gods patrol back and forth on the city wall, protecting the inner city from being invaded by anyone. Even if it is the affiliated death god of the Uehara clan, if you want to enter the inner city, you must get the consent of one of the 13 Deadpools. As the core of Uehara city, the inner city does not have many buildings, only the residence of Uehara Naraku, the House of Parliament, the Research Institute, the Rain Hidden Tower, the Mystic Academy, the Impure World Charity House, and the residences of the 13 Deadpools. Compared with the prosperity of the outer city, the inner city is really simple. The tallest building in the entire inner city is the Rain Hidden Tower, which is also the most central location of Uehara city. It is located in the residence of the head of the Uehara clan, but it has been uninhabited for many years and looks like just a symbolic building. Near the residence of the head of the Uehara clan, there are the residences of the 13 Deadpools, which are also their training areas. 13 Deadpools. These Deadpools are the peak combat power of the Uehara clan. Almost every Deadpool has the power of a captain level Shinigami, and even the strongest ones may have power beyond the captain level. The first seat, Uchiha Madara. The second seat, Senju Hashirama. The third seat, Goldie Roger. The fourth seat, Edward Newgate. The fifth seat, Senju Tobirama. The sixth seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 7th seat, Namikaze Minato. The 8th seat, Uchiha Obito. The 9th seat, Uchiha Itachi. The 10th seat, the 3rd Raikage. The 11th seat, the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu. The 12th seat, the 2nd Mizuki Jinjutsu. The 13th seat, the 4th Kazukage Ratsa. All these former dead souls are the collections of Uehara Naraku. Each of them has died in the original world, and their souls are absorbing spiritual power in the Soul Society, restoring their peak strength or even going further. The first 4 seats are undoubtedly the strongest. These people were originally ranked in no particular order, but Uchiha Madara might have a problem. Once he met Senju Hashirama, he had to compete with him. Senju Hashirama, Edward Newgate and Goldie Roger were more Buddhist. Under normal circumstances, the first 4 seats never go out. The 4 of them stayed in their own residences to practice almost every day, and their existence was also the top combat power currently displayed by the Uehara clan. The remaining 9 seats were responsible for handling all matters of Uehara Castle. As the former 2nd generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama naturally took charge of all the miscellaneous matters without hesitation. In fact, there seemed to be no more suitable candidate than him. It must be said that, under the governance of Senju Tobirama, the entire Uehara Castle and the Soul Society slowly slid into the embarrassing position of the Uchiha in Konoha. Everyone would live the way they hated the most. In addition to managing everything in Uehara Castle on the surface, Senju Tobirama also secretly selected batches of Shinigami to be reincarnated and controlled, and arranged them to lurk in various squads of the Soul Society. Any slight movement can't be hidden from Senju Tobirama. Similarly, Senju Tobirama also leads the Secret Art Academy and the Research Institute, and is mainly responsible for studying the use of spiritual power. There is almost nothing that Senju Tobirama does not study, such as the way of breaking, the way of ghosts, and the way of binding, and it seems that there is nothing that Senju Tobirama cannot figure out. Thousands of years ago, when the Uehara clan was first established, there was no secret academy. Until time went on, in order to store the various forbidden techniques created by Senju Tobirama, they had to build a secret art academy. This former 2nd generation Hokage has a ridiculous talent in these evil ways. The 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen manages the Spirit Art Academy and is mainly responsible for teaching. In addition to the will of fire, he is still very good at education. The 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato commands all the death gods in Uehara Castle, and the other shadows who are used to make up the number are responsible for assisting him. They are responsible for decorating the surface of Uehara Castle. Apart from them, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi are mainly responsible for protecting Uehara Naraku, or to show the presence of the 13 dead pools in the outside world. 13 dead pools. Each one is used to the best of his ability. If the 13 dead pools are the pinnacle of the Uehara clan, then the one who supports them standing at the pinnacle is Uehara Naraku, who has been slowly tampering with the history of the entire Soul Society thousands of years ago. This huge force is definitely not something that the Goto 13 of the Soul Society can shake. Uehara Castle, in a city. When Uehara Naraku returned to his residence, the top 4 Deadpools were already waiting for his return here, and each of them had a different expression on their faces. When Uehara Naraku was taking the test in the real world, they were in the gap between the real world and the Soul Society and the Hukomundo, blocking the Great Hollows who wanted to attack Uehara Naraku. To be honest, there is no need for this kind of thing. After all, the Great Hollows that Aizen and Sasuke secretly sent to attack Uehara Naraku were almost all Gillian level Great Hollows, and even Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito could easily deal with them. HMPH, going to take those kids' exams again? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, with an evil smile on his lips. I really can't understand why you always like to act weak. If you show too much power, too many people will despair, right? Uehara Naraku chuckled and shook his head, explaining casually, for those strong people with ambitions and schemes, to suppress their ambitions, to rule the world because of fear, it is too cruel for them. Oh, that's kindness. Uchiha Madara certainly disagreed with this, and retorted with a sneer. HMPH, one hand leads to their ambitions, and the other hand pushes them to stand high. When Uchiha Madara said this, The expression on his face gradually became gloomy. When they stand at the top of this world, they think they have realized their dream of controlling the world, and then they are pushed from the sky into the quagmire. Isn't this good? Uehara Naraku said slowly. They stood at the top of the world and saw the scenery that they could never see in their past lives, and I also maintained justice and peace in the world. In this way, everyone got what they needed. Uchiha Madara fell silent. After a long time, Uchiha Madara looked at Uehara Naraku with a complicated face. You guys are really serious every time you talk nonsense. Okay, Madara. Senju Hashirama walked to Uchiha Madara's side, patted his friend's shoulder, turned to look at Uehara Naraku and asked softly, speaking of which, this time we captured the mastermind who commanded the hollow to attack you, a Subchukas level hollow. When he said this, Whitebeard Edward Newgate and Gold D. Roger made way for them, revealing a ferocious hollow lying on the floor. Subchukas level hollows. Even in Hukomundo, they are rare. Hollows of this level are ranked second in the entire Hukomundo, and can control the actions of the lowest level Gillian hollows. This hollow does not seem to have evolved much, and now it is bound by Hashirama Senju's Maishin Gate and cannot move, and it still maintains its original ferocious appearance. It doesn't look that good. Uehara Naraku's face suddenly showed a bit of disgust. He shook his head slowly, sighed and said, Captain Aizen is really petty to just send an ordinary Achukas hollow to attack me. Huh, it's not without use. Uchiha Madara walked to Uehara Naraku, hugged his arms and said slowly, that bastard Tobirama Senju suggested that we hand it over to the Goto 13 and secretly guide them to find out the person who instructed its actions behind the scenes. It's useless. Uehara Naraku shook his head and said softly, if we hand it over to the Goto 13, they should get Kabuto's name from this hollow. Maybe before it attacked me, Aizen had already considered the result of its capture. The hollow on the ground trembled slightly. The Sachukas level hollow raised his head with all his strength, looking at the young Shinigami standing among a group of powerful guys, which showed that he had an extraordinary status. That was the target it was sent to attack. This young Shinigami was really not simple. He actually guessed Lord Aizen's plan. No wonder Lord Aizen didn't have much confidence in this plan. Before it was sent by its master Aizen Sasuke to attack Uehara Naraku, it received an order that, if it was arrested, it could find a way to induce the interrogator to transfer the crime of attacking Uehara Naraku to Kabuto Yakushi. This kind of thing. Aizen was very skilled. If he could induce the Goto 13, Kabuto Yakushi and the Uehara clan to continue fighting, Aizen could completely hide under the muddy water of their fight and continue his plan. The hollow struggled to get rid of the restraints of the Myojinman, but finally had to give up helplessly. It looked up at the group of guys and smiled strangely. You guys, what do you want to do with me? How? Uehara Naraku stretched out his fingers and rubbed his eyebrows. He turned his head and looked at the people around him. By the way, I remember that the research institute doesn't need a hollow of the level of Yachukas, right? Uchiha Madara grinned and sneered with disdain. Humph, is this kind of trash worth studying? If even this kind of trash really needs to be studied, then the guy in charge of the research institute must also be a trash. Everyone's expression gradually became subtle, because everyone knew who was in charge of the research institute. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara, and there was a little melancholy in his eyes. Madara, the one in charge of the research institute, has always been Tobirama. That's why I said he was. Okay. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to stop the dispute and slander that Uchiha Madara might say, and he slowly stretched out his palm towards the void. A Zanpakuto condensed and appeared in his hand. The next moment, Uehara Naraku swung his Zanpakuto and slashed at the masked head of the hollow. In an instant, the hollow's body was directly split into two and annihilated. At this moment, Uehara Naraku was completely different from the gentleness shown to the outside world. HMPH. Uchiha Madara looked at this scene, as if he thought of something, and couldn't help but sneered. He really is ruthless. Do we have to prepare a soul burial ceremony for this guy? Uchiha Madara was really not used to some of Uehara Naraku's actions. As the former head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara really couldn't stand the style of Uehara Naraku as the head of the family. Of course I have to do a soul burial. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes, and a piece of origami appeared in his palm, surging in his hand, and turning into a bunch of paper flowers. Uehara Naraku held the bunch of paper flowers, slowly lowered his head, and showed a kind smile. Only by maintaining good habits can you avoid showing flaws in front of others. Let's make a deal first. I have to keep a chapter of 4,000 words for visiting relatives when I want to be fully present. I'll be a little busy tomorrow and the second day of the new year. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614. For those who have been deceived, these death gods are never simple. The paper flower slowly burned in Uehara Naraku's hand. A group of super strong men looked at Uehara Naraku praying for the dead hollow, and everyone couldn't help but feel a little depressed and confused. If this person was really naive and kind, they might just look down on him, but Uehara Naraku didn't have any of these good personalities. This picture made people feel particularly ridiculous. It was not until Uehara Naraku finished praying that Uchiha Obito suppressed his emotions and said, "Kaba Yakushi is waiting for you in the Kamu space." Something must have happened. What could have happened? Uchiha Madara hugged his arms, and a hint of sarcasm flashed across his face. That guy has fought us hard in the past few hundred years. In the hundreds of years in the Soul Society, Kabuto Yakushi and the Uehara clan were in an absolute hostile relationship, and no one believed that they could live in peace. Even after Uehara Naraku appeared as the head of the family during this period, Kabuto Yakushi always respected Uehara Naraku's name. Every time they met, Kabuto Yakushi would show his innocent smile to Uehara Naraku. However, people always thought that Kabuto Yakushi had bad intentions, because his experience was too deceptive. After all, according to Kabuto Yakushi's identity and his hundreds of years of fighting wits and courage with the largest clan in the Soul Society, no matter how you look at Kabuto Yakushi's innocent smile, you can't help but feel hairy in your heart. For example, Aizen Sasuke, the mastermind behind the stirring of the wind and cloud in the Soul Society, actually doesn't look down on the Uehara clan, but attaches great importance to the existence of Kabuto Yakushi, because in Aizen's view, Kabuto Yakushi has the same kind of breath. Unfortunately, Kabuto Yakushi himself is not weak in strength, and his mind is very deep, and there are many Shinigami willing to follow him. The most important thing is, Kabuto Yakushi also knows the true face of Aizen Sasuke. In other words, the two of them know each other's true identity, and sometimes they cooperate, and sometimes they deceive each other. When Aizen Sasuke accepted Ichimarujin as his subordinate, he knew that there must be a connection between Ichimarujin and Yakushi Kabuto. He was just taking advantage of the pair of Yakushi Kabuto and Ichimarujin, who were like a master and a father. But Aizen Sasuke didn't know. All he knew and saw were what Yakushi Kabuto wanted him to see. As for the true identity of Yakushi Kabuto, it will only appear in the most secret place, that is, the Kamu space, that he and Uchiha Obito can connect to. Kamu space. This mysterious space, that can only be entered by the Kami Sharingan, has become the meeting place for Yakushi Kabuto, the 13th Deadpool, and Uehara Naraku. When Kabuto Yakushi saw Naraku Uehara, Madara Uchiha and others entering the Kamu space, a hint of respect flashed across his face, and he couldn't help but smile. "Lord Naraku, because I will live in the Soul King Palace tomorrow, I want to report some news to you today." "Yes." Naraku Uehara nodded slowly, and his body slowly sat down. A stone chair instantly appeared on the ground to support his body. Through the impure world reincarnation or other methods, it was originally a plan they had made hundreds of years ago, to let Kabuto Yakushi join the Zero Squad and enter the Soul King Palace. Originally, Orochimaru had also been invited by the Zero Squad, but Naraku Uehara rejected this proposal, because Orochimaru's power was not strong enough. In comparison, Kabuto Yakushi, who developed the White Zetsu Armored Outerwear, is more suitable for entering the Soul King Palace, and can also report the news of the Zero Squad to Naraku Uehara at any time. "Tell me about it." Naraku Uehara sat on the stone chair, slowly holding up his cheek with his palm, and the whole person slowly exuded a lazy atmosphere. It's just that this laziness is more like a ferocious beast dozing off in deep sleep. Even if you just sit there, it's as if you can see a black hole that can swallow everything. It really makes people feel terrified. The corners of Kabuto Yakashi's mouth hooked, and he began to praise. Compared to the great power of Lord Naraku, the Soul King is really not good enough. As someone who has seen the Soul King with his own eyes, Kabuto Yakashi knows how powerful the spiritual power of the Soul King is, but he doesn't think that the Soul King can be compared with Naraku Uehara at his peak. No matter how powerful a person is, when Naraku Uehara really reveals his power, he will appear vulnerable. This comes from Kabuto Yakashi's confidence in Naraku Uehara, or the saying that circulated between them. The Naraku Uehara that everyone can see is exactly what Naraku Uehara wants them to see. No one can know the real hidden power in Naraku Uehara. No matter how strong a person is, Naraku Uehara will definitely become stronger than him. Uchiha Madara looked at Kabuto Yakashi with disdain and said, HMPH, although what you said should be the truth, it sounds more like flattery to Uehara. Kabuto Yakashi's expression became a little strange. As someone who had worked with Uchiha Madara before, Kabuto Yakashi knew Uchiha Madara's character. He was actually not stingy in praising those powerful people, but at this time, listening to Uchiha Madara's words always made people feel weird. Uehara Naraku tilted his head and said slowly, Kabuto, let's talk about business. Is everything arranged? Yes. Kabuto Yakashi nodded seriously and said softly, after I leave, Jin will temporarily take over my position and directly present information about Aizen Sasuke and the Hojioku to Lord Naraku. The Jin in Kabuto Yakashi's mouth naturally refers to Jin Ichimaru, who grew up in an orphanage. Now Jin Ichimaru is ostensibly a subordinate of Aizen Sasuke and the vice captain of the 5th division, and Jin Ichimaru is about to be promoted to the captain of the 3rd division. Oh, Jin Ichimaru? Uehara Naraku's face flashed with curiosity. He tapped his cheek with his fingers and asked slowly, Kabuto, if you enter the Soul King Palace, do you think Jin Ichimaru will be reliable? There won't be any problems. Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses and explained calmly, we have always believed that no one is more suitable than Lord Naraku to be the supreme god who rules this world, and Jin is no exception. When he said this, a light flashed under Kabuto Yakashi's lenses, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly. Besides, Jin grew up by my side. He is exactly like me when I was a child. I know his choice very well. Because Kabuto Yakashi found a similar breath from Jin Ichimaru. When Jin Ichimaru grew up in an orphanage, Kabuto Yakashi noticed the characteristics of Jin Ichimaru. Once people like them find the fetters in their hearts, from then on, they will never lose their way again. Similarly, they can never escape the connection of fetters. As long as there is still a bond in Jin Ichimaru's heart, there is no need to worry about his betrayal. The most important things for Jin Ichimaru are 3 things: Matsumoto Rangaku, Kabuto Yakashi, and the orphanage. What Kabuto Yakashi did was very simple. He took care of the street children who grew up in the orphanage, just like what his former dean, Nono Yakashi, did. Now Kabuto Yakashi and Nono Yakashi are very similar. They are both orphanage deans, they are both medical ninjas, and they both value every child they adopt. What's a little subtle is, they are all spies for someone. Uehara Naraku listened to Kabuto Yakashi's words and slowly realized a problem. His expression became a little strange. Why do I feel that this situation is a little familiar? What's going on? If he took the script of Black Zetsu, it would be fine. If he took the script of the Uchiha clan, it would be acceptable. Why does it feel like he took the script of Shimura Danzo now? Don't worry about Jin's accidents. Kabuto Yakashi smiled and continued, not long ago, Lord Orochimaru, who lived in seclusion in the Hukomundo, had secretly contacted Jin. He also thought that this little guy had extraordinary potential, even better than me in the past. Uehara Naraku's expression became more and more weird, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Why did this matter now seem more and more like Danzo Shimura's past? Forget it. Even though the development of the situation is somewhat similar to the past, Uehara Naraku knows that there is an essential difference between himself and Shimura Danzo, and that Shimura Danzo is not a good person. Uehara Naraku pondered for a while before slowly nodding and saying, since you have chosen Ichimaru Jin, I will trust him for the time being. How is Orochimaru's situation? It is also going well with Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakashi nodded. chuckled and said, according to our arrangement, when Aizen Sasuke goes to Hukomundo next time, he will soon come into contact with Lord Orochimaru and learn from him the secrets of the Uehara clan thousands of years ago. This is really a big move, but Aizen Sasuke is indeed a character. Even Kabuto Yakushi has to admit that Aizen is excellent. In addition to arranging Ichimaru to lurk beside Aizen, they also need to specially arrange Orochimaru, who lives in seclusion in Hukomundo, as another hidden chess piece lurking beside Aizen Sasuke. Aizen Sasuke doesn't trust anyone, but Aizen will not let go of anyone who can be used. Orochimaru, who was specially arranged by Uehara Naraku for his identity and background story, and who is also good at soul research experiments, is a fatal temptation for Aizen. Whether it is the secrets known by Orochimaru or the abilities possessed by Orochimaru, Aizen Sasuke will never let go of recruiting this person who existed thousands of years ago. Okay. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and whispered, since you have arranged everything, practice in the Soul King Palace and the Zero Squad for a while. If you encounter any danger, tell me immediately through the Camu space. As his most trusted subordinate, or in other words, the most valuable subordinate at present, Kabuto Yakushi is of great significance to Uehara Naraku, and it is definitely impossible for him to have any accidents and be damaged in the Soul King Palace. Seriously speaking, if it is for the safety of Kabuto Yakushi, Uehara Naraku does not mind turning the table over in the entire Soul Society and brazenly fighting the entire Soul Society head on. As for the main task of collecting the Haujoku, maybe Uehara will have to do it himself. In this world of death, the most important thing for Uehara Naraku is the Haujoku that Aizen Sasuke and Urahara Kisuke made by accident. The problem is that this kind of thing has never been clear. So far, no Haujoku has been made, but it has spawned many high-level hollows. Perhaps it requires the right time, place and specific spiritual power. Haujoku. It is actually a product of accident, because the existence of Haujoku can guide the potential of the owner, allowing the owner to evolve significantly, thereby gaining power beyond the limitations of the dimension. This strange power may even have a miraculous effect on Uehara Naraku. In addition to Haujoku, Uehara Naraku speculated that there might be a hidden task of collecting the power of the Soul King in this world. After all, as the will of the entire world, the Soul King will never appear in the task list. Thousands of years of layout. Uehara Naraku made chess moves in Soul Society bit by bit. Every step was very reasonable. By creating contradictions bit by bit, he finally pushed Soul Society and Hukomundo step by step to the track they wanted to enter. As for what's next, Orochimaru and Ichimaru will be responsible for following up with Aizen Sasuke, and Kabuto Yakushi will be responsible for going to the Soul King Palace to monitor the Soul King's condition at all times. Come to think of it, Uehara Naraku tilted his head again, thinking of a person who had been out of the situation. Kabuto, has Urahara Kisuke contacted you yet? Urahara Kisuke is an important figure in the creation of the Haujoku. In a sense, Urahara Kisuke's wisdom is not inferior to Aizen Sasuke's. In fact, all his plans are in line with the trend, and follow the conspiracy arrangements of others, inserting his own little tricks little by little. Not yet. A trace of apology flashed across Kabuto Yakushi's face, and he whispered, since Urahara was expelled from Soul Society, I haven't seen any trace of him again. What a pity. A trace of regret flashed across Naraku Uehara's face. He slowly shook his head and said, Urahara should be the first disciple you accepted in Soul Society? Sorry. A drop of cold sweat gradually flowed down Kabuto Yakushi's forehead, and he hurriedly said, but at that time I had not yet controlled Urahara's bond, so I did not reveal my relationship with Naraku-sama to Urahara. He would not hinder our plan. But in addition to these, Kabuto Yakushi did teach Urahara a lot, because it was the first time he saw a little guy like Urahara Kisuke who could completely keep up with his thinking. However, this made some mistakes on the part of Kabuto Yakushi. He did not realize that Urahara Kisuke would actually leave him. Originally, when Kabuto Yakushi was teaching Urahara, he thought everything was under control, and he even planned to slowly train Urahara to become a formal member of Akatsuki. Unexpectedly, Urahara Kisuke would actually act on his own and leave his school. In the end, Urahara Kisuke was framed by Aizen because of his unauthorized confrontation with him during the Masked Core incident, and had to leave Soul Society. Kabuto Yakushi deeply felt that there really could not be any negligence in this world. Whether it was Aizen Sasuke, Urahara Kisuke, or even a Chimarujin, they all had their own super intelligent strategies. If it weren't for Uehara Naraku standing behind them, Kabuto Yakushi would not dare to guarantee that he could gain the upper hand in the mutual calculations. These people are not brainless pirates. The people in this world are quite intelligent. Kabuto Yakushi slowly lowered his head and said in an obscure voice, "I'm sorry, Lord Naraku. I'm sorry to disappoint you about Urahara." "No problem." Uehara Naraku sat up straight, clasped his hands together, and said slowly, "You can stay in the Sulking Palace with peace of mind. I will take care of this matter. He deceived my most proud subordinate. I will let him know that some taboos have already been marked with a price." The general background is laid out. I wonder if you are satisfied with Bleach. If you are satisfied, please vote for it. Chapter 615, The Kachiki Clan and Rukia. Uehara Naraku is really kind to his subordinates. This powerful leader never seems to blame his subordinates for their poor performance, never despises his subordinates' strength, and never interferes with their small actions. Perhaps it is because his power is enough to put an end to all troubles. For Uehara Naraku, as long as his subordinates are willing to dedicate their loyalty to him, it is enough. Even former heroes like Uchiha Madara have to admit that this characteristic of Uehara Naraku makes them have to recognize this guy's unique charm. Treating outsiders is as cold and ruthless as winter, as if playing with outsiders like puppets. When treating his own people, it is as warm as spring, and sometimes even a little bit of pampering. Uehara Naraku looked at Kabuto Yakushi, who was still a little restrained, and spoke softly to soothe him. "Okay, don't worry about Urahara Kisuke. Before you leave, go and see your hard work. I will arrange for someone else to take over the orphanage." "Yes." Kabuto Yakushi slowly lowered his head and said softly, "Then everything is up to Lord Naraku. There are many children in the orphanage who can become the gods of death." Hey. Uehara Naraku's expression became more and more weird. "Kabuto, I'm not that guy Shimura Dunzo. I don't need to use them to supplement our combat power." "Yes." Kabuto Yakushi's mouth curled up a smile, and he smiled and explained, "But being able to work for Lord Naraku is the best choice for them. Not everyone is born to stand on the side of the winner. Only people like them know what it means to stand next to Uehara Naraku." But Kabuto Yakushi didn't say anything more, and unless they were street children with the qualifications to join Akatsuki, he would carefully train them. The scale of the orphanage today is not small. However, there are fewer and fewer children who can stand out like Urahara Kisuke and the Chimarujin. Even Abere Renji, another child who grew up in an orphanage, has now entered the Shin Spiritual Academy and even become a classmate of Uehara Naraku, but he is still not qualified. At least in the eyes of Kabuto Yakushi, he is not qualified. After all, Kabuto Yakushi values wisdom more than strength and talent. Abere Renji's character is too reckless and he doesn't know how to restrain his temper at all. This does not meet Kabuto Yakushi's expectations for his successor. Moreover, Ichimarujin is a good example. It is too difficult to find a better person. The orphanage is a bit lively today. When Kabuto Yakushi arrived here, a group of servants stood at the door of the orphanage, prohibiting anyone from entering. They had the family emblem of the Kachiki clan on their clothes. This is the five nobles in Soul Society today. No, it should be said that the Kachiki clan is one of the four nobles. Compared to the wealthy clan Uehara clan, the Kachiki clan is not as good as the others, but they can hold their ground in a place like Rukange. No ghost dares to look down on the Kachiki clan. After all, the head of the Kachiki clan is the captain of the 6th division of the Gotei 13. The one who appeared in the orphanage now is not the current head of the Kachiki clan, but the young head Kachiki Byakuya, the future head of the Kachiki clan. The reception room of the orphanage. A big-eyed girl hurriedly brought a pot of tea and placed it on the small table. There was too much water in the teapot, and it was even overflowing. Her name is Rukia. She is now the oldest child in the orphanage. When Kabuto Yakushi is not around, Rukia will take on the responsibility of being the big sister and help adopt other children and take care of the little guys in the orphanage. Fortunately, Jinichimaru and Rangaku Matsumoto occasionally come to help and give some money or daily necessities. and Rukia's friend Abere Rinji also often comes to help, although Abere Rinji sometimes makes things worse. Now that Kabuto Yakushi, Jinichimaru, and Rangeki Matsumoto are not here, the Kachiki clan came to visit the orphanage. Among a group of little rascals, Rukia had to stand up by herself. The arrival of Byakuya Kachiki put a lot of pressure on Rukia. Facing Byakuya Kachiki, the heir of a great noble, Rukia felt a little pressured, but she had to force herself to take up the momentum of the orphanage's contemporary big sister. Rukia clumsily put the overflowing teapot on the table, and when she picked up the cup to pour tea, she burned her hand again, making her eyes suddenly widen, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching. It's so hot. Rukia gritted her teeth, put down the scalding teacup, and sat in her seat with forced calmness, looking at Byakuya Kachiki opposite her, pretending to be calm. Ahem. Your Excellency, please have some tea. Byakuya Kachiki fell silent. He was not interested in the tea in the orphanage. In comparison, Byakuya Kachiki paid more attention to Rukia, the clumsy girl, and he took everything that happened just now into account. Byakuya Kachiki looked at Rukia's pretty face, and a trace of nostalgia slowly flashed in his eyes. He closed his eyes and restrained his emotions. This girl, is she the sister of his wife Kachiki Haim? To be honest, except for the appearance between the sisters, Rukia is very different from Kachiki Haim in any other aspects. At least in Byakuya Kachiki's eyes. Whether it is etiquette or temperament, Rukia is a little careless, which is really unlike her gentle sister. Not long ago, Kachiki Haim passed away. Before his death, Kachiki Haim left his only wish, hoping that Byakuya Kachiki could take care of his sister Rukia. In fact, Kachiki Haim knew that Rukia was in the orphanage of Kabuto Yakushi because when she had to abandon her sister in order to make a living, she left her sister Rukia at the door of the orphanage. But when Kachiki Haim married into the Kachiki clan, he didn't dare to approach her when he wanted to take his sister back, perhaps because he was too ashamed to face people because of his past guilt. However, every day, Kachiki Haim would almost quietly appear in the orphanage, secretly observing Rukia's every move, and even secretly donated funds or daily necessities to the orphanage, but he never dared to appear in front of his sister. Until he was about to die, Kachiki Haim finally dared to face this matter. Taking care of Rukia was the only wish left by Kachiki Byakuya's deceased wife, and he would not refuse, or he would never refuse anything from his wife. Kachiki Byakuya slowly put away his emotions, opened his eyes again, and looked at the girl sitting opposite him, and his voice became unprecedentedly cold. Ms. Rukia, are you willing to join the Kachiki clan? Huh? What? Rukia couldn't help blinking her big eyes, and scratched her head curiously. Mr. Kachiki, are you kidding? No. Kachiki Byakuya shook his head calmly. Byakuya Kachiki did not tell the real reason why he invited Rukia to join the Kachiki clan. He only mentioned that the Kachiki clan was optimistic about her talent in becoming a shinigami and cultivating spiritual power, and proposed to adopt Rukia as their sister and let her take the Kachiki clan's surname. Unfortunately, Byakuya Kachiki was rejected. To be honest, Rukia has no interest in joining the Kachiki clan now. This orphanage is where she grew up, and her current life is not particularly difficult. In the future, Kabuto Yakushi will probably send her to the Spiritual Arts Academy. Rukia does not think she needs other brothers, because she already has a director who has taken care of them like a father and brother. Compared with the cold Byakuya Kachiki, the friendly Kabuto Yakushi is indeed easier to get along with. Even though Rukia knows in her heart that joining the Kachiki clan means having better living conditions and resources, this is not enough to make her change her mind. This orphanage is her real home. Rukia rejected Byakuya Kachiki without much thought, and even waved her hand carelessly. Ha 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 ha, excuse me for rejecting, I'm not interested. This orphanage will be disbanded soon. Kachiki Byakuya's words directly changed Rukia's expression, but his expression was still calm and even cold. I know that the director of this orphanage is Kabuto Yakushi, but he will soon go to other places to practice, and he will no longer have the energy to take care of this orphanage. It is no secret to the four major families that Kabuto Yakushi joined the Zero Division. In particular, the Central 46th Chamber hopes that Kabuto Yakushi will fulfill the agreement as soon as possible and not irritate the nerves of the Uehara clan in the Soul Society, so that Kabuto Yakushi will stay in the Soul King Palace for a long time in the near future and cannot go out. These things, as the successor of the Kachiki clan, Byakuya Kachiki knows them clearly. Kachiki Byakuya didn't care about Rukia's expression and continued calmly. As children who grew up here, you should know very well who Kabuto Yakushi offended. That was the Uehara clan, a wealthy clan that the Kachiki clan was much inferior to. Kabuto Yakushi offended the Uehara clan, and when Kabuto Yakushi left, I don't need to say too much about what fate the orphanage he founded will face. When Kachiki Byakuya said this, he continued calmly, and as far as I know, the people of the Uehara clan have always been narrow-minded and very stingy. Anyone who offends them will not have a good end. This matter is not aimless. For thousands of years, the Uehara clan has treated its enemies as ruthlessly as autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, and many people dare not offend the Uehara clan easily. Even the 4 great nobles would not easily provoke the tiger's whiskers. Byakuya Kachiki looked at the expression on Rukia's face and continued. After Kabuto Yakushi left, this orphanage didn't even need them to take action themselves. Some Shinigami who wanted to please the Uehara clan could easily destroy it. Even Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't protect this orphanage. They even needed to rely on their identities as members of the Gotei 13 to protect themselves. The suppression of a wealthy clan is definitely not that simple. Listening to Byakuya Kachiki's words, Rukia was silent for a while, and suddenly lowered her head slowly, whispering, "I'm sorry, I can't leave in this case. If I leave, how will the other little guys here live?" First of all, regardless of whether what Byakuya Kachiki said was true or not, abandoning the children and the orphanage who called her the big sister is definitely not something she should do. Byakuya Kachiki glanced at Rukia in surprise. Just when Byakuya Kachiki was slightly surprised at Rukia's loyalty and even had some admiration for this girl, Rukia's words ruined her image again. But, the girl rubbed her palms, and a flattering smile flashed across her face. I heard that the Kachiki clan is one of the 4 nobles in Soul Society. If Dean Kabuto really leaves here, if I join the Kachiki clan, can I protect this place? Byakuya Kachiki's eyes couldn't help but tremble, and his face subconsciously darkened. He forced himself to maintain his calm face, and slowly shook his head. This little girl seems to be a little thick-skinned. Except for her looks, her temperament is not as good as her sister's. No. Byakuya Kachiki rejected Rukia's proposal in a cold voice, and continued with a cold face. When you take the Kachiki surname, you must consider the Kachiki clan. Byakuya Kachiki's refusal is not unreasonable. Because Byakuya Kachiki just wanted to adopt Rukia according to his wife's last wish, instead of taking the risk of offending the Uehara clan to protect the little ones in this orphanage. Rukia only knew that the Uehara clan was very powerful. However, Byakuya Kachiki knew very well how powerful the Uehara clan was. It was the only wealthy clan in Soul Society, a wealthy clan that even the Central 46th Chamber and the Zero Division would never dare to treat lightly. Even a small trouble would become a big deal in the eyes of the Uehara clan. Who knows if they think that the Kachiki clan sheltered the orphanage of Kabuto Yakushi in order to replace the status of the wealthy clan. Well, forget it. Rukia's face was full of disappointment. Byakuya Kachiki felt a little weird in his heart. This is too obvious. At least he should hide his thoughts a little. Such an obvious move. Doesn't she know that this kind of thing will be very rude in front of him? However, when Byakuya Kachiki saw the sad face of Rukia, he thought of his late wife and couldn't help but say, it's not impossible to protect this orphanage. If you can work hard to practice and become a powerful god of death that the Uehara clan can't ignore, this is actually a slim hope. So far, for thousands of years, except for the Captain General Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni, no one else in the entire Gotei 13 has been taken seriously by the Uehara clan. Is that so? Rukia fell into deep thought. The girl's face was full of entanglement. Even though she didn't know how strong she had to be to make the Uehara clan dare not ignore her wishes, there was no doubt that even Byakuya Kachiki would not dare to offend the Uehara clan easily. Could she really do it? Just as Rukia was still frowning and thinking, the voice of Kabuto Yakushi appeared in their ears. Do what you want to do. Rukia, I have arranged everything. There is no need to worry about the revenge of the Uehara clan. Lord Naraku is actually more generous than the young master of the Kachiki clan imagined. Happy New Year. So hard. I was so tired yesterday. I wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day. Thanks to Yakusushin Shanluo for the reward. Chapter 616. New members of the 5th Division. Dean. Hearing the voice of Kabuto Yakushi, Rukia looked at the silver-haired young man who appeared at the door of the reception room with surprise, and almost ran to throw herself into Kabuto Yakushi's arms. Kabuto Yakushi, the dean who raised them like a father and brother, is undoubtedly the person Rukia respects the most. The guest is still here. Kabuto Yakushi had a smile on his face, tapped Rukia's head with his fingers, and smiled and taught her, Rukia, don't make trouble. Yes. Rukia stood beside Kabuto Yakushi timidly, and asked about serious matters in a low voice. Dean, are you leaving? This is what Rukia cares about the most. When Byakuya Kachiki told her just now, Rukia was a little reluctant to believe it, and wanted to know the truth from Kabuto Yakushi in person. That's right. Kabuto Yakushi nodded with a smile, patted Rukia's head, and continued, there's nothing we can do about it. People will eventually part ways. Dean. Okay. Kabuto Yakushi turned his head and looked at Byakuya Kachiki who was sitting in the guest seat and said with a smile, Rukia, you leave first. Let me and the young master of the Kachiki family have a good talk. Rukia's expression was surprised for a second. However, out of trust in Kabuto Yakushi, Rukia still nodded seriously and slowly left the reception room. After Rukia left, Byakuya Kachiki's eyes flashed with a serious look. He could ignore Rukia, but he could never ignore Kabuto Yakushi. Hundreds of years ago, Kabuto Yakushi once served as the captain of the 8th Division in charge of intelligence. During that time, the 8th Division's presence was simply overwhelming. To put it bluntly, the 8th Division's limelight almost overwhelmed any other division. The most important thing is that the Kachiki clan actually owes a big favor to Kabuto Yakushi, that is Kachiki Sojin, the father of Byakuya Kachiki. The current head of the Kachiki clan and Kabuto Yakushi are close friends. Moreover, during a certain mission, Kachiki Sojin led the 6th Division into danger, and fortunately Kabuto Yakushi rescued them. This favor is here. Otherwise, Byakuya Kachiki would not have appeared in the orphanage in person to discuss with Rukia, but would have directly sent someone to forcibly take Rukia back to the Kachiki family. Unfortunately, although Kachiki Sojin has always been very talented and even very kind to others, he still cannot truly have the spirit of a family head. In comparison, Byakuya Kachiki is even more suitable than his father, and has more majesty as the head of the clan. Kachiki Sojin hopes to protect Kabuto Yakushi's orphanage after Kabuto Yakushi joins the 0 Division, but Byakuya Kachiki does not agree with his father's opinion, which is another reason why he came to the orphanage. It was only because of Kachiki Sojin's gentle personality that Byakuya Kachiki married the commoner Kachiki Haim without much pressure. This made their father-son relationship good. Therefore, facing his father's best friend, Byakuya Kachiki was a little hesitant. Moreover, from a certain perspective, Kabuto Yakushi often visited the Kachiki clan and actually watched him grow up. Don't be restrained in front of me. Kabuto Yakushi sat opposite Byakuya Kachiki, smiled and poured himself a cup of tea, and said calmly, I didn't expect that Byakuya has really grown up, and has learned to completely consider things from the family's perspective. Yes. I want to adopt Miss Rukia. Byakuya Kachiki frowned slightly, staring at Kabuto Yakushi in front of him, and said in a deep voice, the relationship between my wife Haim and Rukia, Lord Kabuto knows it very well. If it weren't for the fact that Rukia was placed in Kabuto Yakushi's orphanage by Kachiki Haim himself, Byakuya Kachiki really couldn't help but wonder if it was Kabuto Yakushi's plan. This orphanage director who always smiles is too deep-minded. Yeah. The smile on Kabuto Yakushi's lips became even more intense, and he nodded slowly and said, I never stop this kind of thing, and I also hope that Rukia can live a better life. Yes. Kachiki Byakuya nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, although we all think that this generation of Uehara family head has a kind temperament, the 13 dead pools around him. Don't worry. Yakushi Kabuto took a sip of tea and continued calmly, I believe that Lord Naraku will handle all this. They are all family members. There is no need for outsiders to worry about these issues. Compared with these trivial matters, they might as well worry about which division Uehara Naraku will go to after graduation. After all, if Uehara Naraku becomes the captain of a division, it can be regarded as a real compromise. The next day, Saritari, Shin Spiritual Academy. Because today is a day when the captain of the 5th division, Aizen Sasuke, announced the results of yesterday's assessment. Many students who participated in the assessment gathered at the school. Uehara Naraku is naturally no exception. Perhaps he will graduate from this school today. Although Uehara Naraku himself did not stay in this school that trains death gods for a long time, he still became a celebrity in this school with his legendary identity and super talent. Whether it was the top students like Kira Raizuru and Hinamori Momo in the past, or the hot-blooded idiot who refused to admit defeat like Abere Rinji, all of them became footnotes to Uehara Naraku. Naraku. When a girl with a bun on her head saw Uehara Naraku, she waved her palm happily at him. Hurry up, Captain Aizen will come to announce the list of those who passed the assessment today. Hey, Hinamori. Abere Rinji looked at Uehara Naraku with an unhappy face, and followed another companion Kira Raizuru. This is the head of the Uehara clan. Maybe he will become the captain after graduation. Abere Rinji did not hate Uehara. Abere Rinji hated the Uehara clan more. The children from the orphanage did not have a good impression of the Uehara clan. Even if Abere Rinji knew that Uehara Naraku had done nothing wrong, he would subconsciously blame Uehara Naraku for the mistake of the Uehara clan suppressing Yakushi Kabuto. I guess only Ichimarujin, who knows the truth, would know the true relationship between Uehara Naraku and Yakushi Kabuto. Rinji. Hinamori Momo's face still looked a little aggrieved. The little girl has always had a good impression of Uehara Naraku, because in their contacts, Uehara Naraku never used his status to suppress others. Even when facing Abere Rinji, who always had a bad temper, Uehara Naraku was always able to treat him gently and never cared about Rinji's offense to him. Even after Abere Rinji habitually expressed his dissatisfaction with the Uehara clan, he felt a little regretful in his heart. Because he knew Uehara Naraku's character. This was purely to vent his anger. Sorry, Uehara. Abere Rinji hugged his arms, a hint of apology flashed across his face, and he said loudly, no special meaning, I just feel a little unhappy. After all, today is not only the day to announce their graduate candidates, but also the day when Yakushi Kabuto leaves the Soul Society. It is natural that Abere Rinji is a little unhappy. It's okay. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes, looked at Abere Rinji with an apologetic face, shook his head and said, I know that my unwanted identity may bring you unhappiness. When he said this, Uehara Naraku's face was more apologetic, and he even said awkwardly, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that after we have been together for so long, you would still be dissatisfied with me because of my identity. This is a bit of a green tea. If you count it seriously, it is indeed Abere Rinji's fault. Uehara Naraku has never put on any airs. Even because of his identity, when facing the students of the Shin'yang Spiritual Art Academy, Uehara Naraku's attitude has always been very low. Every student knows that, although Uehara Naraku's identity is noble, he is actually a kind person in his heart. To put it bluntly, this is simply naive. If Uehara Naraku was not the head of a wealthy family, it is estimated that there would be many students who dared to bully him in the Shin'yang Spiritual Art Academy, and there would be people who would find trouble with Uehara Naraku every day. But this innocence is very popular in school. No matter whether it was Hinamori Momo or Kira Raizuru, they couldn't help but look at Abere Rinji, and everyone's face was full of blame and dissatisfaction. In their opinion, it was Rinji who took the initiative to find fault every time, and Uehara Naraku not only never fought back, but even apologized proactively. So, such a kind person, who would have the nerve to bully him? Abere Rinji noticed the condemning looks from Hinamori Momo and Kira Raizuru, and his face couldn't help but twitch. Hey, I told you that's not what I meant at all. It doesn't matter. Uehara Naraku shook his head and forced a smile. I'm used to it. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. Uehara and Naraku looked at Abere Rinji's aggrieved expression and slowly changed the subject. Speaking of which, our assessments seem to be different. What was the assessment you encountered yesterday? I encountered some trouble. Kiraizuru's face suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, yesterday we were attacked by a group of hollows, and the death squad responsible for protecting us was almost wiped out. Well, Hinamori Momo still had some fear on her face, but when she talked about this, a hint of admiration flashed across her face. Fortunately, Captain Aizen came to support. Otherwise, everyone would be in real danger. That's really good luck. Uehara and Naraku nodded slightly. Yesterday, Aizen Sasuke really didn't waste time. He sent a hollow to assassinate him, the head of the Uehara clan, and after seeing the assassination failed, he came out to help clean up the mess and comfort his kind student. After finishing his business, he rushed to Abere Rinji, Hinamori Momo and others, and used the opportunity of the hollow attack to hook up with the girl. What a master of time management. Uehara and Naraku frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, speaking of which, there is a strange thing. For some reasons, the place where I took the test should be confidential, but I was still attacked by hollows, even big hollows. Huh, big hollows. Abere Rinji's face changed instantly, and he couldn't help but ask hurriedly, are you okay? No. Uehara and Naraku shook his head and continued in a deep voice, 17 big hollows. No, it should be said that there are 18 big hollows. They wanted to pass through the boundary wall and enter my test location to attack me, but they were all stopped by the dead pools of our clan. When Uehara and Naraku said this, he couldn't help but lower his voice and whispered, I'm just curious, how did those big hollows know the place where I took the test and attacked me? You mean? Kiraizuru frowned and asked in a deep voice, are those hollows deliberately trying to attack you? Hinamori Momo shook her head slightly, spread out her palms and said, come to think of it, this is also normal. After all, Naraku's identity is here. It is not surprising that those great hollows want to attack Naraku, who has an important identity. Uehara and Naraku's forehead twitched. Can these two guys guess the serious things? No wonder these two people have been manipulated by others. Why can't they think of the serious direction at all? Abere Rinji's expression is slightly gloomy. Uehara, do you mean that someone secretly leaked the place where you took the exam? Well, no. Just when Uehara and Naraku wanted to follow the topic and secretly plant a nail, and even planned to plant a nail, when he met Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni in the future. As a result, the spiritual pressure of two people suddenly appeared within his perception range. Aizen Sasuke and Ichimarujin. Uehara and Naraku noticed their appearance from the corner of his eyes and immediately changed the subject. Our clan speculates that perhaps some of the great hollows have mastered the method of tracing the bloodline of our clan. After all, it is a bit secret. Never mind, it's just that this matter will bring me some troubles. What kind of trouble? Aizen Sasuke stood beside Uehara and Naraku, smiled gently and said, if my future companions encounter some tricky troubles, it will make me, the captain, feel very troubled for my companions. Captain Aizen. Everyone's face flashed with surprise. Hinamori Momo's face instantly showed admiration, and Kiraizuru bowed slightly to show his respect for the captain of the 5th division. Abere Rinji looked at Aizen Sasuke indifferently, and his eyes fell more on Ichimarujin who was beside Aizen. Hey, Jin. Long time no see. Rinji is here too. Ichimarujin squinted his eyes and smiled at Rinji, then turned to look at Uehara Naraku and said with a smile, Mr. Naraku, Captain Aizen will soon announce that you will be assigned to our 5th division. If you have no objection to this, then we will become companions in the future. Of course not. Uehara Naraku shook his head and even took a step back to show his humility. No, it should be an honor. I can actually become a subordinate of Captain Aizen and Vice Captain Ichimarujin. No. Ichimarujin opened his eyes slightly, revealing his light blue eyes, and his laughter was full of respect that ordinary people could hardly hear. This matter. In fact, it should be our honor. However, this kind of respect from Ichimarujin, given the current superficial identities of the two, it sounds more like a mockery. Ah, the new year is about to pass. Chapter 617. I never expected that one day, the mastermind would be surrounded by other people's spies. Jinichimaru really doesn't look like a good person. Obviously, Jinichimaru's words were meant to welcome Uehara Naraku to join the 5th division, but his smile seemed extremely sarcastic, as if he was deliberately mocking Uehara Naraku's identity. Everyone present couldn't help but frown. Abere Rinji looked at their orphanage senior Jinichimaru, and couldn't help but mutter, "Hey, Jin, this guy Uehara doesn't rely on his identity. Yeah. Naraku doesn't have any heirs." Hinamori Momo couldn't help but timidly agree, and she carefully glanced at Aizen Sasuke, remembering the heroic figure of the captain who saved them yesterday. Hinamori Momo gently lowered her head, and added in a low voice, "In fact, Naraku's personality is just like Captain Aizen." Hinamori Momo's original intention was to say that both of them didn't have any heirs, and they were very tolerant to anyone around them, and never relied on their identities. However, as soon as she said this, the scene fell into a strange silence. Ichimaru-jin raised his eyes slightly, and looked at Hinamori Momo with a slightly cold smile in his eyes. Who can tell him what is going on with this little girl? One sentence almost exposed the truth. If the true masks of the two people were really exposed here, the entire Soul Society can probably be declared completely destroyed today. It's not like that. Uehara Naraku hurriedly shook his head and looked at Aizen Sasuke like Hinamori Momo, with an obvious admiration in his eyes. "There is still a long way between me and Captain Aizen. There are many things in the captain that I can learn from, because I know I still admire Captain Aizen." Uehara Naraku sighed, his face full of regret. "Maybe one day, when I think I no longer admire Captain Aizen, I will be truly qualified to stand with you without having to rely on the identity of the head of the Uehara family." Uehara Naraku lowered his head again and sighed faintly. Admiration is actually the farthest distance between people. Hearing Uehara Naraku's words, Aizen Sasuke couldn't help but think about it, and a smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Uehara Naraku carefully. This sentence is a bit in line with his mind. If Uehara Naraku didn't have a particularly important identity, Aizen Sasuke really wouldn't mind taking him under his command. Of course, maybe he could consider doing so in the future. The head of a wealthy family in Soul Society becomes his subordinate because of his admiration. It seems to be a good thing. In terms of status alone, Uehara Naraku's status is actually more honorable than the king of Hukomundo. It's a pity that such things can only be considered slowly in the future. If I admit that Uehara Naraku is weak now, it would be a bit too inconsistent with my personality. What's more, there are 13 Deadpools watching here. Uehara Naraku can say that he admires Aizen Sasuke, but if Aizen Sasuke admits it himself, it will definitely cause him a lot of trouble now. After a moment, Aizen Sasuke gently patted Uehara Naraku's shoulder, smiled and praised, "Naraku, there is no need to belittle yourself. You are already good enough. The Spiritual Arts Academy hasn't had students graduate early for many years, and you are the only one in this class. You have joined the 5th division, and now you are standing by my side." After saying this, Aizen Sasuke looked at Uehara Naraku and continued slowly, "Now I am just a part of the scenery you have seen on your journey. If there is a chance in the future, we will see a wider starry sky. At that time is when this little guy really needs to look up to him." Just as Aizen Sasuke was speaking, Abere Rinji interrupted him rashly. "Wait, is Uehara the only one who passed the graduation exam?" This sentence really ruined the atmosphere. Aizen Sasuke was clearly talking about his vision for the future in a vague way. Hinamori Momo and Kira Raizuru were also full of longing. Uehara Naraku and Ichimaru-jin were also cooperating in acting. Abere Rinji got straight to business. This guy's really good at ruining this beautiful atmosphere. Aizen Sasuke couldn't help but glance at Abere Rinji and took note of this guy who was a little tactless. He would never accept this guy under his command, because such a reckless and hot-blooded idiot. Even if he had one under his command, he would feel it was too much. But Abere Rinji was also talking about serious things. A simple-minded guy like him was indeed more concerned about who would graduate. However, in the entire Mayo Academy of Spiritual Arts, this time, only Uehara Naraku was allowed to graduate early. If it was just based on his usual grades in Mayo Academy of Spiritual Arts, Uehara Naraku was indeed qualified, and no matter which teacher he was, he had to admit his amazing talent. Among all the students of the Mayo Academy, no matter which so-called genius student, they are far from being comparable to Uehara Naraku. Not everyone can master all courses at this age. Of course, this is also due to his status. The identity of the head of a wealthy family in Seoul society that Uehara Naraku planned has brought him great convenience. The grand graduate examination yesterday was actually prepared for him alone. Abere Rinji, Kiraizuru, Hinamori Momo and other freshmen who had just entered the academy, their wish to graduate early was dashed. They must continue to study at the Mayohu Academy. Their strength was not enough in the first place. Uehara Naraku looked at the few friends he made during his 1 year studying at Shin Spiritual Academy with an apologetic look on his face, slowly lowered his head and said, "Sorry, I thought. Hey, there's no need to apologize for something like this." Although Abere Rinji looked unhappy, he complained, "Anyway, when we practice in the class, no one can survive 1 or 2 rounds under you. If only one person can graduate, it must be you." After Abere Rinji finished speaking, he still solemnly extended his hand to Uehara Naraku, grinned and said, "Anyway, congratulations on graduating first." "Yeah, congratulations, Naraku." Hinamori Momo and Kiraizuru nodded, trying to suppress the disappointment in their hearts, and congratulated their friend softly. "Thank you." Uehara Naraku suppressed the joy on his face and spoke softly to comfort his friend. "Maybe we can see each other again next year." "Huh, that's right." Abere Rinji grinned, with a little more wantonness on his face. "Don't think you can get rid of me just like this. I'm practicing hard, and I'll catch up with you soon." Abere Rinji secretly made up his mind. A hot-blooded guy like him will never admit that he is behind. However, what Rinji didn't know was that from this time on, the school would no longer hold graduate examinations for them, the lower grades. Of course, soon Rinji would not worry about such things, because his friend Rukia from the orphanage. No, it should be said that Rukia Akatsuki, who was just adopted by the Akatsuki clan, also entered the Shin Spiritual Art Academy. On the other side, after Uehara Naraku parted with his friends, he also rushed to the residence of the 5th Division of the Gotei 13 under the leadership of Aizen Sasuke and Ichimurujin. This will be their residence in the future. In addition to being their residence, it is also their training ground. Aizen Sasuke stood in front of the gate of the 5th Division with his arms folded, looking at the young Shinigami beside him. "I'm sorry, Naraku, compared to your house, it's a little shabby. If there's anything you're not used to, be sure to tell me, as soon as possible." Because the captain of the Gotei 13, Jinryusei Shijakuni Yamamoto, had specifically instructed Aizen Sasuke to take good care of this wealthy family head. If possible, train this family head as soon as possible. These captains all knew that according to Uehara Naraku's identity, he would never be able to stay in the 5th Division forever, and he had to become a captain as soon as possible. This would be slightly more in line with his identity. "No, it's already very good." Uehara Naraku smiled and shook his head, looking at Aizen Sasuke and showing a sunny smile. "Captain Aizen lives here. Even if this house is a simple place, it will be shining because of Captain Aizen. Maybe we should change it to another way of saying it." Ichimurujin squinted his eyes and smiled and said, "Sir Naraku is the first head of the Uehara clan who is willing to join the Gotei 13. Because of Sir Naraku, the entire Gotei 13 will actually become noble." This sounds a bit sarcastic again. Aizen Sasuke glanced at Ichimurujin and whispered to stop him. "Jin, Naraku is our companion. Don't go too far, because of your personal feelings." "Yes, Lord Aizen." Ichimurujin nodded obediently. Uehara Naraku looked at Ichimurujin and blinked his eyes slightly. "The 5th team. The state of this team is a bit weird. Compared to other divisions, the 5th Division, under the leadership of Aizen Sasuke, is vaguely like a new Shinigami training team. Well, maybe not. If you just look at it, the 5th Division is really becoming more and more low-key and declining. When the previous captain of the 5th Division, Mako Hirako, was there, the performance of the 5th Division was always very impressive, and Mako Hirako's combat power was also at the forefront. However, decades ago, Mako Hirako and a group of Shinigami captains, vice captains, and Kidshu inexplicably became hollows, and almost became irrational hollows, so they were expelled from the Soul Society by the Central 46 Chambers. This is also known as the starting event of the Masked Corps. Urahara Kisuke also fled the Soul Society because of this incident, and also implicated Urahara Kisuke's friend Shihao and Yaruchi, who had to flee together, and even he almost implicated Yakushi Kabuto because of this incident. After the Masked Corps incident, Aizen Sasuke became the captain of the 5th Division, and began his low-key career from then on. In the hands of Aizen Sasuke, the 5th Division gradually became a division that trained new lifeguards, and each graduating class would be assigned to the 5th Division. Even Aizen himself. He also worked part-time as a calligraphy teacher at the Mayo Spiritual Academy. Of course, this does not mean that Aizen Sasuke has become low-key. In fact, as Hirakomako and Urahara Kisuke and others escaped from the Soul Society, Aizen became more unscrupulous than before when he acted in secret. And in order to welcome the arrival of Uehara Naraku, Aizen Sasuke even did not hesitate to perform a magic manipulation of the 5th Division's death gods, just to ensure that he could control all the whereabouts of Uehara Naraku, the head of the wealthy family. If it looks like now, except for the newcomer Uehara Naraku, the entire 5th Division, all other death gods are now under the control of Aizen Sasuke. This kind of thing naturally could not be hidden from Uehara Naraku. Unfortunately, Uehara Naraku seemed to have no other way. He had to find a suitable opportunity to use others to quietly expose this kind of thing. What a good turn of events. It was unexpected. Uehara Naraku used to place a bunch of spies around the enemy so that he could control everything about the enemy. Today, it was his turn to be surrounded by a bunch of spies. Of course, Uehara Naraku was not worried about this problem, because Uehara Naraku knew very well that Aizen Sasuke had placed a bunch of spies against him on the surface of the 5th Division. Uehara Naraku also placed a bunch of spies against him around Aizen Sasuke's true identity in secret. Whether in Ukomundo or in Soul Society, there are spies against Aizen. From the current situation, on the surface, Uehara Naraku's every move in the 5th Division could not escape Aizen Sasuke's sight. Behind the scenes, Aizen Sasuke's every move could not escape Uehara Naraku's surveillance. This means that they are a swap. This world of Shinigami is so exciting. To be honest, even when he was competing with Black Zetsu, the mastermind behind the Millennium in the ninja world, Uehara Naraku didn't feel as excited as he does now. What Uehara Naraku never expected was Aizen Sasuke had just brought him to join the 5th Division, and he gave him a warning. No, or it should be said that it was an active training for him. Aizen Sasuke looked at the group of Shinigami who came to greet them, and announced his order. Starting tomorrow, Naraku will serve as the 3rd officer of our 5th Division. In the entire division, the captain is the leader, followed by the vice captain, and then the 3rd officer, the 3rd most important person in the division. Captain Aizen. Uehara Naraku's face flashed a hint of hesitation, and he said with a restrained face, I just joined the 5th Division. This is not appropriate. Captain. A young Shinigami interrupted Uehara Naraku's words. He slowly walked out holding his Zanpakuto, and said angrily, even though I know that as a subordinate, I should not resist the captain's orders, and I also know the identity of this newcomer. But according to the rules of Argote 13, this new 3rd officer who will replace me should at least let me see his power. Uehara Naraku glanced at the unknown young Shinigami. The young Shinigami's implicit meaning was to challenge him, the newcomer, but this young Shinigami was controlled by Aizen Sasuke's Mirror Flower and Water Moon. After all, would a normal Shinigami dare to pick a fight with the head of the Uehara clan? Except for the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zeruki, and a group of reckless men under his command, which other Shinigami dared to compete with the head of a wealthy family? Uehara Naraku restrained his gaze again, and turned his doubtful, puzzled and pleading eyes to Aizen Sasuke who was behind the scenes controlling this matter. Is it interesting to watch the play directed by yourself? Chapter 618, The Death God Who Is Not Good at Chanting and Seal Making. Aizen Sasuke likes to control everything very much. Just like the current situation, he secretly manipulated Uehara Naraku and the former 3rd officer to fight. He wanted to see the true power of the Uehara clan with his own eyes, even though he had seen Uehara Naraku's battles several times. However, Aizen knew very well that those battles were just child's play. Aizen Sasuke's intelligence collection on Uehara Naraku was still far from enough. If he wanted to subdue or kill Uehara Naraku, he must have more detailed information. Therefore, the opponent arranged by Aizen would naturally not be too weak. No, or rather, he is also a powerful god of death. The name of the former third officer of the 5th division is Urakari. Unlike other god of death controlled by Jinghua Shuaiu, Urakari is a trusted god of death accepted by Aizen in the Soul Society. He is a very important tool for Aizen. Compared with the purpose of getting or killing Uehara Naraku, this tool is actually not important, so he was thrown out by Aizen to test Uehara Naraku. Of course, Uranari challenging Uehara Naraku. Aizen Sasuke himself would definitely not approve of this on the surface. Aizen looked at the former third officer of the 5th division, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. He said hesitantly, Uranari, you step down first. I arranged Uehara to be the third officer not because of his identity, but because I believe in his power. Captain Aizen. Uranari interrupted Aizen Sasuke, and turned to look at Uehara Naraku. No matter how many suitable reasons you give, it is better to let everyone see with their own eyes the power of our third officer. Uehara Naraku's expression was subtle. It's not easy for Aizen Sasuke either. It was obviously the third officer he arranged to challenge himself, and he also pretended that his subordinates did not obey his arrangements. This is a double act in front of him. It's really hard to maintain your own good persona. It's not easy for everyone to act, and Uehara Naraku himself is no exception. Sorry, Captain Aizen. Uehara Naraku looked up at Aizen Sasuke and said hesitantly, in fact, I'm very satisfied to pass the graduation exam and join the 5th division. I don't want to fight with my future companions for the position of a chief officer. Hey. Urakari looked at Uehara Naraku angrily and said with an unhappy face, do you mean to look down on me? Uehara Naraku hurriedly stepped back a few steps, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. No. Sorry. I don't mean that. I have never looked down on my seniors. Even if he looks down on me, what can it do? Ichimaru-jin couldn't help but chuckled, and said slowly, with the status of Lord Naraku, he can look down on anyone present. This sentence is a bit too much. No matter who it is, it sounds like they are trying to sow discord. Jin Ichimaru didn't care about the looks of the crowd, and continued on to himself. But to be honest, the position of the chief officer of the 5th division is really too low for Lord Naraku. It just so happens that I want to find a time to resign from the position of vice captain, so why not choose today? It's just that Lord Naraku has to accept my current position. Jin. Aizen Sasuke looked at Jin Ichimaru reproachfully and said calmly, don't say such sarcastic words in front of Naraku in the future. A person's kindness should not be an excuse for others to attack him unscrupulously. Captain. Uehara Naraku showed a little gratitude on his face and looked at Jin Ichimaru again. Vice Captain, I'm not. Mr. Naraku. Ichimaru-jin looked at Uehara Naraku with a smile and continued with a smile. Please don't refuse. I'm not deliberately mocking you. The Central 46th Office has appointed me as the captain of the 3rd Division, so it is naturally impossible for me to continue to stay in the 5th Division. Of course. This is the superficial reason. The real reason is that Jin Ichimaru doesn't want to be Uehara Naraku's superior. Even if he is just a nominal superior, Jin Ichimaru feels a little dangerous. That's true. Aizen Sasuke tapped his fingers and whispered, Jin will soon take over as the captain of the 3rd Division, and the position of vice captain has been vacant. But in this case, the battle between Uehara Naraku and the 3rd officer. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Jin Ichimaru looked at Uehara Naraku, chuckled and invited him. I know that Captain Aizen has always been optimistic about Lord Naraku, and will definitely support Lord Naraku as the vice captain of the 5th Division, and the captain himself has the power to appoint. However, before that, why don't you ask Lord Naraku to show 1,000th of your strength, so that everyone knows your strength? Even becoming the captain of the Gotei 13 is actually enough. It's outrageous. If it weren't for Kabuto Yakushi who had brought Jin Ichimaru to meet him, Uehara Naraku would have thought that this guy was deliberately mocking him. However, Jin Ichimaru was revealing a solution to Uehara Naraku. It is not easy for Uehara Naraku to refuse Aizen's secret temptation. Instead of letting Aizen continue to be curious about the strength of the Uehara clan, it is better to try to cut off one of his claws now, so that when he tries Uehara Naraku again, he will think clearly about how much he can pay. Of course, we can't just continue like this at this time. Someone must give Uehara Naraku a way out. No. Vice Captain. Uehara Naraku shook his head and said in an obscure voice, I just graduated from school. I just want to become Naraku. Aizen Sasuke gently interrupted Uehara Naraku's words and smiled and said, everyone here is your companion who will accompany you day and night in the future. At least let them know your ability and let them know why I want to choose you as the vice captain. This kid. What a trouble. If it weren't for some secret information that found that the Uehara clan is very likely to have ways to deal with certain illusions, Aizen Sasuke would have used Kagami Water Moon to hypnotize Uehara Naraku and Uraraka to fight a life and death duel. Yes, Captain. Uehara Naraku took a deep breath and he looked as if he had accepted some great challenge and mission. In the training ground of the 5th Division, Uehara Naraku and Uranari stood on the ground and the others stood around. Uranari suddenly pulled out his Zanpakuto, looked at Uehara Naraku standing opposite him with his bare hands, and said in a deep voice, the first in this year's Shino Academy, doesn't he even have a Zanpakuto? Zanpakuto is the weapon that the god of death relies on for survival. The form, shape, and ability of Zanpakuto are all constructed through the soul of the god of death. Each Zanpakuto has its own name, and the god of death uses the power of Zanpakuto based on the communication with the Zanpakuto. If the god of death and his Zanpakuto can achieve true telepathy, he can use the two forms of Shikei and Bankei to make the power of the god of death surge. I don't really want to use my own Zanpakuto. Uehara Naraku shook his head, lowered his head and whispered, it's not because I look down on my seniors, but the Zanpakuto of our clan is slightly different. Doesn't that make people more curious? Uraraka frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, let me see your Zanpakuto. At least this way I can concentrate on it and give it my all. Don't let me down too much, newbie. Get irritable, Uehara. The spiritual pressure on Uraraka suddenly surged, and the Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly changed its appearance, and dense serrations grew on the blade. This is his Shikei form. Uehara Naraku was silent for a moment, slowly stretched out his palm, and grabbed the air out of thin air, and a powerful spiritual pressure burst out from his body. In an instant, Uehara Naraku's spiritual pressure had completely overwhelmed Uraraka. This spiritual pressure even made the members of the 5th Division involuntarily take a few steps back, and Uraraka, who was facing this spiritual pressure, seemed to be out of breath. The spiritual pressure alone is so strong that it frightens the 3rd officer a little. Aizen Sasuke frowned slightly, staring at Uehara Naraku's back, and whispered in a low voice, the secrets of the Uehara clan in the data room mentioned that the patriarch of each generation of the Uehara clan will pass on the spiritual power. Yeah. Ichimarujin smiled and nodded, not caring about the shocking spiritual pressure in front of him, and said casually, the spiritual power inheritance accumulated over thousands of years, even if it is only a part of it, is already amazing enough. Although he was saying surprised words. However, from Ichimarujin's expression, he seemed to not care how strong Uehara Naraku's spiritual pressure was, as if he didn't care how strong Uehara Naraku was. Just when Aizen Sasuke was thinking about what other information about the Uehara clan's Zanpakuto was mentioned in the data room besides information about spiritual power, Aizen saw Uehara Naraku's Zanpakuto. The appearance of the Zanpakuto made his eyes suddenly narrow. A ball of golden light appeared in Uehara Naraku's hand. These golden lights gathered in a short moment to form a golden lightsaber in Uehara Naraku's hand. Rather than saying that the lightsaber is composed of spiritual particles, it is better to say that it is photons. Uehara Naraku suddenly raised the golden lightsaber in his hand and began to chant his self-composed Shikei with a serious face. Bath in the light. Tenjagumo sword. The next moment, the long sword in Uehara Naraku's hand glowed with golden light. The surging spiritual pressure and dazzling light quickly enveloped the entire 5th Division's base and only slowly dissipated when it touched the murderous stone building. Senior, let's begin. Uehara Naraku slowly held the golden lightsaber in his hand horizontally, his face becoming more serious than ever. Just attack me. I will restrain my strength. The Tenjakumo sword is a Zanpakuto that symbolizes justice and light and will never harm innocent people. The existence of the Tenjakumo sword is light. Uehara Naraku held the golden lightsaber in his hand and spoke slowly. The Tenjakumo sword can give me the power of light, which is enough to give me the courage to overcome any difficulties. Uraraka's expression froze for a second, and the next moment he rushed up waving his serrated Zanpakuto, with a flash of anger and disdain on his face. "Stop looking down on me." Soon, he flew backwards at an even faster speed. Uehara Naraku wielded the golden lightsaber in his hand and slashed directly at Uranara's Higa Zanpakuto, sending the third official flying with his sword. Uranara's feet suddenly stepped on the ground, and his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. This was a flash step passed down from the Soul Society's Goto 13. Uranara wielded the Higa Zanpakuto in his hand, and the serrations on the sword suddenly became sharp and slashed towards Uehara Naraku's neck. This sword seemed to cut Uehara Naraku in two. "It seems like he's in danger." Ichimarujan stood by and said slowly, "Come to think of it, it seems a bit inappropriate to take this opportunity to kill Lord Naraku here, right? There's nothing appropriate or inappropriate about it." Aizen Sasuke slowly shook his head and explained calmly, "Besides, the power of Naraku is not as simple as you think. In the last graduation assessment, the hollow that I helped him kill was a Gillian hollow that failed to evolve and was good at hiding and camouflage." Aizen Sasuke slowly continued, "However, before I helped him kill it, he was able to easily capture a Gillian with his close combat ability. What an amazing genius." Ichimarujan's smile was a little bit evil. He looked at Uranari, who was repeatedly knocked away by Uehara Naraku, and couldn't help but continue. His attainments in swordsmanship seemed to be amazing. "It seems that Uranari is going to lose." "No." Aizen Sasuke smiled and shook his head and continued, "Watch carefully. Uranari's Hyuga is not that simple. Indeed, although Uranari did fall into a disadvantage for a short time after Uehara Naraku's Zanpakuto came out, because there was a huge gap in spiritual pressure and Zanpakuto between the two. However, this gap was not enough for Uehara Naraku to crush Uranari with an extremely strong attitude. Every time Uranari's Zanpakuto fell on Uehara Naraku's golden lightsaber, it inevitably made the golden lightsaber covered with a layer of grey shadow, as if the lightsaber was covered with dust. This is Hyuga's ability. If there is a collision, he can use his spiritual pressure to gradually erode the enemy's Zanpakuto through his Zanpakuto. Obviously, if the battle continues, the Tenjikumo sword in Uehara Naraku's hand should be completely useless. Is there no other way?" The next moment, the lightsaber in Uehara Naraku's hand dissipated, and he slowly put his hands together and began to chant the spell of the Death God's Kid ability in an orderly manner. "The thundering chariot, the gap in the spinning wheel. This thing has light, and it is divided into 6. The golden light in Uehara Naraku's hand instantly dispersed, and almost in an instant it gathered into a light prison, imprisoning Urakari in a light prison, and he finally chanted the last sentence of his spell, the 61st of the binding path, the 6-stick light prison. Uehara Naraku watched the light prison bind Urakari, and then he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally done. What I'm least good at is chanting kid spells and making hand seals. The chanting of kid is so second year. But I like it so much." Chapter 619. Yuta really acted hard. The battle is still going on. Uehara Naraku wasted a long time chanting a powerful kid spell, trapping Urakari, the 3rd officer of the 5th division, with a barrier. The 61st way of binding. Simply speaking, the difficulty of practice is not low. Of course, this is only for those academic students. For a genius like Aizen Sasuke, he had mastered Kid very early, and he could even use Kid power without chanting. As long as his own spiritual pressure was strong enough, he could use any Kid power unscrupulously. Aizen Sasuke's mouth curled up a slight smile, and he said slowly, "Does the 61st way of binding also need to be chanted?" It seems that Naraku has not awakened the spiritual power accumulated by the clan for thousands of years. It seems so. Ichimarujan nodded and chuckled, then continued slowly, "And the 6th staff light prison, that has been chanted, does not seem to have the expected power. According to Urakari's spiritual pressure, it should be broken soon, right?" Sure enough, before Ichimarujan could finish his words, Urakari waved his Zanpakuto and stood on the 6-rod light prison one after another. In an instant, the entire prison was completely shattered. Urakari stepped lightly on the ground and appeared in front of Uehara Naraku in an instant. His Zanpakuto was raised proudly, trying to tear a wound on Uehara Naraku's body. This battle is far from over. However, everyone knows that Urakari is definitely not Uehara Naraku's opponent in terms of kendo alone. Seriously speaking, this person should be the head of a wealthy clan who has been trained with all his strength. How could he be weaker than others in terms of kendo? Clang. The lightsaber in Uehara Naraku's hand rose again and suddenly blocked Urakari's uppercut. The spiritual pressure on his body surged, and he was knocked out again. Uehara Naraku looked at Urakari's figure flying backwards, held the lightsaber in his hand horizontally, and whispered calmly, "Always believe in the existence of light." The next moment, the lightsaber in Uehara Naraku's hand suddenly dissipated, turning into short swords flying towards Urakari. The high-pitched voice accompanied by Uehara Naraku's spiritual pressure resounded in the practice field. "Go, Tinsoku Kun sword." Countless golden short swords flew towards Urakari in an instant, as if they were nails that nailed Urakari to the spot. This move, Urakari had no chance to break free. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his finger, looked at Urakari who was nailed to the spot by him, and whispered, "Senior, you lost." Urakari frowned and gritted his teeth in hatred. Pa. A burst of applause suddenly rang out. Ichimarujin smiled and clapped his hands, and said slowly, as expected of Lord Naraku, even if he only used a little strength, he was able to defeat the third officer of the 5th division. He is really more powerful than I thought. Indeed. Aizen Sasuke nodded slowly, and his eyes under the glasses became softer than ever before. Although he still has no fighting spirit like before, he has suppressed Uraraka through the whole process with his spiritual pressure and swordsmanship alone. Indeed, Uehara Naraku's battle is obviously restraining his own strength. So far, Uehara Naraku seems to have not used any killer moves. He even took the initiative to release a ghost waybinding ability that he is not good at. Maybe he just wants to end the battle decently in a way that will not hurt his teammates. Obviously, it seems that there is nothing surprising. However, Uraraka was defeated by Uehara Naraku. Aizen Sasuke glanced at his trusted third officer and said calmly, "Well, since the battle is over, let him go, Naraku." "Yes, Captain." Uehara Naraku raised his palm, and the lightsaber nailed to Uraraka turned into photons and dissipated in front of everyone. Just when Uehara Naraku had just released his control over Uraraka and disbanded his Tenjoukumo sword, Uraraka's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce look. This officer who had just been defeated by Uehara Naraku wanted to use his Zanpakuto to attack. "Be careful." A flash of surprise flashed across Aizen Sasuke's face, and he hurriedly wanted to rush over to stop Uraraka, and opened his mouth to urgently organize Uraraka. "Stop it quickly, Uraraka, your battle is over." However, Uraraka seemed to have not heard it. He still chopped up with his Zanpakuto in his hand. A flash of horror and uneasiness flashed across Uehara Naraku's face, and he hurriedly wanted to condense his Zanpakuto to stop Urakari's attack. Unfortunately, it was too late. At this moment, a ball of black flame suddenly appeared out of thin air on Urakari's body, and a calm and indifferent voice also appeared in everyone's ears. "Amaterasu." The fire of Amaterasu instantly burned in the air. Everyone in the 5th division looked at the black flame spreading on Urakari's body with some disbelief, leaving the third officer screaming and howling in pain in the burning black flame. A space-time vortex appeared on the training ground. Two figures wearing auspicious cloud black robes emerged from the space-time vortex. Many people present recognized their identities. They were Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, two of the 13 Deadpools who had been responsible for protecting Uehara Naraku. "Kill me." Urakari wailed in pain in the black flame of Amaterasu. Because Amaterasu seemed to be burning in his soul, burning everything in his body bit by bit, as if to burn him into nothingness. This kind of pain is extremely unbearable. Senior Uranari. Uehara Naraku looked at the burned Uranari. A look of pain flashed across his face. His voice seemed to be suppressing his grief, and he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Itachi, please take back your Amaterasu." Uchiha Itachi was silent for a second. The next second, Uchiha Itachi slowly shook his head, staring at Uranari who was burned by Amaterasu, and said indifferently, "Lord Naraku, according to our agreement with the Gotei 13, the third officer of the 5th division should be treated as treason, and we can deal with him at our own discretion." After that, Uchiha Itachi set his eyes on Aizen Sasuke again, and his spiritual pressure slowly climbed up. Sir Aizen Sasuke, the captain of the 5th Division, you seem to have violated our agreement with the Goto 13. Indeed. There is some kind of secret agreement between the Uehara clan and the Goto 13. Anyone who attempts to assassinate Uehara Naraku will be regarded as attempting to provoke a civil war in the Soul Society, and will be guilty of subverting the Soul Society and the Soul Society. Sorry. A trace of apology flashed across Aizen Sasuke's face, and he said softly, I didn't notice Uehara's actions just now. Thank you for your timely action. Of course. Aizen Sasuke was very alert to Uchiha Itachi in front of him. He knew some information about Uchiha Itachi and some information about Uchiha Obito. These two Deadpools with strange abilities are not at the top of the ranking of the 13 Deadpools, but Aizen Sasuke will not despise them. Not to mention that these two guys with the surname Uchiha must be related to Uchiha Madara, who ranks first among the 13 Deadpools. This name is actually not prominent in the Soul Society. However, this name is really well known in the Hukomundo. It is said that a long time ago, the 13 Deadpools of the Uehara clan broke into Hukomundo to chase someone, killing people all over the Hukomundo, and forced the Great Hollows of the entire Hukomundo into the underground Great Hollow Forest to survive. The most notorious one among the 13 Deadpools is Uchiha Madara. When Aizen Sasuke conquered Hukomundo, he learned some things about the 13 Deadpools from some Great Hollows, such as Uchiha Madara's ability. It is said that guy has truly realized the heroification of the god of death. Uchiha Madara, the head of the 13 Deadpools, is also a person that Aizen is particularly afraid of, even more than Urahara Kisuke, because the Uehara clan's heroification experiment of the god of death may have gone ahead of them. This also makes Aizen believe the Uehara clan has secretly conducted heroification experiments on the 13 Deadpools. The Uehara clan's leading position in the heroification experiment is also the reason why Aizen Sasuke has always wanted to find an opportunity to provoke a war between Soul Society and the Uehara clan, so as to eliminate the Uehara clan. Unfortunately, the Central 46th Chamber cannot decide everything. The relationship between the Uehara clan and the Soul Society is so complicated that only Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni and the Zero Squad have the right to decide. Because the matter is too important, the Central 46th Chamber and the Four Nobles can only make suggestions on this matter. However, at least Aizen Sasuke can have an equal dialogue with the 13 Deadpools. When Uehara Naraku saw Uchiha Itachi, a hint of nervousness flashed across his face. He seemed to be a little afraid of the Deadpool in front of him, as if he was a family head constrained by a retainer. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Itachi and whispered, Mr. Itachi, but I and Senior Uranari are just sparring. He didn't want to sneak attack me. When he said this, Uehara Naraku looked at Uranari, who was burned by the fire of Amaterasu, and a hint of pity flashed across his face. He said in a deep voice, Mr. Itachi, please take back Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi's face flashed a trace of entanglement strangely. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi's voice became even more indifferent, and even a hint of hatred for him. Lord Naraku, this is not the mercy that a family head should have. Just after Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, Uchiha Obito, who was wearing a mask, opened a scarlet Sharingan, and stared at Uehara Naraku. This momentum made Uehara Naraku involuntarily step back half a step. Uchiha Obito stared at Uehara Naraku, and said as if to warn him, Lord Naraku, you should remember the family rules of the Uehara family. Uchiha Obito's voice was particularly gloomy compared to Uchiha Itachi's, and he didn't seem to be afraid of Uehara Naraku's identity as the head of the family. Seeing that Uehara Naraku's face was a little timid, Uchiha Obito said coldly, for the safety of the Uehara family, as the highest force of the family, the 13 Deadpools have the power to refuse unreasonable orders issued by the head of the family who is less than 100 years old. A flash of anger flashed across Uehara Naraku's face, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. When Lord Naraku grows up, he will naturally understand our painstaking efforts. Uchiha Itachi seemed to sense the atmosphere of confrontation between the two people, and said softly, Lord Naraku, after you have settled down for another 80 years, we will unconditionally obey all your orders. In order to respect your will, the 13 Deadpools have retreated enough, otherwise, you would not be allowed to join the Goto 13. Only the safety of the adults is something we absolutely cannot let go. Because only the adults are the foundation of the inheritance of the Uehara clan. After these words were spoken, even Aizen Sasuke and the people of the 5th team understood. Although Uehara Naraku is the head of the Uehara clan, the young head of the family seems to be unable to make any decisions, or it can be said that he cannot make decisions completely. And from a reasonable point of view, Uehara Naraku should not continue to oppose everything his guards Deadpools do to protect him. Uehara Naraku clenched his teeth, as if he was really at his wit's end. He looked at Jiraiya, who was burned by the flames of Amaterasu, with his compassionate eyes, as if he was looking at the third officer screaming in pain with some despair. This is the only thing that is absolutely not allowed. Uehara Naraku looked at the flames of Amaterasu which were still burning, his voice full of pain. I'm tired of you killing innocent people to protect me. Even if he wanted to sneak attack me, he just wanted to win this victory. A sneak attack is no different from an assassination. He deserves to die. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, stood beside him, and persuaded in a deep voice, anyone who wants to hurt Lord Naraku is not an innocent person. Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his palm and roared loudly, if you refuse to take it back, I will extinguish it now. Broken Deo. Lord Naraku. Uchiha Itachi grabbed Uehara Naraku's arm, raised his eyes slightly, his expression full of confusion. Uchiha Itachi still sighed and persuaded, Lord Naraku should know what it means when Amaterasu appears. Amaterasu is the ultimate fire that can burn even flames. Uehara Naraku gritted his teeth and tried to get rid of it. However, he could not get rid of Uchiha Itachi's palm no matter what. As a young death god who wanted to save people, he could only watch the third officer who was still alive just now being burned to ashes by the black flames of Amaterasu. Really? That's enough. If possible, Uchiha Itachi really wants to ask. In fact, there is no need to act so hard. Aren't you the one who controlled his power to kill the third officer Uraraka? However, just looking at the current situation, Uehara Naraku really looks like a kind person. If Uchiha Itachi didn't know who controlled him to release Amaterasu and directly burn the third officer to death, while controlling the killing and struggling to save people, this is not something a normal person can do. Aizen Sasuke would never have thought that Uehara Naraku could directly control Uchiha Itachi. The captain of the 5th division said nothing, just staring at the Amaterasu black flame in front of him, with a hint of black flame reflected on his lens. If anyone noticed, they would have found a strange smile on the corner of Aizen Sasuke's mouth, as if he had found something very interesting. Uchiha Itachi's eyes even slowly looked at the members of the entire 5th division, until they fell on Ichimarujin. Ichimarujin responded with a kind smile. Even though the smile looked particularly like a provocation, Uchiha Itachi stared at Ichimarujin for a while, and finally stopped his gaze on Aizen Sasuke, and said softly, Lord Aizen. Then Lord Naraku will be in your care from now on. I hope that today's incident will not happen again in the future. Otherwise we will sever all agreements with Lord Yamamoto Jinryu Shichikuni. These words really sounded like a threat, and it made people feel that Uehara Naraku came to the 5th division to be a master who needs protection and service, not a team member. I know. Aizen Sasuke nodded calmly, lowered his head and said, I will also report today's incident to Captain-in-Chief Yamamoto and the Central 46th Office truthfully. Now it seems that he is just a useless captain of the 5th division. Facing the powerful 13 Deadpools, he has no way to deal with these Deadpools and can only complain to his parents. A cowardly person. Is that so? Uchiha Obito slowly opened the space-time vortex and disappeared at the same time as Uchiha Itachi, leaving only a nonchalant word. Then please. Acting skills. Chapter 620. Apparent superior, real superior. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have believed that the 13 dead souls of the Uehara clan were so arrogant. In the territory of the Gotei 13, in front of the captain of the 5th division, they didn't take anyone present seriously and directly killed an officer. These guys. A death god of the 5th division gritted his teeth in hatred, but because of the presence of Uehara Naraku, he didn't say anything bad. As the head of the Uehara clan, Uehara Naraku seems to be somewhat out of tune with his retainers. He looked at Aizen Sasuke with some guilt and whispered, Captain. I'm sorry, I can't go against Mr. Itachi's will. The captain of the 5th division, who always appears gentle and polite on the surface, shook his head and smiled to comfort Uehara Naraku. Okay, Naraku, it's not your fault. Never blame yourself for other people's mistakes. Aizen Sasuke patted Uehara Naraku's shoulder gently and continued softly, Naraku is the only victim of what happened today. If you feel uneasy, then take on the responsibility as the vice captain of the 5th division. Captain. Uehara Naraku looked at Aizen Sasuke in disbelief. If he didn't know what kind of heart Aizen Sasuke had, if everything just now wasn't controlled by Uehara Naraku himself, maybe Uehara Naraku might really be moved by Aizen. The words spoken by this person can always persuade others. Aizen Sasuke looked at Uehara Naraku's expression, smiled and continued, okay, it's okay, just leave this matter to me. Yes. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly. A group of members of the 5th team dispersed. After everyone left, Aizen Sasuke showed a dark smile on his face, and a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. What a bunch of arrogant people. Aizen Sasuke sat on the rest chair in the training ground, slowly closed his palms, and said slowly, even after so many years, the character of this clan has not changed much. Oh. Ichimaru-jin smiled, and stood beside him, chuckled and asked, what is Aizen-sama going to do now? Do you really have to report today's events to Captain General Yamamoto? Aizen Sasuke lowered his head and restrained his eyes. Of course, even if there is a secret agreement between the Gotei 13 and the Uehara clan, it is definitely not a reason for them to act at will. It seems that I have found a better way. The gap between the Soul Society will never be eliminated, but will only become larger and larger. This matter should be reported as a matter of course. Aizen Sasuke never intended to hide it. The only thing that disappointed Aizen Sasuke was that after the captain of the Gotei 13, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni, knew about this, he did not say much, but only told Aizen Sasuke to protect Uehara Naraku. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni held his cane, lowered his eyes, and his face showed no anger, as if he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Over the past 1,000 years, this Captain General is no longer as hateful as he was in the past. In comparison, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni is more concerned about the growth of Uehara Naraku. He placed his hope for peace and the future of the Soul Society on Uehara Naraku. The secret agreement between us and the Uehara clan existed before the Gotei 13. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni murmured in a low voice and calmly said, when that little guy Uehara Naraku really grows up and can take on responsibilities, this kind of thing will not happen in the future. As long as this little guy who carries the hope of peace becomes the captain of the Gotei 13, he will slowly integrate the Uehara clan into the Soul Society. Turning against each other at this time is undoubtedly the most unwise choice. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni and the Zero Squad would never declare war on the Uehara clan for a chief officer who attacked Uehara Naraku. Besides, even if the third chief officer did not die at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni would have put him in prison as an explanation to the Uehara clan. Yes, I understand. Aizen Sasuke slowly lowered his head. As for his heart, he had more disdain for the Captain General. Because he was living longer and longer, he began to fear war. What a coward. Whether it was Uehara Naraku or Yamamoto Shijakuni, it was just that Aizen Sasuke had never expected the Captain General to be tough. He just came to go through the motions. Just as Aizen Sasuke was paying a visit to his apparent superior Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni, his subordinate Ichimaru-jin was paying a visit to his real superior, Sir Naraku. Jin Ichimaru stood beside Uehara Naraku with his usual smile on his face, and said softly, because I have to stay by Aizen's side for a long time to monitor him, it is really troublesome to meet you. It doesn't matter, I won't care about such a small matter. Uehara Naraku sat back on the chair in the pavilion, holding a glass of juice in his hand, and sipping it slowly. His attitude seemed a bit leisurely, and out of tune with the Soul Society. Hearing Uehara Naraku's words, Jin Ichimaru's smile froze for a moment, but it returned to normal in an instant. Jin Ichimaru had a smile on his face and chuckled. Even though Lord Naraku has a generous personality and doesn't care about such trivial matters, as a subordinate, I still feel very sorry. Jin Ichimaru looked at Naraku Uehara's expression, chuckled and continued, but I didn't waste the time you gave me. Not long ago, Aizen found out a piece of information about the whereabouts of the other half of the Hojioku created by Urahara Akatsuki. This news is of no use to us. Naraku Uehara put down the juice cup in his hand and continued calmly, Rukia Akatsuki. If I remember correctly, this should be her name now. That's right. Jinichimaru nodded with a smile and continued. Rukia just joined the Akatsuki clan yesterday and officially changed her name to Rukia Akatsuki. Maybe Kisuke Uehara thought that Lord Kabuto could help him protect the whereabouts of the Hojioku, so he put the Hojioku in Rukia's body without authorization. Jinichimaru knew Rukia. Jinichimaru is the most promising of all the street kids from the orphanage. He is also the role model that Kabuto Yakushi has always set up in the orphanage. He often goes back to the orphanage to help. The big sister of the orphanage back then was Rangoku Matsumoto. The big sister of this generation of orphanage is Rukia. She just joined the Akatsuki clan yesterday and officially changed her name to Rukia Akatsuki. This matter is a bit strange to say. The substance of Hojioku is very strange. Aizen Sasuke's the god of death to create an unfinished Hojioku, and Uehara Kisuke's the hollow to create another more mature Hojioku. Naturally, Aizen Sasuke wants to take away Uehara Kisuke's Hojioku and try to get a real complete body, which is also what Uehara Naraku wants. By the way, Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, "Do you think Uehara Kisuke put his Hojioku in Rukia's body? The original intention was to use Kabuto's power to protect his Hojioku." Uehara Naraku raised his head and looked at Ichimaru-jin, and there was a hint of gloom in his voice. "Kabuto is my most important subordinate. Isn't it a bit excessive to use Kabuto without Kabuto's permission?" Of course. The smile on Ichimaru-jin's face was slightly restrained, and he slowly opened his eyelids, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. His face became more serious than ever. Ichimaru-jin's face became a little indifferent, and he continued calmly, "When I was young, Kabuto regarded Uehara Kisuke as his disciple. Such behavior can no longer be described as excessive." Ichimaru-jin, who has been following Aizen Sasuke as an undercover, knows very well how powerful Aizen Sasuke is. Even Kabuto Yakushi may not be able to defeat him, right? And Uehara Kisuke stored the Hojioku that Aizen wanted in Rukia's body while she was still in the orphanage. Yesterday, before leaving Soul Society, Kabuto Yakushi asked Rukia to accept Byakuya Akatsuki's adoption request, which also meant that he wanted to protect her and the orphanage. As the successor of Kabuto Yakushi, Jinichimaru would certainly not think that Uehara Kisuke was innocent. No matter who knew about this, they would be dissatisfied with Uehara Kisuke. Even if they knew that Uehara Kisuke was doing this for the safety of the Hojioku, it would be too self-righteous to put those who once cherished him in danger because of it. That guy really wants to use everything. Uehara Naraku leaned against the pillar of the pavilion, chuckled and said, "Anyway, we can't tell Uehara Kisuke's true intentions now, so let's get rid of him together. Jin, let's start preparing for our plan. Before the location of the Hojioku is determined by Aizen, let him determine the location of Uehara Kisuke first." "Yes." Ichimaru-jin nodded seriously and continued in a deep voice, "I will check this matter immediately, but it's hard to say whether we can find Uehara Kisuke's spiritual pressure while Uehara Kisuke is hiding in the human world. It's not that complicated." Uehara Naraku shook his head and said softly, "A rat hiding in the sewer will always need to stockpile supplies a little bit if he wants to fight another rat. As long as the pressure brought to him by Aizen is great enough, he will show up sooner or later. Also, find a chance to transfer me to the human world." Uehara Naraku closed his palms and said softly, "As long as I can reach the real world, I can find out the whereabouts of Uehara Kisuke. Then find a way to make our Captain Aizen and Manager Uehara go to war in advance." "Yes." After Ichimaru-jin agreed, he chuckled and said, "Sir, there is one more thing. Before I succeed as the captain of the 3rd Division, Aizen may rush to Hukomundo with me. Is it time for him to discover Lord Orochimaru's secret?" "It's time." Uehara Naraku showed a touch of nostalgia on his face and said softly, "It's been many years since I last saw my old friend." Ichimaru-jin's expression was a little strange. Is this old friend a serious old friend? Because Ichimaru-jin once knew some of Orochimaru's past indirectly, and it is said that Lord Orochimaru once had a glorious moment. Of course, the most glorious time. There is no doubt that when Orochimaru saw Uehara Naraku for the first time, he regarded this adult as an experimental material, which eventually led to his life's ups and downs. However, every time there were ups and downs, I was being played around by the adult in front of me. Uehara Naraku seemed to feel something was a little strange and turned to look at Ichimarujin. I heard that you also respect Orochimaru, which is quite similar to Kabuto. Yes. Ichimarujin sighed faintly. After a long silence, Ichimaru spoke up. When we go to Hukomundo next time, once Aizen Sasuke discovers Orochimaru's experiment, he will definitely not give up recruiting Orochimaru. When he said this, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Ichimaru's mouth. He will get a huge army of Arrancar. An army. Uehara Naraku said slowly. So many white Zetsu were wasted, and I don't know how many qualified Arrancar he can make. There should be more than 100 now. Ichimaru gave a high number and said softly, if Orochimaru can succeed in the experiment of fusing a Gillian class hollow with white Zetsu, this number will probably skyrocket. That's not bad. This yield rate is indeed good. White Zetsu is probably the most suitable material, whether it is used as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation, or as a test subject, it can be said to be the most suitable existence. The cost is also very low. As long as there is sport technique and spiritual power, it can be cultivated quickly. There are the most Gillian class hollows in Hukomundo. If the fusion between them can successfully create Arrancars, even if they have low intelligence, they will be able to become a fighting force. Thousands of years ago, after Orochimaru took the blame in Soul Society, he was sent to Hukomundo by Uehara Naraku, where he repaired his soul by devouring hollows. Similarly, he was also conducting experiments in Hukomundo. Now Orochimaru is cultivating an army of Arrancars created by the fusion of hollows and Zetsu. Once they can be completely proficient in transformation and fusion, it means that the entire Hukomundo will have a new species, or a new civilization. The most important thing is, a group of powerful fighting forces will be born. Because the spiritual power of the hollows is naturally strong enough. Okay, that's it. I'll leave all these things to you. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm, grabbed a scroll from the void, and threw it to Ichimarujin, saying softly, it will be very dangerous to be around Aizen. In the past, Kabuto Yakushi was there, to check and balance him, so he didn't dare to do anything to you. Uehara Naraku looked at Ichimarujin's puzzled expression and continued softly, now that Kabuto has left Soul Society, who knows if Aizen will suddenly want to harm you. My lord, I will pay attention. It's always right to be careful. Uehara Naraku closed his palms, looked down at the scroll, and said softly, if you encounter trouble, open it. It contains a copy of the Had 99. 5 dragons tenmi that I used myself, but I don't know how powerful it is. Apparent superiors, subordinates bear the grievances themselves. Real superiors give you equipment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621, The Past of Ichimarujin and Yakushi Kabuto. To be honest, is Uehara Naraku's Had 99 really trustworthy? If other people saw Uehara Naraku's poor chanting of the release of the 6-star flight prison before, they would probably disdain this seal scroll, but people like Ichimarujin were completely different. Ichimarujin accepted the seal scroll that Uehara Naraku gave him with a smile on his face. He believed in Uehara Naraku's power, just as he believed in his original choice. Decades ago, in the corner of the alley at the end of Rukage, the young boy Ichimarujin carefully unscrewed the water cup. He licked the corner of his mouth and put the water cup in his hand to his right hand. On the right hand side of Ichimarujin, the girl Matsumoto Rangaku bit a piece of bread with dull eyes. Her face still had the panic of robbing a black market merchant just now. This is the life of these street children, who are in constant fear. Generally speaking, the dead souls do not need to eat, they only need to absorb the spirit particles of the Soul Society to survive. However, the dead souls with higher spiritual power in their bodies, such as Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Rangaku, must survive by eating. This is their luck, but also their misfortune. If they want to survive, they must constantly take in food and water. These two things are especially precious in Rukage. They have to risk their lives to snatch them. In the most difficult times, they even eat some raw taro. Only in this way Can they maintain their physical movements? Are we going to continue like this? The girl Matsumoto Rangaku finally came to her senses. She looked down at the pancake in her hand, swallowed her saliva, and handed the remaining half of the pancake to Ichimarujin. The girl was still very hungry. Even from her heaving chest, you can see that she was reluctant to give up. However, the pancake in her hand might be their only harvest today, and she should not enjoy it alone. Don't force yourself. The boy Ichimarujin chuckled, reached out to take the pancake in Matsumoto Rangaku's hand, broke off a small piece, and stuffed it into his mouth. Because Ichimarujin knew the girl's character, now is not the time for him to be humble to each other. The young Ichimarujin pushed the water cup in the direction of the girl, squinted his eyes and smiled, and began to eat the bread by himself. You go home first. I want to go out for a walk by myself. Okay. The girl Matsumoto Rangaku lowered her head while holding the water cup. Although Ichimarujin told her to go home, where did they have a home? There was only a dilapidated and desolate wooden house, and only the two of them depended on each other. Drink more water. The young Ichimarujin stretched out his hand to rub the girl's orange hair, but when his palm was about to touch the girl's hair, he slowly stopped and took it back by himself. The boy didn't say anything more. There was one thing that the young Ichimarujin didn't tell the girl Matsumoto Rangaku. Their biggest gain today was not the food and water in their hands, but a piece of news that was very important to him. Someone purchased a large amount of food and water from the black market. Tomorrow, someone will come to the black market to make a deal. The young boy Ichimarujin already knew the place where they would meet. He planned to attack the buyer. As long as he could get enough money in this attack, he and Matsumoto Rangaku would have a chance to live a stable life. Although Ichimarujin knew that there was a lot of food and water, the buyer would definitely send a lot of people to carry it, which also meant that the danger level would be greatly increased. But this might be his only chance. A chance for Matsumoto Rangaku to have no worries about food and clothing from now on. Late at night, in a desolate warehouse, a rough-looking black market merchant appeared in the warehouse with hundreds of strong men, carrying large and small bags of food and water, with a ferocious smile on his face. There are no rules in Rukange. When this black market merchant knew that someone wanted to buy a large amount of food and water from him, his first thought was not a legitimate transaction, but to try to eat the other party directly. This black market merchant gathered all his men, including several wandering souls who were willing to work for him. They also had a lot of spiritual power. Such a force is also very powerful in the entire Rukange. Of course, if the other party brings enough people and they are strong enough, then the transaction will be smooth and stable. It is considered to be a big customer. No matter how you calculate it, it seems to be a good deal. The moonlight gradually became brighter. A hooded figure slowly walked into the warehouse. The black market businessman and a group of his men looked at the newcomer in confusion. Their expressions were slightly confused, and their faces were full of confusion. Alone? Is it not possible? The visitor slowly took off his hood, revealing his silver hair and glasses. A strange smile slightly appeared on the corner of his mouth. You seem to have brought too many people. This amount of goods is not worth bringing so many people, right? Ha 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 ha. It's really not worth it. The black market merchant laughed wildly on his face. He looked at the visitor and said loudly, if you are alone, it doesn't look like you are here to trade. When he said this, the black market merchant suddenly stopped laughing. He stared at the visitor and said in a deep voice, what do you mean? We brought all the goods. Did you bring your money? Of course. The visitor reached out to adjust his glasses, took out a scroll, took out a box of money from the scroll, and put it on the ground, smiled and said, according to our agreement, this money should be enough, right? The box of money was full. No matter who saw the box of money, their eyes would unconsciously fall on it. This money was enough for anyone to live a rich life in Soul Society for hundreds of years. Of course, it's enough. The black market merchant narrowed his eyes and began to think about the identity of his buyer. After all, the method of taking money from the sealed scroll just now seems to be a Shinigami who has practiced Ghost Way. However, no matter how you think about it, he is definitely not a member of the Gotei 13. As long as he is not a member of the Gotei 13 and the Soul Society, there is no need to care about who this guy is. Anyway, it is not something that can't be offended. Even if it is soul society. It's not that there are no shinigami who have not fallen in Rukage. The next moment, as the black market merchant made a gesture, a group of people swarmed up and surrounded the silver-haired young man with glasses. A tall man directly swung a knife and chopped off the head of the silver-haired young man. The group of people who succeeded did not seem to think that this silver-haired young man who seemed to have some means was so easily solved by them. It is unexpected. The black market merchant did not care. He waved his hand and asked his men to take the money, reload their goods, and plan to leave the warehouse for trading. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Just as they were delighted with the ease of this trip, the steel wires disintegrated into sharp blades, and in a blink of an eye, they slashed across the entire warehouse. A group of tall people were dismembered on the spot in an instant. Only a few vigilant people escaped this sneak attack. However, the entire warehouse seemed to have turned into a battlefield for hidden weapons, with sharp iron and steel needles flying everywhere, making these people frown. Someone wanted to kill them in the dark. Until the end, the dense hidden weapons finally stopped, and a young man appeared in the warehouse, holding a sharp iron spike in his hand. The next moment, the young man Ichimerujin rushed up waving the iron spike in his hand, and the wailing and screaming in the warehouse were endless, and the blood flew like a red silk under the moonlight. It was he who planned all this in secret. When the black market merchants planned to rob the black market merchants, he carefully checked the black market merchants' men and calculated his chances of success. After a long time, the warehouse finally quieted down. Just as the young Jinichimaru was checking his spoils and thinking about Rangaku Matsumoto who was waiting for him at home, a round of applause interrupted his thoughts. A look of surprise flashed across the face of the young Jinichimaru. But when he turned around, he saw the silver-haired young man who should have died long ago, which made him even more surprised. No, this is normal. How could such a person be killed so easily? Jinichimaru turned around and took a look at the place where the silver-haired young man was killed. It had become a wooden stake at some point. Such a person is too weird. Jinichimaru's brain immediately began to think about his chances of winning and everything that had happened. He slowly turned his head to look at the silver-haired young man, suddenly curved his eyebrows, smiled and said, "Are you satisfied with my performance? Really smart." The silver-haired young man slowly closed his palms, not sparing his praise. "When did you figure it out? Or did you know it when I observed you? Just now?" The young man Ichimarujin's face gradually calmed down and said softly, "I just figured it out when I overheard that you were about to make a transaction yesterday. It was a trap set for me. No, or a test. Enough." The silver-haired young man slowly walked in, slowly squatted in front of him, smiling at the boy who was somewhat similar to him. "Originally, this exam should not have existed. But I want to see your ability. Now it seems that this little guy's wisdom and talent are really good. With just a little polishing he can become a suitable assistant." The young boy Chimarujin smiled the same as the silver-haired young man and said softly, "Then can you tell me your name now?" "Yakushi Kabuto." The silver-haired young man stretched out his hand and placed it on his shoulder. "Now that you have passed the exam, will you follow me? If I follow you, what can I get?" "Nothing." Yakushi Kabuto's smile gradually became a little gentle. He calmly approached the young boy Chimarujin and chuckled. "No, it should be said that there is still one thing you can get, such as protecting your companions." The young boy Chimarujin squinted his eyes and nodded. In fact, being able to get this is enough. Not long after, there were two more children in Yakushi Kabuto's orphanage. Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Rangaku grew up in this orphanage, and they no longer had to live the life of starvation they used to live. Here, the young boy Chimarujin and the girl Matsumoto Rangaku began to learn to take care of the children in the orphanage when they grew up, and they both inevitably learned a part of Yakushi Kabuto. Jinichimaru learned the profoundness and obscurity of Kabuto Yakushi, and his nature gradually became more and more like Kabuto Yakushi, or he and Kabuto Yakushi were the same kind of people. Rangaku Matsumoto learned the gentleness of Kabuto Yakushi, which was the motherhood of Kabuto Yakushi's former dean, Nono Yakushi. In fact, Kabuto Yakushi lied. No, this can't be called a lie at all. Jinichiro knew very well that what they got in this orphanage was actually much more than what Jinichiro expected at the beginning, and what they had to pay was no cost at all. Because according to Kabuto Yakashi's ability, they didn't need to do anything at all. His purpose was very simple, and it seemed that he really just wanted to adopt 2 orphans. If there was no test, until Jinichiro finally thought that he had to do something for Kabuto Yakashi to pay off all that he and Rangeki Matsumoto owed. Kabuto Yakashi gave Jinichiro 2 choices. One choice was to join an organization called Akatsuki. One choice was to inherit the Kabuto Yakashi orphanage in the future. Jinichiro remembered that his expression at the time was a little puzzled. He really couldn't imagine that Kabuto Yakashi adopted him just to find an orphanage director. However, Jinichiro chose to join Akatsuki. He is qualified to come into contact with a whole new world, a different world. The secret history of a 1,000-year-old wealthy family, or 1,000-year-old secret case sealed in time, a god hidden in Soul Society for 1,000 years. No one would have thought of it. The head of a 1,000-year-old wealthy family that has been passed down from generation to generation has always been the same person. He is like a shadow in the dark and never shows up. Lord Naraku. Compared to Lord Naraku in front of him, the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sasuke, who hides his true face, is like a child playing. Although everything about Aizen Sasuke is disturbing enough in the eyes of Jinichiro, it is still far inferior to this person who planned earlier. Perhaps the only pity is that this boss is always habitually a little off the track. For example, at this moment, the question asked by Uehara Naruki made Ichimurujin difficult to answer. By the way, do you think I'm a kind person? How should I answer this question? Ichimurujin looked down at the scroll in his hand, and then said softly, of course, if it weren't for Lord Naraku, there would be many orphans in Rukange who would not live to adulthood. That's the credit of Kabuto, because his adoptive mother is the director of the orphanage, and he just inherited the will of his former director. Uehara Naraku looked at Ichimurujin's expression, as if he felt that this subordinate doubted his seal scroll, and couldn't help but say, don't doubt what I gave you. Maybe it's not enough to destroy the entire Soul Society, but it should be more than enough to destroy the Soul Society, even if it has the protection of the murderous stone. Yes. Ichimurujin carefully put away the scroll. Wait, why did this boss give him a scroll that can destroy the Soul Society? And he was asked to carry this scroll with him to protect himself. This boss, did he overestimate the power of his subordinates? If he had known earlier, Ichimurujin kind of missed the other choice that Dean Kabuto gave him. Maybe he should have agreed to inherit the position of the orphanage director. No memories, no Hokage. Wrong place, no memories, no death god. Chapter 622, Sneak Attacker. Emerald Green Flash. Life in the Goto 13 is quite interesting. As the vice captain of the 5th Division, Uehara Naraku also accompanied Aizen to several meetings, and because of his identity, he received a lot of extra attention. During this period, many new members were added to the Goto 13, so there were some personnel changes. First, Ichimurujin became the captain of the 3rd Division. Second, Kachiki Byakuya entered the 6th Division and succeeded the position of captain. In comparison, Uehara Naraku, the head of a wealthy family whose identity is more important than Kachiki Byakuya, is just a vice captain, which seems a bit inappropriate. This is also a problem that Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni is particularly troubled by. In addition, a newcomer also joined the 10th Division. Hitsuge Toshiro, a newcomer who is born with a very strong spiritual pressure. The Goto 13 headquarters meeting room. The captain of the Goto 13, Jinryusei Shijakuni Yamamoto, looked around at all the captains and vice captains present, slowly lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, recently, it has been discovered that the Hollows have become more and more active. Whether in the real world or in Soul Society, more and more Hollows have begun to appear. It seems so. The current captain of the 8th Division, Shunsuke Oraku, sat at the left seat at the conference table and said slowly, it should be in the recent period, no more than 50 years, the Hollows have become more and more active, especially recently. The current captain of the 8th Division, Shunsuke Oraku, seems to be a bit lazy by nature, and when he speaks, He seems to take nothing to heart. Shunsu Kyoraku's personality is a bit lazy, a bit like Admiral Kizaru in the pirate world. It is really hard to imagine that the Goto 13 would let such a captain be responsible for intelligence work. Isn't such a captain too much of a hindrance? Compared with the previous captain, Kabuto Yakushi, after Kyoraku Shunsu took over the 8th division, the intelligence work of the entire division has deteriorated at a speed that can be seen with the naked eye. In just over 200 years, it has become a slender team in the Goto 13. After all, not everyone is Kabuto Yakushi. Not everyone attaches as much importance to intelligence work as Kabuto Yakushi, who was born as a ninja. So far, the intelligence work of the 8th division has almost entirely relied on the foundation left by Kabuto Yakushi when he was the captain. Kyoraku Shunsu feels a little overwhelmed, but as a captain, Kyoraku Shunsu's combat power is definitely enough, and he is also one of Yamamoto Jinryusei Shigekune's disciples. Shunsu. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shigekune frowned slightly, looked at this disciple with some displeasure, and said in a muffled voice, "Don't you have more detailed information? Where is your intelligence analysis? Aren't they all on your desk?" Kyoraku Shunsu raised his head with the help of his bamboo hat, and said slowly, "It's just some hollows that are active. It doesn't seem to have changed. They have all been solved. There is no need to deliberately analyze these things, right?" Yamamoto Shigekune could only shake his head helplessly. At this moment, the old man missed Kabuto Yakushi, who joined the 0 division. After all, when Kabuto Yakushi was in office, he would not only give him enough information, but also provide him with intelligence analysis and corresponding strategies. During the time when Kabuto Yakushi was in office, the battle between the Shinigami and the Hollows was never at a disadvantage. Every tricky hollow would be specially marked and made into a booklet and distributed to the Shinigami. Originally, Kabuto Yakushi had issued some wanted notices, calling on people with strong spiritual power in the real world and Soul Society to join forces to suppress these troublesome hollows. During that time, Soul Society and the real world were really peaceful. The losses of the Goto 13 were also the lowest point in history. Unfortunately, Kabuto Yakushi later joined the 0 division, and then the Shinigami suppressed the Quincy incident, so wanted notices and the like were no longer useful. "I've encountered some troublesome guys over here." The captain of the 10th division, Aishin Shiba, leaned back in his chair, a rare serious look on his face. The spiritual pressure of the hollows that have appeared recently has become stronger and stronger. It feels like they are evolving. Aren't they always evolving? The captain of the 12th division, Mayuri Kurotsuchi, curled the corners of his mouth, chuckled and said, "Thousands of years ago, the data showed that there was no difference between hollows and revenants. Later, more and more hollows appeared, and slowly we divided them into levels. This feeling is a little different." Aishin Shiba shook his head, changed his usual nonsensical attitude, and said with a serious face, "If this goes on, it feels that sooner or later hollows that subvert our cognition will appear. Then let's kill them." The captain of the 11th division, Kenpachi Zeruki, grinned and revealed a sneer. "Their power is still too weak now. It would be better if they can become a little stronger." Akan. Yachirai Kusaka put his arm around Kenpachi Zeruki's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't always be so irritable. There are many lovely people here." At this point, Kusaka Yachiru's eyes fell on Uhura Naraku, and he waved at him. "Dean Kabuto told us that when you join the Goto 13, we will treat you well. This care doesn't feel like a serious care. Hey." Zeruki Kenpachi followed Kusaka Yachiru's gaze and looked at Uhura Naraku, sneered and said, "Yachiru, don't say such misleading words to this person. Kabuto is not trustworthy, but I do owe that guy a lot of favors." Ahem. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shigekune interrupted their communication and whispered, "Don't talk about irrelevant things. Let's talk about serious things. From now on, all teams must strengthen patrols. The Central 46th office is very dissatisfied with the loss of Shinigami. Yes, the loss of Shinigami is getting bigger and bigger, and the Shinigami who can be added to the Goto 13 are getting fewer and fewer, because there is a family that is also recruiting Shinigami in the Soul Society. In fact, there is a good way to quickly replenish the number of Shinigami, that is to find a way to let the Shinigami of the Uehara clan directly join the Gotei 13, but that is equivalent to the Uehara clan taking over the Magpie's Nest. Anyway, the invasion of hollows is becoming more and more frequent. Only 2 people present know why this happens, because the current Lord of Hukomundo, Aizen Sasuke, needs to use the hollows that he secretly modified to conduct experiments, and by the way, he is also searching for the whereabouts of Urahara Akatsuki. As for Uehara Naraku, because the movements of Hukomundo cannot be hidden from him at all, there is no need to take such things to heart. The only trouble is that due to the frequent invasion of hollows, even the seemingly Buddhist 5th division has to start facing the most important part of the life of the Shinigami. That is the war between the Shinigami and hollows. A war that will never stop. The barren land of Soul Society. Hundreds of hollows broke through the space boundary wall and entered Soul Society, roaring and wanting to invade the central land of Sarite and Rukage. The 10th Division, which happened to be in charge of patrolling, immediately fell into a bitter battle. In addition, there were many large hollows among this group of hollows, so they had to ask for help from the Soul Society. The 5th Division was naturally sent to support. Aizen Sasuke and Uehara Naraku led the 5th Division to come to support. This battle was really difficult under the leadership of the 2 actors. After all, Uehara Naraku is the god of death who does not kill. Uehara Naraku waved his Zanpakuto to repel a group of hideous hollows, quickly stretched out his fingertips, and began to chant, self-destruct, Rondanin is black dog, in one glance, burn it completely, cut your own throat. The 9th way of binding, the collapse wheel. A series of golden lights transformed from spirit particles flew out from Uehara Naraku's fingertips. These golden spirit particles turned into golden ropes in an instant when they touched this group of hollows and directly bound this group of hollows. If we exclude the fact that Uehara Naraku still needs to chant, his attainments in the ghost way ability do not seem to be weak, especially the 9 of binding seems to be played out in his hands. Unfortunately, this is a life and death battlefield. The most direct way to deal with monsters like Hollow should be to cut off the masks on their heads. Although he easily controlled a group of monsters, the newcomer of the 5th division still seemed a bit out of place on the battlefield. Roar. A group of hollows roared angrily at Uehara Naraku. This group of hollows desperately tried to break free from the restraints of the golden rope, as if they wanted to tear Uehara Naraku into pieces immediately, but the restraining power of the collapse wheel far exceeded their spiritual pressure, and this group of monsters could only vent their anger with roars. Get out of the way. A short figure with white hair passed Uehara Naraku, waving the Zanpakuto in his hand and slashing continuously, splitting the bound hollows in two. This figure looks like a boy who has not grown up. However, this guy's fighting momentum and violent spiritual pressure are stronger than many Shinigami, and even his fighting is extremely fierce. A group of Shinigami looked at the short figure in surprise and unconsciously murmured the name of the white-haired boy. That's the newcomer of the 10th division, Hitsuge Itachi. This newcomer who joined the 10th division not long ago has already shown the potential to become a captain level Shinigami. No, or he already has spiritual pressure and power comparable to a captain level Shinigami. Compared to Hitsuge Itachi, Uehara Naraku, the new vice captain of the 5th division, is obviously not good enough. Although his performance on the battlefield is not bad, he seems a little soft-hearted. You are Hinamori's friend, right? Hitsuge Itachi put away his Zanpakuto, turned to look at Uehara Naraku. A hint of impatience flashed across his face. I really don't know how you surpassed Hinamori to become the number one in the Shinigami school. You actually showed mercy to a monster like a Hollow. I'm sorry. Uehara Naraku's eyes dimmed slightly, staring at the short Hitsuge Itachi in front of him, and said calmly, they are also souls. Souls worth redeeming. Just don't lose your life. Hitsuge Itachi returned to the 10th division's line holding his Zanpakuto and left the last words in a cold voice. Hinamori heard that you became the vice captain of the 5th division, but I want to join your 5th division more and more. Because Hitsuge Itachi and Hinamori Momo grew up together, he knows exactly what his childhood sweetheart is thinking. Recently, Hinamori Momo is almost obsessed with wanting to join the 5th division. The admired Uehara Naraku, the number one in the same period. The admired gentleman Captain Aizen Sasuke. Now that these two people are both in the 5th division and are the captain and vice captain respectively, Hinamori Momo must be more and more eager to join the 5th division. Uehara Naraku fell into silence. If possible, I really want to pass on Hitsuge Itachi's words. Just don't lose your life to Hinamori Momo. The 5th division now has 2 movie stars. If an innocent girl comes to the 5th division, isn't that just jumping into the tiger's mouth? Especially, there are 2 tigers in sheep's clothing here. When Hinamori Momo thought she would come to the heavenly 5th division, she had no idea that she actually came to hell, a hell of infinite reversals. After the battle was over, Uehara Naraku took the initiative to help treat the wounded. It must be said that this fact is really good for favorability, especially Uehara Naraku's application of spiritual power treatment. In just a few seconds, a death god can be revived, and the efficiency is even higher than that of the members of the 4th division who are responsible for medical treatment. The captain of the 4th division, Anohana Ritsu, was a little confused. She was considering whether to bring Uehara Naraku into the 4th division. She felt that she had a successor as captain again. After the wounded were treated, Uehara Naraku looked at the battlefield that was gradually becoming empty and slowly stretched out his palm. Paper flowers flew up with the wind and fell on every place where the hollow disappeared on the battlefield. This is. Hitsuge Itachi couldn't help but frowned. Shinshiba stretched out his palm and covered Hitsuge Itachi's head, shook his head and sighed softly. Ah, a kind little guy wants to pray for those empty souls. Pray for the hollows? Hitsuge Itachi frowned even more tightly, staring at Uehara Naraku. This guy. Why does he feel more innocent than Hinamori? Isn't it good to be innocent? Shinshiba looked at Uehara Naraku and said with a chuckle, a person who has been spoiled since childhood still maintains a pure heart. A group of Shinigami looked at Uehara Naraku's memorial prayer scene. Some Shinigami sighed at Uehara Naraku's innocence, some Shinigami mocked his stupidity, and some Shinigami didn't care about it. This battle is over. The Shinigami of other squads began to leave the battlefield in groups. Only the 5th squad still stood there, watching Uehara Naraku silently praying for the hollows killed by the Shinigami. At this time, a crack appeared in the space wall in the sky, and a pale-skinned young man stood on the edge of the crack. This young man looked very strange. He had short and broken hair, and wore a half-skeletal mask on it. This young man looked a little thin and weak, and his face was also very pale. There were long tear grooves under his emerald eyes. However, the spiritual pressure on him was very strong. This strange young man only did 3 things. In the first second, the pale-skinned young man looked down at Uehara Naraku below. In the second second, the pale-skinned young man turned his head and looked at Aizen Sasuke. In the third second, this young man suddenly stretched out his finger and suddenly sent a emerald green virtual flash towards Uehara Naraku on the ground. His action was so fast that the members of the 5th division had no time to react. Even when this group of people were still thinking about who this pale-skinned young man was, this young man had already attacked their members. You can guess the camp. By the way, thank you for the reward from the former captain of the 5th division of the Gotei 13. Ah, a little scared. A little scared. Chapter 623. Even if I'm an Arrancar, I still want to ban nesting dolls. No one expected that. After the Shinigami from other divisions wiped out the hollows and left, a strange pale young man actually invaded Soul Society and launched a destructive hollow flash at Uehara Naraku. Be careful, Vice Captain Naraku. The Shinigami from the 5th division looked at this scene with fear on their faces. Uehara Naraku unconsciously raised his head and saw the emerald green hollow flash flying down from the sky. His palm suddenly raised in the direction of the hollow flash and quickly began to condense the spirits around him. Fire array. A red barrier suddenly appeared in front of Uehara Naraku. The barrier released by Uehara Naraku seemed to be unusually hard, and it actually blocked the emerald green hollow flash, but the barrier was slightly dimmed. However, when seeing that Uehara Naraku was safe and sound, all the Shinigami, including Aizen Sasuke, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the next moment, another emerald green hollow flash fell down. The energy of the second void became stronger, and it landed on the flame array barrier in an instant, quickly attacking the defense of the flame array barrier. But cracks had already appeared on the flame array, and it was about to be destroyed by the void. A gentle chanting voice appeared on the field. Aizen Sasuke's figure quickly ran towards Uehara Naraku, raised his fingers, and chanted the spell in a low voice. The pride of heaven, the iron wall, the dragon's way. This is the chanting text of the 81st broken path, broken sky. However, everyone can see that Aizen Sasuke has no time to complete the chanting of broken sky. The emerald green void tore through the flame array, and a vast shockwave was about to fall directly on Uehara Naraku. At this moment, at the most dangerous moment, Aizen Sasuke's figure appeared next to Uehara Naraku in an instant, and stretched out his arms to block Uehara Naraku. The corners of his mouth were actually smiling as he looked at the emerald green void that was rushing towards him. Emerald green energy of the flash fell on Aizen Sasuke. The captain of the 5th division had a few drops of blood at the corner of his mouth, but he still stood firmly in front of Uehara Naraku, and just tilted his head slightly, as if leaving a last word, and said, "Naraku, if I leave, I have to take the responsibility of the 5th division." Captain Sasuke. Uehara Naraku's face was full of uncontrollable surprise and sadness. The next moment he wanted to pull Aizen Sasuke back, but Aizen Sasuke was like an unshakable wall, still standing firmly in place to resist the impact of the flash for him. Above the sky, the pale-skinned young man standing in the space crack looked at this scene with an expressionless face. He stretched out his finger, which was condensed with emerald green energy. When the enemy was about to launch a flash, the shape of a scarlet Sharingan appeared behind the pale young man. Every hollow in Hukomundo knew that the appearance of the Sharingan meant that the Uehara clan's group of assholes had appeared, and the pale-skinned young man's face changed. The next moment, he closed the space crack and fled in a hurry. Only the seriously injured Aizen Sasuke was left at the scene. The captain of the 5th division fell down to protect his subordinates. "Captain, don't." Uehara Naraku looked at the fallen Aizen Sasuke with disbelief, and hurriedly reached out to support him, his face full of sadness and pain, and quickly condensed the spirits on his fingertips to treat Aizen. Don't waste spiritual power. Even though Aizen Sasuke was seriously injured, he still tried his best to maintain his elegant demeanor in front of his subordinates to reassure the subordinate. The enemy may not have gone far. Naraku, take everyone back to the Soul Society immediately. Yes. Uehara Naraku slowly lowered his head. Everything that happened just now seemed to have a great impact on him. His captain Aizen Sasuke almost died under the hollow flash. In order to protect him, if it wasn't Uehara who attacked, the enemy that just appeared was a natural hollow. His name was Uehara. He was very powerful in both Soul Society and Hukomundo. The most important thing was Uehara's identity. Just as a group of people from the 5th division hurriedly carried Aizen Sasuke back to the Soul Society, Uehara, who launched the attack, was standing in the gap of space. Next to Uehara stood a lazy man in a white robe. The spiritual pressure on this man made Uehara feel a little uncomfortable. After all, this man could be said to be the strongest natural hollow. Koyata Stark. Koyata Stark was so powerful that, if you were not strong enough, you might be killed by the spiritual pressure he unconsciously released, even if you stood next to him. Although this guy is very powerful, he is also a lazy guy by nature. Now Koyata Stark did not show the appearance of the strongest Arrancar at all. He dragged a little girl wearing a skeleton suit like a father or brother, and gently soothed the little girl's emotions. "Hey, Lynette, calm down." Why do you have to calm down?" The little girl turned her head to look at Stark, and then looked at the two figures wearing black robes standing opposite them, and couldn't help but said, "Stark, that's such a Itachi who once offended Lord Orochimaru. I really can't do anything about you." Koyata Stark held the little girl's head, shook his head and sighed. "Behave yourself. Mr. Orochimaru didn't care about these." Uehara stood by and said softly, "Lynette, members of Akatsuki are forbidden to fight, unless there is a necessary reason. Go." The little girl pouted with an unhappy face. The rules of the Akatsuki organization are very simple, but everyone knows the punishment for breaking them, so the little girl could only give up on finding trouble with Uchiha Itachi. But she soon found a new toy, and soon she was riding on Koyata Stark's neck. Koyata Stark could only carry her body helplessly, and said slowly, "By the way, Uehara, how did you complete your mission? There should be no mistakes." Uehara nodded slowly and said calmly, just as Lord Aizen and Lord Naraku planned, Lord Aizen is now seriously injured. In order to protect Lord Naraku. Why does it sound weird when you say it? The little girl Lynette rubbed Stark's hair and muttered, I really don't understand. The two of them obviously know why, but they still pretend not to know. Koyata Stark patted the little girl's thigh and explained softly, because there are some things Lord Aizen knows, and some things only Lord Naraku knows. I still don't understand. It's very simple. Uehara spread out his palms, his pale face and green eyes made people feel a little creepy. He explained seriously, my original purpose was to let Master Aizen be severely injured, so as to find a way, to find an opportunity, to leave the site of the Uehara clan, and get a chance, to move freely to Hukomundo. According to Master Aizen's plan, when Soul Society still didn't know about the natural Arrancar, I disguised myself as a member of the masked army, and attacked Master Naraku, thereby attracting Master Naraku and the Uehara clan's attention to the masked army in the real world. When their eyes are on the real world, Master Aizen can get rid of the surveillance that the Uehara clan has been monitoring from time to time during this period of time, and return to Hukomundo to continue accumulating the power of our Arrancar. By the way, in this way, Master Aizen can also gain the gratitude of the Uehara clan and Master Naraku. It must be said that this plan is indeed a bit puzzling. Since Uehara Naraku has lived in the 5th division recently, the Uehara clan's Deadpools have increased the number of people to protect him, and they take turns on duty in the space cracks. Of course, there are some people that Aizen Sasuke has to pay attention to. This also led to Aizen Sasuke's actions being watched by the Uehara clan. In order to avoid revealing flaws, Aizen Sasuke had to find a way to arrange the Uehara clan as soon as possible to fight for a chance to act freely. For this action, Aizen Sasuke even called out Uehara and Koyata Stark, the two natural Arrancars he recognized the most. Uehara was responsible for the action. Koyata Stark and Lynette were responsible for intercepting Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, the two Deadpools. To be honest, Aizen Sasuke's thoughts were very thoughtful. The little girl Lynette couldn't help scratching her head and said softly, but everything that Lord Aizen did, didn't Lord Naraku know it? Everyone present fell silent, because the little girl asked an extremely embarrassing question. But Uehara was not embarrassed. He even said calmly, because according to Lord Naraku's plan, what he needs is Lord Aizen to think that he can get rid of the surveillance of the Uehara clan and rush to the Hukomundo and return to our surveillance. Lynette's eyes were a little dull. Koyata Stark supported her body and explained, in fact, it means that Lord Aizen has to walk from a palace full of surveillance to another palace, but he thinks that the second palace is his territory, but this territory is also full of surveillance. Wouldn't it be better to say it earlier? Lynette rubbed Stark's hair and pouted. Uehara shook his head and continued in a deep voice, how could Lord Naraku's layout be so simple? Since Lord Naraku joined the 5th division, he has been secretly controlling everything. Lord Naraku personally arranged for the Deadpools to monitor the 5th division, forcing Lord Aizen to find an opportunity to work with us to formulate and execute this action. The ultimate goal of this action is to make Lord Aizen choose to temporarily believe that he has control over Lord Naraku. And most of the time, trust between people is mutual. After everything that happened today is over, Lord Naraku will definitely respect Lord Aizen more, and will also make Aizen think that he will definitely be able to hold Lord Naraku in his hands. Lord Aizen thought he controlled everything, but he didn't know that everything he did was controlled by Lord Naraku behind the scenes. Everyone present was silent for a long time. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito could still understand it, but Koyata Stark and Lynette were already sleepy after hearing all these messes. Forget it. Uehara looked at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito and said in a deep voice, then let's part ways. I still have to arrange for Lord Aizen and Lord Orochimaru to meet, which is the ultimate purpose of Lord Naraku arranging Lord Aizen to return to Hukomundo. Okay. Uchiha Itachi nodded slowly. To be honest, Uchiha Itachi hasn't seen a guy as hardworking as Uehara for a long time. Even among their former members of Akatsuki, it seems that only Hoshigaki Kisame is so hardworking. At that time, Hoshigaki Kisame seems to have always been multitasking. Uchiha Obito looked at Uehara, the hard worker, and seemed to think of something unhappy. He said indifferently, remember to let Orochimaru prepare a story in advance, a story that is attractive enough to Aizen Sasuke. Don't worry. Uehara paused and said softly, this story will be exciting enough to completely attract the attention of Lord Aizen, and make him think that Lord Orochimaru will be his greatest helper. At this point, Uehara said softly, besides, Lord Orochimaru himself does have the power to create any decisive power. I hope so. Uchiha Obito's voice was hidden under the mask. No one knew his expression and attitude. People could only hear his indifference. The next moment, a space-time vortex flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes, driving him and Uchiha Itachi away from here. Uehara did not stay here either. As for Koyota Stark and Lillinet, these two guys came here purely to travel with their own names. Hukomundo. When Uehara, Koyota Stark and Lillinet returned to Hukomundo, they did not rush to the Huko Palace of Aizen Sasuke. Instead, they opened the cave under the desert and entered the Great Hollow Forest underground. They walked step by step into the depths of the Great Hollow Forest. A woman with a skull mask on her head stood at the entrance of the cave, wearing a white robe, and her lake green hair fell on the white robe. The woman with lake green hair slightly crossed her palms, making her look unusually demure. She was responsible for welcoming Koyota Stark and others. Koyota Stark carried Lillinet on his back, looked down at the quiet woman standing at the entrance of the cave, and greeted her casually. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since we joined the Hanaya Palace, Nelilu. It's been a long time indeed. The lake green-haired woman raised her eyes slightly, which fell on the three Arankas who came forward, and said calmly, Stark, Lily, Uehara, Lord Orochimaru is waiting for you inside. No nesting dolls allowed. Chapter 624, The Developments in Hukomundo and Soul Society. Hukomundo mentor Orochimaru appears. Hukomundo. The Great Hollow Forest. A dark underground cave. A group of Arrancar Great Hollows walked through the dark corridor of the cave. The damp corridor was crawling with small snakes everywhere, which made people feel a little creepy. These small snakes did not panic when they saw the human figure. They stood up and stared at them with their hissing and swallowing of their snake cores, because they were Orochimaru's eyes outside. When Nelly led Uehara and the others into a cave door with a snake-like mouth, they entered the base that Orochimaru had hidden in Hukomundo for thousands of years. It seems that this base is not particularly large. However, there is a different world inside. Orochimaru has enslaved thousands of Gillian-class Great Hollows. After thousands of years of transformation, the entire base is almost spread all over the underground of the Great Hollow Forest. However, most of the ground in the base is the reproduction of white Zetsu, and a large number of Gillian-class Great Hollows used as experimental materials and guards. Of course. In addition, there are hundreds of Arrancar Great Hollows. These are Orochimaru's test subjects and his direct subordinates. Thousands of years ago, after Orochimaru was brought to this world by Uehara Naraku, he appeared in Soul Society and served as a stepping stone for the rise of the Uehara clan. Then, he was thrown into Soul Society by Uehara Naraku for experiments. To be honest, this kind of thing is not unacceptable. As a person who has set foot on the peak, Orochimaru has experienced the power of God, even if he was manipulated to become a tool for others. As a person who has fallen into the trough, Orochimaru has also experienced the feeling of a residual soul existing in the world. Of course, even if he fell to that level, the guy called Uehara Naraku did not let go of him. He was really inhumane. But this world is okay. In this world, Orochimaru slowly devoured the hollows and strengthened his soul. With the protection of the Akatsuki organization and Uehara Naraku behind him, Orochimaru has actually lived a very comfortable life in these thousands of years. If it weren't for the need to obey Uehara Naraku's orders, Orochimaru really thought he had returned to his peak era. There is one thing that Orochimaru admires, that is, Uehara Naraku is really good to his subordinates. This person's mind may not be as small as he imagined. Orochimaru is now in the laboratory. He has just finished a set of experiments on the fusion of a Killian-class hollow and a white Zetsu, but the experiment failed again, because the Killian-class hollow must regain enough reason to be able to control the white Zetsu body. Obviously, this is very troublesome. Such a monster must not be released. Although its physical strength has indeed been strengthened, without reason, it will become a super monster that slaughters in the hollow forest. Get rid of it. Grimmjow. Orochimaru took a look at the strange monster he created, frowned slightly, and left the laboratory after giving a casual order. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. A hollow with short light blue hair nodded and grinned. His figure instantly appeared beside the monster and cut off its head. In the lobby of Orochimaru's base. When Orochimaru came here from the laboratory, Uehara, Koyate Stark and others had been waiting for a while. Lord Orochimaru, we are here to see you. Lilith excitedly waved her little fist at Orochimaru, while Uehara and Koyate Stark humbly bowed their heads to Orochimaru. Because they were all trained by Orochimaru. No, or rather, Orochimaru raised them all by himself. Whether it was Uehara or Koyate Stark, they were adopted by Orochimaru before they completed their Arankas. After they completed their Arankas, Orochimaru taught them like a master and a father. Therefore, it was difficult for them not to respect Orochimaru. In a sense, Orochimaru was the real enlightenment mentor of the entire Hukomundo. Because of Orochimaru's help, more and more hollows that could transform into human forms appeared in Hukomundo, and these hollows became more and more rational. To be honest, Orochimaru is still quite good at taking care of children. These Aranka hollows were all trained and taught by him, so they always respected Orochimaru, even though they knew that Orochimaru was not a good person. It didn't matter. Anyway, these hollows were not good people. Uehara. Orochimaru habitually had a weird smile on his lips and asked in a hoarse voice, any news from Soul Society? Did Uehara ask you to pass on any orders? Yes. Uehara nodded and said softly, we met Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, and they conveyed Lord Naraku's order to us. Lord Orochimaru can meet with Lord Aizen in the near future. In fact, Orochimaru has not received any orders for a long time. In other words, Orochimaru originally had only one mission, which was to become a stepping stone for the rise of the Uehara clan. As a result, he did a good job in Hukomundo and got a new opportunity. After hearing Aizen's name, Orochimaru's smile became even more intense, and he couldn't help but lick his lips with his tongue. Aizen. Sasuke? Yes. Uehara nodded and said in a deep voice, Lord Aizen never trusts anyone, so we must find a way to make Lord Aizen willing to trust you little bit. Is that so? Orochimaru's smile did not change, and he chuckled and said, remember what I taught you? Uehara, trust is something that cannot be cultivated between people, just like Uehara Naraku will never really trust me. This is a bit of a guilty thing to say. After all, Uehara Naraku really trusts Orochimaru enough. No matter which organization it is estimated that there is no boss like Uehara Naraku who dares to trust his subordinates and let Orochimaru play freely. Of course, this may also be a kind of exile. Orochimaru looked at Uehara, chuckled and continued, but if they think we are indispensable, trust is irrelevant. Yes. Uehara lowered his head modestly. Orochimaru curled his lips and chuckled. Then follow Uehara's arrangement. Let Aizen Sasuke realize that he will be exposed to the truth of history when he sees me. Yes. Uehara nodded seriously. While Orochimaru and Uehara and others were discussing his first meeting with Aizen and making up stories for themselves, another protagonist Aizen Sasuke was still recovering from his injuries. At least, he is recovering from his injuries now. Soul Society. Aizen Sasuke has been staying in the medical team to recover from his injuries recently. Now Aizen simply took this opportunity to entrust all the work of the 5th Division to Uehara Naraku, and he secretly controlled everything in the Soul Society remotely. Because of the attack on Uehara Naraku, the entire Soul Society became a little nervous. The Central 46th Chamber and the Goto 13 were extremely angry about the incident that someone dared to attack Uehara Naraku in public. This incident is likely to lead to a civil war in Soul Society. First of all, they must find the murderer. According to the descriptions of Aizen Sasuke, Uehara Naraku and the people of the 5th Division, the Central 46th Chamber believes that the person who attacked Uehara Naraku should be the Masked Core from decades ago. Because Uehara's costume looks too much like a death god hollow. At this time, no one has discovered that a vast old class hollow can actually transform into an appearance that is no different from ordinary humans. The only death god who can be hollowed is the masked core from decades ago, or perhaps a new coma secretly developed by the masked core. And there is only one person who can make a death god hollow. That is Uehara Kisuke, who escaped from Soul Society decades ago. No matter how you think about it, Uehara Kisuke has a possible motive. Because decades ago, Soul Society wanted to execute Uehara Kisuke, but in the end he was rescued by Shifungi and Yaruchi, and the two escaped from Soul Society with the masked core. According to the analysis of the Central 46th Room, Uehara Kisuke should want to kill Uehara Naraku, so as to use the civil war between the Uehara clan and the Gotei 13 to destroy the Soul Society. After all, he dared to study the heroification of death gods for the sake of power. This shows that Uehara Kisuke himself is a lunatic. In addition, Uehara Kisuke and Kabuto Yakushi used to have a close relationship, which makes it difficult for people not to doubt the motive of Uehara Kisuke's absolute existence, regardless of whether it was done by Uehara Kisuke and the masked core. At this critical juncture, it must have been done by Uehara Kisuke and the masked core. Because after Uehara Naraku was attacked, the Uehara clan now urgently needs the title of murderer to prove the strength of their clan. This attack was too dangerous. The two Deadpools responsible for protecting Uehara Naraku were led away, almost causing Uehara Naraku to be killed. If it weren't for Aizen Sasuke's emergency action, the Gotei 13 might also be a huge suspect. The entire Uehara castle has also entered a state of alert. Minato Namikaze and others from the 13 dead attendants led the Uehara clan's death god corps to patrol everywhere to prevent anyone from sneaking into the Uehara clan. On the other side, Tobirama Senju, one of the 13 dead attendants, rushed to the headquarters of the 1st Division of the Gotei 13 and started a meeting with the Captain-in-Chief Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni. A meeting about the attack on the head of the Uehara clan. This is a conspiracy against the entire Soul Society. Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni glanced at the leather-armored Tobirama Senju in front of him and said in a muffled voice, "With Mr. Tobirama's wisdom, you should be able to see clearly that the murderer's purpose is to provoke civil strife in Soul Society." "That's indeed true." Senju Tobirama nodded with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, "However, this incident has aroused the anger of the entire Uehara clan. After all, Naraku has never encountered such a bad incident. We heard that the Central 46th Room has found clues to the murderer. I just have some suspicions." Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni frowned. In fact, Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni was reluctant to believe that it was Uehara Kisuke's doing, and the masked core were all subordinates of Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni back then. He also didn't believe that the captains and vice captains who escaped from Soul Society would choose to do this. For the Uehara clan, just suspicion is enough. Senju Tobirama hugged his arms and said softly, "I heard that the murderer is the masked core and Uehara Kisuke, who escaped from Soul Society decades ago. Let us find out the rest and the truth." Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni frowned and wanted to reject Senju Tobirama's proposal. This matter should be left to Sir Yamamoto Shijakuni. Senju Tobirama looked at Yamamoto Shijakuni in front of him and continued in a deep voice, "Don't worry, our actions will not bypass the Gotei 13. After all, it is the will of this generation of the head of the family to let the Uehara clan integrate into Soul Society, and we will not deliberately violate it." Senju Tobirama saw that Yamamoto Shijakuni's frown eased a little and put forward his real opinion. "We hope to let Naraku personally investigate the whereabouts of the masked army and Uehara Kisuke. This can be regarded as a kind of experience for him." Senju Tobirama looked at Yamamoto Shijakuni and did not directly object and continued, "The Uehara clan will send enough people to protect Naraku." At this point, Senju Tobirama continued, "Similarly, we also hope that the Gotei 13 can send people to assist him in the investigation." Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni pondered in silence. As for Chijiro Suzuki next to him, he had already wanted to signal. It seems that there is nothing that can be refused with this proposal. In any case, Senju Tobirama, who was sent by the Uehara clan to negotiate, has already taken a low profile to the Gotei 13. "Mr. Tobirama," Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni said slowly, "can you tell me why you sent Vice Captain Uehara Naraku?" "Because this is to make him face reality." Senju Tobirama snorted coldly and said dissatisfiedly, "This is also a training for Naraku. He has been spoiled since he was a child. He lives in a cruel world, but he still refuses to face reality. There are many people in this world who want to kill him. When he said this, Senju Tobirama seemed to be unquestionable and said, "This was decided by my eldest brother Senju Hashirama himself. This time, he must know that if there is no one to protect him in secret, there are people in this world who always want to kill him. Don't hold on to those naive ideas in the past. Sooner or later, it will kill the entire Uehara clan." Yamamoto Jinryusei was silent for a long time. The old man slowly shook his head and said, "Vice Captain Naraku is just a little kind. We all know that his nature is not bad." This time it was Senju Tobirama's turn to be silent. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni did not look at Senju Tobirama's expression and continued softly, "Forget it, just follow Mr. Tobirama's suggestion. The Gotei 13 will arrange personnel to assist him. There are not many people in the entire Gotei 13 who can assist Uehara Naraku. First of all, if a captain level Shinigami goes to assist Uehara Naraku, it will inevitably appear as overstepping his authority, and it is difficult to pick a suitable vice captain. After all, this time they are going to find the masked corps, those who were captains and vice captains decades ago, and they can't lag behind too much in combat power. Count how many people are blamed in this chapter. Chapter 625, The Gift that Aizen Sasuke received. The entire Gotei 13 has a large number of people. However, the Central 46th wanted to find out the Shinigami who had no special connection with the Uehara clan, Kabuto Yakushi, Urahara Kisuke and others, but they couldn't pick out many. Until the last moment, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni personally decided on a team of candidates, led by the 5th Division Vice Captain Uehara Naraku, the 10th Division Captain Shibaraishin and the Vice Captain Matsumoto Rangaku, and rushed to the human world to find the whereabouts of Urahara Kisuke. According to the results of the talks between the Uehara clan and the Gotei 13, the Uehara clan will also send out personnel from the 13 dead attendants to act. The 7th officer Namikaze Minato, the 8th officer Uchiha Obito and the 9th officer Uchiha Itachi will lead a joint action of the Shinigami army. In addition to these, the 2nd officer Senju Hashirama and the 5th officer Senju Tobirama will also go out in person, secretly leading a small force to secretly support and protect Uehara Naraku. This joint action by both parties is a big deal. For thousands of years, except for the time when Iwachi invaded Soul Society 1,000 years ago, the Uehara clan sent out the 3rd and 4th officers of the 13 dead waiters. Except for that time, the Uehara clan has almost never sent out the 13 dead waiters to work together with the Gotei 13. This time, the Uehara clan sent out 5 of the 13 dead waiters. In particular, each of the officers here is very powerful, and there is even a Senju Hashirama who is the 2nd in the 13 dead waiters. Of course, the brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama only acted in secret. The only 3 officers that the Uehara clan really sent out in public were Minato Namikaze, Obito Uchiha, and Itachi Uchiha. The Gotei 13 were more practical, and they really only sent out Isshin Shiba and Rangaku Matsumoto. In order to make this joint operation a success, Jinryusei Shijakuni Yamamoto even personally hosted a meeting between Isshin Shiba and Minato Namikaze, the 2 leaders of the operation, hoping that the 2 of them could cooperate happily in this operation. This meeting also overturned the impression of the Gotei 13 on the Uehara clan. They did not expect that among the 13 Deadpools, there would be a chief who looked so sunny. Minato Namikaze. This is not like a Deadpool at all. If you think about it, Minato Namikaze is quite suitable to be the captain of the Gotei 13. Isshin Shiba had a good impression of Minato Namikaze. After the meeting, the vice captain of the 10th division, Rangaku Matsumoto, was a little surprised at Minato Namikaze's personality. Seeing Minato Namikaze leading the Uehara clan's death gods away, he could not help but say, if you don't know his identity, you can't tell that he is one of the 13 Deadpools. Really? In fact, he is more suitable for the captain, a natural leader. Isshin Shiba smiled and nodded, and seemed to have thought of something, but his expression became solemn again. But if the Uehara clan sent him this time, they really want to take down Urahara. Huh. Rangaku Matsumoto looked a little surprised. Isshin Shiba stroked his beard and said slowly, did you know that he has a nickname? It is said that he is the Golden Flash of the Uehara clan. Golden Flash. There was some confusion on Matsumoto Rangaku's face. After thinking for a few seconds, she suddenly said, I seem to have some impression. Is this the name of Izanpakuto? I heard that Lord Uehara Naraku, who joined the 5th division not long ago, also has a sword that can be used. It's not the name of Izanpakuto. Shinshiba shook his head and said in a deep voice, at that time, in the entire Gotei 13, only the former 2nd Division Captain Shihao Nyaruchi had the fastest instant step. However, Namake's Minato speed is faster than Shihao Nyaruchi. Shinshiba slowly talked about the history of the past and explained softly, Shihao Nyaruchi entered the outer city of Uehara and tried to sneak into the inner city, but was easily captured, and the Shihaoan clan almost couldn't raise their heads. That incident alarmed the entire Soul Society at the time. If it weren't for Yamamoto Jinrai Shigekine's personal intervention, Shihao Nyaruchi might have been executed by Uehara Naraku. There's really no reason for this. When Shibaraishin said this, a hint of uneasiness flashed across his face, and his expression became a little serious. The person who easily captured the former captain of the 2nd Division in Uehara Castle was Mr. Namake's Minato, who just met us. What? Matsumoto Rangaku's face showed a hint of surprise. In terms of the speed of instant step alone, the captains and vice captains of the entire Soul Society actually know that Shihao Nyaruchi has the fastest strange speed. She rescued Urahara Kisuke in the central 46th room. I never thought. Could Shihao Nyaruchi actually lose sometimes? If the Uehara clan sent Namake's Minato to act together, it seems that they are determined to capture Urahara Kisuke. On the other side, Minato Namake's also had a good impression of Shinshiba. He felt that this carefree captain of the 10th Division had a personality a bit like his former teacher Jiraiya. People like Shinshiba are quite reliable when they are serious. The only problem is that most of the time they don't seem to be serious. After the meeting, Minato Namake's and Shinshiba each led their subordinates to the human world, and Naraku Uehara also followed them to leave the Soul Society. After they left, Aizen Sasuke, who was supposed to be quietly recuperating in the hospital, disappeared quietly and led his subordinates Tozen Kaname and Ichimaruge into the Hukomundo. Because when Aizen Sasuke was delivering orders to Uehara, he got an important message from Uehara. A message that was very attractive to him. Uehara announced that the hollows on the ground had discovered the trace of a person, Orochimaru, who created the impure world reincarnation technique thousands of years ago, is still hiding in Hukomundo. This news is shocking, because according to what Aizen Sasuke knows, Orochimaru mysteriously disappeared thousands of years ago. Many people think that he joined the 0 Division, and some people think that he is dead. In any case, this matter is worth Aizen Sasuke's personal trip. Even Urahara Kisuke's Hojioki may not be as attractive as Orochimaru at this time, because Orochimaru's existence represents the history of the entire Soul Society. So far, the Soul Society still has a lot of Orochimaru's manuscripts from that time. Whenever someone in the Soul Society finds Orochimaru's manuscripts in the Soul Society, it almost means that they can discover a major secret. Now Orochimaru himself is hiding in Hukomundo. This temptation is not small for Aizen Sasuke. According to the currently known information, the only ones who have been alive for thousands of years are Yamamoto Jinrai Shigekune, the Uehara clan's 13 dead waiters, and the people of the Zero Squad. These are obviously not the candidates for Aizen Sasuke to obtain information and secrets. I really didn't expect. There is an unexpected surprise in conquering Hukomundo. At this moment, Aizen Sasuke suddenly remembered one thing, that is, a great hollow once mentioned that Uchiha Madara, the chief officer of the Uehara clan's 13 dead waiters, had entered Hukomundo and seemed to want to find someone in Hukomundo. Maybe the Uehara clan is looking for the trace of Orochimaru. No, maybe they are not looking for the trace of Orochimaru. Maybe the Uehara clan wants to kill Orochimaru directly. When thinking of this, Aizen Sasuke has instantly begun to think about the grievances between the Uehara clan and Orochimaru. The wealthy clans in Soul Society have secrets that must never be known to others, and this secret must be horrifying enough. Only in this way, everything can be connected. When Aizen Sasuke arrived at Uko Palace, Uehara had been waiting here for a long time. There seemed to be a unique tacit understanding between the two. Uehara. When Aizen Sasuke saw Uehara, His face still looked calm, and he said slowly, "Come on, tell me what you found." "Yes, Lord Aizen." Uehara took out a knife from his pocket and showed Aizen Sasuke and the people present everything he saw in his eyes. It was in the Hukomondo desert. If you just look at it, the desert seems to be a little quiet. The next moment, a ball of yellow sand in the desert suddenly floated up. This ball of yellow sand seemed to flow slowly like water, gradually approaching a large hollow in the desert. No, that's not yellow sand. It's a giant snake that is tens of meters long. As expected, the giant snake suddenly emerged from the desert, and its body tightly wrapped around the void, and it successfully captured the void in an instant. After the hunt was successful, the giant snake suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Just when everyone thought it was going to enjoy its prey, a thin man with black hair slowly crawled out of its mouth. This scene made people feel a little uncomfortable. Soon, they saw the man's appearance clearly. He was a man with a sinister face. Just looking at his appearance would make people feel a little hairy. It seemed that this sinister man would eat people alive in the next moment. The man seemed to have noticed that someone was watching all this. With a mocking smile on his face, he casually threw a scroll into the desert and left here with the captured void and the giant snake. His appearance seemed to be just to show up. What does this mean? Ichimaru-jin squinted his eyes and smiled. Is it just to tell us that he lives in Hukomondo? And is he really Orochimaru? Yes. Aizen Sasuke pressed his fingers on the stone chair, frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "I have seen a photo of Orochimaru before. Even after thousands of years, he still looks the same." This joke is not very funny. Ichimaru-jin's face seemed a little surprised, and he couldn't help but chuckled. Even if we are death gods, our souls will age due to spiritual power or rage. I always feel that maybe someone is impersonating. Orochimaru is different. Aizen Sasuke tapped the stone chair with his fingers, and continued calmly, because of the pioneering nature of the impure world reincarnation, Soul Society still retains some of his information. Among them is a portrait of Orochimaru. Only members of the Central 46 have the right to open that information room, and the information shows that Orochimaru once completed an experiment on himself, which prevented him from depleting, or even aging due to time, but the content of the experiment was not explained in detail. As far as I know, only the current captain of the 12th Division, Mayuriki Atsuchi, seems to have obtained some fragments of Orochimaru's experiments, and has been trying to conduct the same experiments on himself. Aizen Sasuke's face became calmer and calmer, as if he didn't care at all about what he had just seen. If it is really Orochimaru, he has been hiding here for thousands of years, and he knows more secrets of Hukomondo than we do. Maybe he showed up to tell us. Nothing we did escaped his eyes. When hearing what Aizen Sasuke said, Tozen Kaname and Ichimaru-jin's expressions changed slightly. They seemed to have thought of something. If what they did in Hukomondo was known by the Soul Society, it seems that it will be a big trouble for them. Ichimaru calmed down first, and his smile returned to his face. Since he appeared in front of us instead of the Soul Society, it means that this legendary figure has no intention of becoming our enemy. Aizen Sasuke nodded slowly, his voice still very calm. Whether he is a friend or an enemy, we don't need to care. I only care about the secrets on him. Indeed. Regardless of whether Orochimaru is a friend or an enemy, Aizen Sasuke can be sure of one thing. Orochimaru has been hiding in the Hukomondo for thousands of years without being discovered. Proof that he dare not show up. Otherwise, such a big man would never hide like this. After saying this, Aizen Sasuke stretched out his palm towards Uehara, and his meaning was self-evident. Uehara took out a scroll from his body and handed it to Aizen Sasuke, saying softly, "This scroll is what he deliberately left in front of our people. I checked it and found no danger, so I always carry it with me." Yes. Aizen Sasuke reached out and took the scroll. Aizen Sasuke didn't care at all about Uehara checking the scroll or possibly reading the contents of the scroll. He didn't care about such things at all. Although Aizen would not completely trust Uehara, but Aizen knew that Uehara would definitely trust him completely. Aizen Sasuke opened the scroll and whispered casually, "I hope this person can bring us more surprises." Indeed, Orochimaru brought them a surprise. Aizen Sasuke looked at the scroll, his face still unchanged, and people couldn't tell what he was thinking at all, but it was unknown what he was thinking in his heart. because what was written on the scroll was the ability of Izanpakuto Kyokusujutsu and the methods to crack and defend against the Kyokusujutsu. What shocked Aizen Sasuke the most was that Orochimaru also listed the members of the Uehara clan who were immune to and could crack the Kyokusujutsu illusion. Aizen Sasuke's mouth curled up slightly and he couldn't help but chuckled. It's really interesting. Did this legendary figure forget to put himself on the list? Ah, the movie Emperor. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.